and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war, from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America. May we prosecute the remainder of this operation in a manner that honors them. No apologies, no hesitation, epic fury for them and the thousands of Americans before them, taken too soon by Iranian radicals. Before I turn it over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight to you, the Joint Force, our warriors on the front lines. This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979, and since the rudderless wars of hubris, my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos, lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be, focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else's, as it should be. And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. May Almighty God watch over you and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors, and keep going. General Kane, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. The purpose of my portion of the briefing today is to update you and the American people on the actions taken thus far. The briefing will discuss the preparation, the planning, setting the force, the early operations, and how we're assessing the progress thus far. So let's get started. On Saturday, 28 February, at 01:15 Eastern Standard Time, 9:45 a.m. local Tehran time, on the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command, under the command of United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, commenced Operation Epic Fury. As I said, I'm going to walk you through the initial phases of the operation, but first I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. They're true examples of what selfless service means. Our deepest and heartfelt condolences are with their families, their friends, and their units. We grieve with you and we will never forget you. Additionally, I stand here before you today grateful for each service member, planner, logistician, operator across our joint force, for our Department of War civilians, our intelligence community teammates, our interagency teammates who continue to stand in harm's way alongside us. I am proud of all of you as you take the fight to the enemy, and we are the best in the world at integrating, period. I want to extend my personal gratitude to the dedicated commanders and senior enlisted leaders and the enlisted members of the Joint Force who are fighting this fight across the CENTCOM AOR. In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who, along with his team, are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. EUCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders. and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue. So now to talk a little bit about setting the force and setting the theater. On the order of the Secretary of War over the last 30 days to reinforce deterrence and provide the President with credible options should action be required, the Joint Force began to systematically reposition assets and personnel across the region. These movements ensured that U.S. forces remained postured, protected, and ready to respond decisively for any emerging threat. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the joint forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing. I want to highlight a couple specific cases for you. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which many of you know was down in the Western Hemisphere, redeployed across the Atlantic to set the theater. The ship, her crew, their families, and the entire strike group took a deep breath and, as they always do, began planning to conduct combat operations. The integrated Reserve and National Guard forces have continued to demonstrate the value of America's reserve forces, including the Wisconsin Army National Guard operating in Kuwait and Iraq, and Air National Guard units from a variety of states to include Vermont and Virginia. In the case of the Vermont Air National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing, they were mobilized for Operation Absolute Resolve and then were tasked to take their F-35As across the Atlantic instead of going home to be prepared to support this operation. The same is with our Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve Command tanker and mobility forces who stepped right out of their civilian jobs to deploy and to protect the region. Lastly, I want to highlight the unsung heroes of warfare, our American logisticians and sustainment force, those who quietly work every day behind the scenes to project and sustain America's combat power. Our leaders from World War II were right when they said professionals do logistics. As regional tensions rose, the Joint Force elevated our force protection measures on the order of the Secretary and repositioned discreetly civilians and non-essential personnel designed to ensure the safety and security of our joint force. By the time operations began, only essential forces remained on our bases and in theater, all ready, capable to respond. So now let me move to H hour. At 3:38 p.m. on Friday, February 27th, the United States Central Command, through the Secretary of War, received the final go order from President Trump. The President directed, and I quote, "Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck," close quote. In the region, every element of the Joint Force made their final preparations. Air defense batteries readied themselves, checking their systems to respond to Iranian attacks. Pilots and crews rehearsed their strike packages for the final time. air crews began loading their final weapons, and 2 carrier strike groups began to move towards their launching points. Across the globe, our operations centers came alive in Tampa, Florida, here at the Pentagon, and of course forward in the Central Command AOR. As always, operational security was paramount as we sought to maintain and sustain the element of surprise. This operation was highly classified so that at H hour, the enemy would see one thing: speed, surprise, and violence of action. The first movers were U.S. Cybercom and U.S. Spacecom, layering non-kinetic effects, disrupting and degrading and blinding Iran's ability to see, communicate, and respond. At H hour, the beginning of major combat operations, 01:15 local Eastern Daylight Time, 9:45 local AM Tehran time, as dawn crept up across the Central Command AOR, the skies surged to life. More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the States, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave. This was a daylight strike based on a trigger event conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces, enabled by the U.S. intelligence community. The first shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, closed in on Iranian naval forces, and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. We are now roughly 57 hours into the operation. In the initial phase, CENTCOM's focus was systematic targeting of Iranians' command and control infrastructure, naval forces, ballistic missile sites, and intelligence infrastructure designed to daze and confuse them. Coordinated space and cyber operations effectively disrupted communications and sensor networks across the area of responsibility, leaving the adversary without the ability to see, coordinate, or respond effectively. The combined impact of these strikes, swift, precise, and overwhelming, has resulted in the establishment of local air superiority. This air superiority will not only enhance the protection of our forces, but also allow them to continue the work over Iran. Over the course of the last 2 days, the Joint Force has launched hundreds of missions from land and sea and delivered tens of thousands of pieces of ordnance. The effort continues to scale. This included American B-2 bombers, which again, similar to Midnight Hammer, flew a 37-hour round-trip sortie from the continental United States, dropping precision, penetrating munitions on Iranian underground facilities across the southern flank and slightly deeper. Additionally, Israel has separately executed hundreds of sorties against hundreds of targets. Beyond Air Force and Navy aircraft strike packages, coordinated salvos of precision standoff weapons from across the region have neutralized hundreds of pre-planned targets. As I mentioned earlier, in support of these kinetic operations, U.S. Cybercom and Spacecom have continuously layered effects to disrupt, disorient, and confuse the enemy. I will note that this operation had several combat firsts, which I'll allow at some point in the future Admiral Cooper to talk about since he owns the AOR. While we've prosecuted a relentless offensive campaign, our defense has been equally important. Across the theater, operations have remained steady and disciplined. Once again, our integrated air and missile defense network is performing exactly as it's intended. U.S. Patriot and THAAD batteries, along with ballistic missile defense-capable Navy destroyers, continue to coordinate and execute intercepts with precision and consistency. I wish that every American could hear the voice communications like I have as these joint operations centers remain calm, focused, and cool while executing under fire over and over again. Collectively, these systems have intercepted hundreds of ballistic missiles targeting U.S. forces, our partners, and regional stability. The threat from one-way attack UAVs has remained persistent. Our systems have proven effective in countering these platforms, engaging targets rapidly. Each intercept represents hundreds of hours of training, readiness, and technology all coming together to work as designed. We will remain vigilant in the counter-UAV fight. And the defense of the region is not ours alone. As the threat grew, our partners surged in beside us. Air defense batteries in Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia joined the fight, proof positive that years of training, trust, and hard-earned integration pay off. I am aware of the loss of 3 U.S. Air Force F-15Es overnight in the region. I am grateful for the safety of the crews, and we know that this was not from hostile enemy fire. As this matter's under investigation, I'll not comment further on this. Let me close. Operations will remain active across the theater and across the globe. The U.S. forces are postured not only to maintain pressure, but to respond and adapt as required. Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers: the ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it. What we've demonstrated over the past several days reflects years of investment in readiness, joint integration, and professionalism of the joint force. As major combat operations continue across CENTCOM, we remain engaged globally. America's joint force retains the credibility, capacity, and flexibility to respond to any contingency anywhere in the world at any time. To those who would test our resolve or threaten the United States, our allies, or our interests, understand clearly we can reach you, we can sustain the fight, and we can scale the fight, and we will prevail. To the American people, your joint force remains steady, frosty, calm, and focused. Your service members are trained, disciplined, and determined. We understand the risks of this mission and the weight of the responsibility that we carry. We also recognize that our families also shoulder the burden at home. You are a part of this too. I am proud today, as I am every day, to stand as a member of America's joint force. There is no mission too complex, no distance too great, and no adversary too determined for the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. We mourn our fallen, we honor their families, and we continue our mission with focus, unity, and strength. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. What percentage of Iranian long-strike capabilities are still in the fight, and what is our exit strategy here, and when will it be deployed?
Well, they have long-range strike capabilities, which we are hyper-focused on. The brief we got just this morning, Admiral Cooper knows exactly and precisely what kind of threat matrix he's looking at, the way they might change their techniques and how we adapt to that. So we're making sure the theater commander has absolutely everything he needs. I mean, one of the things the chairman mentioned is for months and months, even before we built up, we ensured that we had maximum defensive capabilities in theater to allow the president the decision space in the future. So even before this buildup in the last 30 days, we discreetly brought defensive assets in to make sure, understanding that there are Iranian capabilities. As far as time frame, I would never hang a time frame from our perspective. The commander-in-chief sets the op tempo and terms of this fight. As I said, it's on his terms. And we'll make sure that Admiral Cooper and his team have everything they need, not just to defend. I mean, the best defense is a good offense. And so we're aggressively pushing into that airspace over that southern flank to ensure that we control it and we destroy anything that moves that would attempt to shoot us. Think of it as shooting the archer instead of the arrows. That's where we want to be. And we have the kind of exquisite intelligence to get over the top, find that and destroy it. It won't happen overnight. This is a big battle space with a lot of capabilities. That's part of the reason why it's such a threat to us. That's why I talk about conventional umbrella to blackmail nuclear ambitions. They were building up this conventional arsenal in order to ensure that no one would ever block them from their ability to get nuclear weapons. So we're very clear-eyed about the nature of this Iranian threat, and we're going to get after it. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. The only thing I'll add is that unlike an operation, a single operation like Midnight Hammer or Absolute Resolve, it'll take some time for us to conduct battle damage assessment, and the targeting cycle that CENTCOM will run will take those things into effect. Admiral Cooper will adjust his plan and fires accordingly to ensure that we're attriting that. He's focused on long-range strike capability coming out of the enemy, and that's a key and essential part of it.
Of the capabilities that still exist from the enemy front.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say we're still doing BDA. Normally we'd be able to see a singular thing and we'd assess pretty quickly. He's doing offense and assessment simultaneously, so it'll take longer for us to assess than it would in a single operation.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. 2 questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave Iran when we complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives? And can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their Navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs, drone capabilities, which we laid out there. And ultimately, though, this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield against the world. He gave them every single opportunity. Then we precisely took it away. And even then, after that, they didn't have that. They didn't come to the table with a willingness to give it away. So ultimately, those nuclear ambitions, which never ceased, are something that had to be addressed as well. So that's a discrete sense of what's being addressed here to ensure that they can't use that conventional umbrella to continue a pursuit of nuclear ambitions. And then as it pertains to the U.S. casualties, that particular incident was, you have air defenses and the lot's coming in and you hit most of it. And we absolutely do. We have incredible air defenders. Every once in a while, you might have one, unfortunately, we call it a squirter that makes its way through. And in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified. But these are powerful weapons. So we certainly will do, as I said, moments like that, as we remember them and we take care of them and take care of their families, only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we do this properly.
Thank you.
Yep. Right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had 2 questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people this, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold about it? Are we willing to be decisive about it? Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out. And we will do so unapologetically. Thank you.
Is there any significance to Israel carrying out this strike to kill the Ayatollah? And I wanted to know, what was your immediate reaction to finding out about his killing?
I think Israel did a great job in the conduct of that operation.
President Trump put a 4-week timeline
right
on
here.
it. Are you
Please.
saying that's wrong?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned during the briefing, General Kane, that there would be additional troops sent to the region. Could you say how many troops currently are involved in this operation and how many additional troops are plan to go in this next phase?
I don't want to talk specifics because that would tip the enemy off. We have more tactical aviation flowing into theater just based on the time it took to get it out there. I think we're just about where we want to be in terms of total combat capacity and total combat power for Admiral Cooper. One of the things, though, that a commander, he'll consistently assess the trajectory of the campaign. Is he on or off trajectory? And then make an ask of the joint force, which will then develop options for consideration by the Secretary and the President to either increase or in some cases decrease the amount of combat capability that we have over there.
I heard the question about 4 weeks. It's the typical NBC sort of gotcha type question. President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. It could move up. It could move back. We're going to execute at his command the objectives we've set out to achieve. And what he has shown an ability to do that other presidents can't quite seem to have the aperture to do, well, I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know what he was doing, is to look for opportunities and off-ramps and escalations for the United States that creates new opportunities to execute what we need on our own timeline. So you can play games about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. He has all the latitude, and I'm glad he does, because there's no better communicator than our president expressing those things.
Daily Mail.
I've been in meetings with the president for the last 2.5 days. We know exactly where his headspace is, and he will communicate as he should exactly what he would like, and we will follow those orders. And I think everything he said on that is right down the middle.
Chairman, did you
absolutely. Yes, right there. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I left my hometown of Sakis in Iranian Kurdistan in 1996. Can you promise that I will be able to return home safely this year? And I have a following question too, please.
I appreciate the question. I'm not here to place guarantees on that, but I think the message the president has given has been clear to the people of Iran. This is your moment. The world was seized by these crowds and then seized by the reality of this regime killing tens of thousands of innocent protesters. So we saw the nature of the regime yet again exposed. We saw many of the Iranian people seek a change there. This is their moment to take advantage of it, for sure.
You served in Iraq and know that no American soldiers were killed in Kurdistan. The Kurdish people are very pro-American. Will you continue protect Kurdistan and Peshmerga as loyal ally of the United States? Why I'm asking this question? Because now Kurdistan is under attack by Iranian drones and by proxies in Iraq and on the region.
I think I can speak to allies generally in the region who we've been in constant communication with. We have been standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and we appreciate their capabilities. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Hi, thank you. Cameron Arkin with the Daily Wire. My question is about some of the domestic threats, if any, regarding this right now. Have there been any concerns about Iranian sleeper cells, and kind of what has the Trump administration been doing to kind of monitor these threats?
Across the interagency, in full coordination, of course, we're paying attention to any potentialities there. This is a former regime, that seeks to export that ideology and try to sow terror. We're ready for that. We've seen these types of folks before, and the American people can rest assured that we're vigilant on that.
Secretary, thank you. Kind of follow up on that last question. There was just this, what appears to be a terrorist attack in Austin yesterday. How does that change the operation at all? What effect does that have? And
it doesn't change the operation at all, and I know the authorities are executing exactly the way they should.
Secretary Hegseth, and one for Chairman Kaine as well. I understand, to your point here, that you don't want to broadcast everything for our adversaries to hear, but the American people also want to know what they're sending their men and women to war for. Is there a concern of this spiraling into a longer war? And then one for the chairman when you're done.
Did you not hear my remarks? I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents, about the foolish policies of the past that recklessly pulled us in to things that were not tethered to actual clear objectives. So we know we have plans, we have generals, we have chairmen, we have commanders, CENTCOM commanders, Admiral Cooper, who's executing very deliberately to ensure outcomes that I laid out are accomplished. But we would never, in front of a press pool, lay out how long that may take. The mission for our warfighters, which is what matters to us, is very, very clear, and they're executing it right now violently.
And just for the chairman, quickly, I have one for the chairman. You said this is not a one-night operation. It will take time to achieve the goals. What would be the goal line here for you?
I think the Secretary laid out the military objectives, and that's what we execute against is the military objectives.
Last one right here.
Thank you, sir. As you've said, there are a large amount of U.S. service members that are in harm's way right now. What is your prayer for them?
First of all, my prayer for them is that I do pray for them. My wife prays for them. Our family prays for them. Our cabinet prays for them. None of this is done on a whim. Having been in their boots, having been in their shoes, having been in their flight suits, I know we think about them with every decision that we make and every recommendation that we make to the President of the United States. Those recommendations are made prayerfully. And when I pray every day for them and for this mission, I pray simply for the biblical wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. It's going to take courage to follow through on this. There's going to be a lot of noise, and we pray for that, and we hope all of you do as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So there you go. Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, making his comments. The first comments we've heard from the Secretary of War since operations began on Saturday, alongside the Chair of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane. Let me give you some of the top lines that we got from Secretary Hegseth. This is not, Iraq, he said, this is not an endless war. Our generation knows better. We are laser focused, he said, on destroying the missile production, the security infrastructure. Iran will never have nuclear weapons. We are hitting them overwhelmingly and unapologetically. Also, some key lines from General Kane, who has been carrying out the orders of the president since 01:15 Eastern, that's 9:15 local time in Iran, confirming that the first strikes on the Ayatollah's compound on Saturday were executed with American Tomahawk missiles. Those went into the Ayatollah's compound first, followed by an IDF strike. We continue, he said, to target and disrupt the IRGC operations. I think we have Mark Rutte, the Secretary-General of NATO, standing by. He was listening to some of that press conference. Secretary-General, it's good to have you with us on the programme.
Good to be on the programme. Good afternoon.
Let us pick up with the fast-moving events of the last 48, 72 hours. There is a disconnect between European capitals and the United States on military engagement in Iran. How does that complicate NATO's position?
Well, I would, to the contrary, say that Europeans are really stepping up. When you look at the comments by Chancellor Merz yesterday, who is now flying out to Washington for meetings tomorrow in the White House, absolutely supportive of what the Americans are doing, taking out the nuclear and the ballistic capability in Iran, which is a threat to us in Europe, a threat to Israel, to the region. Keir Starmer yesterday committing to this basing request by the Americans, providing therefore key defensive response to the threat when it comes to what the UK can do. So I think it's really clear that Europe is stepping up, and that's very important.
Did his delay in making UK bases available complicate the operation?
What I understand is that there were some legal things which had to be worked through. That's why it took a couple of days. But I mean, this is early stages of this campaign. It will take days, potentially weeks, before it is finished, finalized. And in the meantime, the UK has now requested positively to this basing request, providing this, basically a defensive response to the threat. I think that's very important.
NATO bases have been put on notice now. Were you told ahead of time that this was about to happen?
I have many conversations always with the Americans. I never go into details with whom and
crucially
about
important
what.
for a NATO Secretary General to know if there's going to be military action in Iran. Were you told ahead of time?
And that's exactly why I never discuss those things in public, because my conversations with the Americans are discreet. But I can assure you that we make sure that we coordinate very closely.
OK. Should it have been done with the approval of the US Congress?
Well, this is this whole discussion about legality, and I leave that to people who are much smarter than I am. But I can tell you, I spoke yesterday with many European leaders. They are all extremely glad with this action, with this campaign, because we know that Iran is a threat today. It is not only oppressive at home, it is also aggressive when it comes to Europe, to Israel, to the whole region. It is a terrorist regime. And clearly, therefore, a threat to London, to Hamburg, to my own hometown, The Hague. When it comes to terrorism, it is a threat to Ukraine because they are one of the key enablers of Russia's war effort. So what I'm seeing all over Europe is widespread support for what the US is doing.
Well, yes, it is being welcomed that the Ayatollah has been removed, and they are not pointing the finger at Donald Trump in terms of legality. So you say the European position is changing. Do you imagine then that NATO forces will soon be involved offensively?
The European position is not changing. What I'm saying is that the European position has always been, since 1980, for 45 years now, 46 years, that Iran is a threat, that this regime is a threat, not the Iranian people, but the regime is a threat.
So are you saying that NATO forces NATO as an alliance will be involved in Iran at some point?
No, this is clearly a campaign led by the Americans and the Israelis. But what we are seeing now is that when it comes to NATO allies, but also friends in the region, which are now under indiscriminate attacks by Iran. They are hitting out at Dubai, at Bahrain, at Oman, at other Gulf nations, hitting innocent civilians. So what we are now seeing is that allies, wherever they can enable the US campaign together with Israel, they are doing that.
What is the current mood of the Arab Gulf countries? And do you imagine, given the pummeling they've taken in the last 72 hours, that they are going to be joining strike operations? Because we've just been told by Dan Kane that they're involved in an offensive capacity. Does that mean that their air forces might soon be in operation over Iran?
Let's see how this develops over the next hours and days. But what I know from the Gulf nations is, of course, they totally condemn the fact that they have come under this indiscriminate attacks by Iran, which is basically lashing out now at its neighbors in the region, totally without any military reason, because they're hitting out at hotels and innocent civilians all over the region. So this is totally crazy. And this tells you something about the character of this regime and what they're willing and what they're up to. And therefore it is extremely important that also myself and I saw Ursula von der Leyen coming out, the European Commission President, on this. Also, we're coordinating closely with partners in the region, that we really stay shoulder to shoulder here.
RAF Akrotiri is under attack. There's been another drone fired at the base today. Families are being evacuated. What are you doing as Secretary General to step up the defence of those bases, and particularly from the threat of Shahed drones?
I can assure you that when it comes to NATO territory, of course, Cyprus is not a NATO, but NATO territory generally, we make sure that we are vigilant. Our senior commanders are on this constantly. I'm in constant contact with them. I'm, as always, extremely impressed by our senior military people. And there are two kinds of threat. One is, of course, the regime posing a threat potentially to countries which are enabling what the US is doing, but also when it comes to the terrorist threat, we also have to be conscious of that, which is already there now for over 45 years. I know in my own country where members of the Iranian diaspora were in the Netherlands under attack by Iran. We have seen assassinations all over Europe. So let's not forget with what type of regime we are dealing with. And this is exactly the reason why all of us in Europe are extremely glad with what the Americans are doing here, because it's crucial that they cannot get their hands on this nuclear and ballistic capability. It will be the end of Israel. It will be a huge threat to Europe.
Well, you seem convinced by the objective of regime change. Is that what has been spelt out to you by the Secretary of War and by Marco Rubio? Is it regime change?
I'm not talking to you about regime change. What I'm telling you is that I'm happy that these capabilities are degraded. This war is at early stage. We will see over the coming days and weeks how this will develop. But I can tell you one thing. I hope for sure that Iranian people will have a vote in their own future government. And secondly, I expect when this ends that Iran is not any longer an exporter of chaos to the region, exporter of chaos to Europe, an exporter of chaos to Ukraine by enabling the Russian war effort, degrading all those capabilities.
My time is very limited. Just final question. How do you imagine this is going to affect the war in Ukraine? First of all, the US support for it, and also the supply of those Shahed drones to Russia.
Well, first of all, let's be conscious of the fact that the US is providing key military enablement to Ukraine, paid for by European and Canadian allies, including crucial interceptors. Let's not forget that Iran, through the Shahed drones, is one of the main providers of military support to Russia to wage that war against Ukraine. This will no doubt have a huge impact on the potential for Ukraine to continue doing that, so that's positive. And we have to make sure that also going forward, Ukraine has what it needs to stay as strong as possible in the fight. And I will do everything I can to make that happen.
Before we let you go, we're looking at a new live picture. It's just coming into us now of a strike in South Beirut. It does look as though this war is expanding. Are you at all concerned about the chaos that might ensue?
Of course, we hope that as few people from Israel or the United States will be involved here in terms of lethality, and my thoughts are with the US service members who made the ultimate sacrifice, and that this ends as soon as possible. But this can, as the President said yesterday, President Trump, this can take days, it might even take weeks. But it is really important that he did this. He is the leader of the free world. He is making us all safer by making sure that Iran is severely degraded when it comes to its capacity to create chaos in the region, in Europe, all over the world.
Secretary General, very grateful for your time. Thank you for coming on the BBC.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You are looking at live pictures of the situation in southern Beirut. We did know that people in that area of the city had been told to evacuate in the last hour, so our live cameras were on that position. It is, of course, not the first time in the last 24 hours there have been strikes on southern Beirut. The Israeli Prime Minister warning that they will target Hezbollah in the south, in Beirut, and the leadership as well. 100,000 Israeli reservists have been called up and put on notice as the situation across the border continues to deteriorate. A lot to tell you about in the last hour. Just some confirmation from Iranian state media that Mansoura Khojasteh, the wife of the deceased Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, has died of her injuries after the attack. So she was being treated, by the sounds of that statement, for her injuries, but she has succumbed to those injuries. We've been hearing also in the last hour from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who made an unapologetic defence of the United States' attacks on Iran. The Iranians, he said, were trying to develop a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Tehran was not negotiating. They have been unmasked. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried under mountains. Security analyst Mikey Kay is with me in the studio, host of Security Brief. What did you pick out of that half-hour statement from Dan Kane, General Kane, and the Secretary for War?
I think there's a couple of things jumping out, and it's something we spoke about yesterday. It was interesting that the Joint Chiefs actually called out what are called one-way attack drones. That's the Shahed 136. I don't know if we can bring up a picture of a graphic of the 136 Shahed. But effectively, that is the Iranian capability that we are seeing manage to get through air defense systems. And that's because it's slow, goes at about 120 miles an hour, flies low. And there isn't a lot out there in terms of air defense that lies within this cost-benefit ratio that we're talking about that actually can take out numbers of them. And he called that out, and I think he's right to call that out. I think that is creating havoc.
And it's complicated, the picture for air defence across the region. He wouldn't go into, Dan Kane, why those 3 F-15s have been brought down today by friendly fire. It's always a rather crude term, friendly fire, but clearly there's been a problem in communication between the US forces and Kuwaiti ground operators.
Yeah, I mean, in military parlance, we call it battle space deconfliction. And the big problem here is that you're using conventional aircraft and infrared missile systems. The Typhoons are using what's called the ASRAAM, the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile, and they're using conventional legacy systems to address what is a hybrid asymmetric threat. And so what happens is that you've got these F-15E Strike Eagles, US, likely coming from RAF Lakenheath in East Anglia, and they've been put into a role called drone caps, drone combat air patrol. So they'll go up and set up a racetrack, and then with their radar, they'll paint towards the threat, the airspace, and try and pick up these very slow-moving Shaheeds. Then they'll have a pod underneath them called a tracking pod, and they'll get what's called a PID, a positive identification on that drone. But then they're going to have to maneuver themselves into the rear sector of that drone to either pop off a infrared missile to take it down.
So they're slowing down.
Yeah, they're getting lower.
And if you're looking at that on a screen, you can't differentiate between the aircraft and the drone?
You should be able to
because the transponder should be
exactly, yeah. And they've got an encrypted transponder called Mode 5. And so the air defense radar operators should be able to discern between the F-15 and the drone. But the F-15 is quite a big platform. It's got quite a high radar cross-section. But it seems if you've got 3 F-15s and then we don't know how many drones there were, but you've got multiple drones and F-15s in the same piece of airspace, clearly that's confused the Q-80 radar operators, and we don't know what the experience of the Q-80 radar operators is.
Really important detail, given that we've not had much of it from the Pentagon. You're looking at live pictures of the southern parts of Beirut, where there's been another Israeli strike in the last few minutes. You're watching BBC News. Live from London, I'm Christian Fraser. You're watching BBC News. The US Defence Secretary says the war against Iran is not an effort to build democracy in the Islamic Republic.
This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite.
Friendly fire. 3 US fighter jets are mistakenly shot down by Kuwait.
I'm Katrina Perry, live at the White House, where this morning, for the first time since those strikes were launched, President Trump will appear in public and make remarks.
The conflict in the Middle East widens. Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, exchanges fire with Israel in Lebanon. And here are the live pictures from South Beirut, where strikes have continued in the last hour. 555 people have been killed so far in Iran since hostilities began on Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. The UK is allowing the United States to use its military bases to strike missile sites within Iran. Greece is sending 2 fighter jets and a warship to Cyprus after those drone strikes at the British RAF base Akrotiri. The families are being evacuated. Hello, welcome to the programme. Let me bring you the live pictures from South Beirut this hour, where Hezbollah targets are again being struck by the Israel Defense Forces. In the last hour, the IDF had warned residents in the area of the city to evacuate. And this is not the first strike in the last 24 hours. The IDF also warning residents in 50 villages in the south of the country, south of the Litani River, to evacuate as they continue to reopen operations against Hezbollah, with the Israeli Prime Minister threatening the new leader of Hezbollah. So going after the leadership of Hezbollah again. And that, of course, is a worrying picture after what was a rather tentative ceasefire that's been in place since last year. This is the strike coming in. And you'll see and hear the delayed sound of that strike. Huge black plume of smoke rising above the city. Hugely concerning, of course, to the Lebanese government, which are trying to put the country back on its feet economically. Well, while we've been watching that, we've also been hearing in the United States from the US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who's been briefing the media about combat operations against Iran. He said the United States is carrying out a devastating mission aimed at destroying its missiles, its navy and its capability to develop nuclear weapons. The Secretary said the war was not an effort to build democracy in the Islamic Republic, and he said the United States was hunting and killing those who threaten to kill Americans.
If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel.
Secretary set out the objectives for the United States. You might notice that he did make no mention in that statement of the proxies in the region. But as you can see in your picture, the Israelis very much focused on the proxies. Alongside him was the chair of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, who shared further details on the military action the United States has taken in Iran so far.
The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders, and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue.
Confirmation in that statement that it was a US strike first on the Ayatollah's compound on Saturday that executed Ayatollah Khamenei. Tomahawk missiles first into the compound, followed, he said, by an IDF strike acting on CIA intelligence that was shared with the Israelis. Let's bring in Bahman Kalbasi from BBC Persian, who was listening in New York to that statement from Pete Hegseth. I thought what stood out to me was that he kept talking about the regime in the past tense, and yet they're still in place.
It was quite shocking to hear that. I thought I misheard it a few times, but it went back, and it seems that he said the regime changed and the world is better off for it. So it's unclear what he means by that. The regime is very much in place, in fact, sending out text messages in mass today to citizens in Iran, threatening them from any protest, and said that we will be crushed if anybody does so, because it was seen as cooperation with the United States and Israel. Obviously, there are other comments by the Secretary that will be questioned, including the part where he said, we did not start this war, and we just are here to finish it. Clearly, by any definition, they did start this war. So we are in an interesting place where his comments might somewhat even contradict what President Trump said about the goals of this operation. We heard regime change was one of them. The president repeatedly encouraged Iranians to take to the streets. Initially, he said, don't do it while the bombs are falling. Stay home. But in the last 24 hours, in the other video, there seems to be entering a more vague space where saying just go and take over the government to the people of Iran. The secretary said we're not there to build democracy. It is not our goal. This is not a regime change war. So lots of perhaps contradicting statements.
Yes, in your picture there, President Pezeshkian, who is in charge of the Interim Leadership Council, which tells you that the regime is very much still in place. What we also heard from General Dan Kane is that the target set, Bahman, is increasing and expanding dramatically across the south of the country and to hundreds and hundreds of targets. The idea is to win the hearts and minds of the Iranian people who want rid of this regime, but the civilian death count is now at 555. Does that complicate the picture?
It sure does. And there was no questions asked, sadly, of the incident in southern Iran where at least many dozens of students in an all-girls school were killed in an operation that CENTCOM said we're looking into it. We don't know what the result of that looking into is so far, but one would expect that somebody would ask, why were you targeting a school? And more importantly, in Tehran, obviously a city of millions of people, as the longer this goes and the longer the life becomes difficult and civilian casualty mounts, the balance of wanting this regime gone to wanting to be alive and see it gone for millions of Iranians might shift. And therefore, it becomes even more complicated for the public who wants very much to see the end of this government to be able to act while they're under this severe bombardment. And most importantly, there seems to be, again, unclear what the end game is and how and when this operation wraps up for the Iranian people to be able to get their agency back and play a role.
Can we pick up on these pictures of this Iranian girls' school that has been hit in Minab? Reportedly 165 people were killed, another 96 injured, horrific on the ground there in Minab. What do we know about that strike, and has there been any response from the Iranian authorities?
I mean, what we know is that the space that is attacked is close to an IRGC base, but it's not on top of an IRGC base, and even if it were, there's no justification for attacking a school full of children. All the information we're getting is from the Iranian authorities. The numbers, how many of them were school children, the hour that was attacked. But so far, nothing beyond that statement from CENTCOM that we're looking into it. So there is a need to find out what happened, why was it targeted, and if it was a mistake and how it went down, that there will be an explanation from the American side. The Israelis seem to have come out and said, we had nothing to do with it, we weren't operating in the area. But the information we're getting is entirely from the government. Obviously, the pictures are heart-wrenching, and many school kids killed, including their backpacks seen in the images, body parts in body bags. It's very, very difficult to see.
Yeah, indeed. So, can we just quickly address the Gulf Arab states who've been very discreet about what is going on their US bases? Some of them were more categoric than that. They didn't want operations in Iran to be launched from their bases, but the position is changing quickly. And General Kane said in that briefing that they are now involved in offensive operations. If they came to be involved in strike operations, Bahman, Sunni countries attacking a Shiite country, What does that do across the region?
I mean, it seems like the Iranian regime decided to exact a price from the region very early on, and that seems to be a sign that they saw it as a war of survival, and the only way to stop it is to make sure that Arab countries in the Persian Gulf go and basically lobby the Trump administration to bring this to an end quickly so the cost doesn't spread around the region. But the consequence of that, obviously, is what we're seeing increasingly. Some of these countries who have actually quite a friendly relationship with Iran before this, some of them were mediators, are now saying we are going to respond and this will not be tolerated. But the reality is if there's a direct confrontation between those countries and Iran, obviously the price of this the cost of this war will increase for all sides, and it's unclear how everybody looking for an off-ramp will find one if it expands that way.
Bahman, for the moment, thank you very much for that. Just a couple of lines of news to bring you over the last few minutes. The US Embassy in Beirut is renewing calls for citizens to leave Lebanon. Of course, security being stepped up at all the US embassies in the region, including in Kuwait. The US Embassy in Beirut, of course, notable. Those of you who remember your history will think back to 1983 and the US Embassy bombing that killed 32 Lebanese people, 17 Americans. It really was one of the defining moments of the civil war in Lebanon. And it continues to this day, as you can see from that smoke in the city. Israel continuing to target southern Beirut and those Hezbollah installations. Line to bring you on the expats, the Westerners that are in the region. We've heard from the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, today that they're putting contingency plans to pull out the UK citizens that are in the region. Germany now saying that they will send planes to Saudi and Oman to evacuate tourists. So they're going to send planes to start doing that. Mikey Kay's still with me in the studio. I know you've been involved in those sort of contingency plans before to take people out. How do you imagine the UK government is going through that now that Germany have responded?
Yeah, I mean, these are called, in military parlance, they're called non-combatant evacuation operations, NEOs. And there are contingency plans. I used to work at the Joint Force headquarters and basically make sure that when an element of threat came up with a particular country, you'd take effectively the NEO file off the shelf and you'd make sure that everything was up to date. And
this would be the biggest evacuation we've ever mounted. 300,000 British nationals in those countries being targeted. 102,000 have now signed up, incidentally, to register their presence. So if you are listening to this in the region, you can get on the FCDO website and update them on where you are. And of course, the advice is to shelter in place. But that's an enormous number to get out.
Yeah, and what you've just said there is really important. Yes, there's 300,000. But the way this works is that the contingency plan will look at what's called RVs, rendezvous points, and emergency RVs. So for the original rendezvous point where people in a specific area are asked to go to for processing, if that is compromised in any way, there'll be an emergency rendezvous. And the reasons why people need to register is because when they arrive at the rendezvous point, they'll obviously be asked to provide identification and proof of them being what's called an entitled person, EPs they're called. So that's super important. Then you've got to look at where the extraction is. We saw the absolute catastrophe that was the non-combatant evacuation from Afghanistan. And the reason for that is because Bagram was closed, which is outside the city, and they decided to use Kabul, which is inside the city, which can be compromised from a force protection perspective. So again, all of these threat assessments need to go.
So if you're thinking of Al-Udeid then, you might have some concerns, given that it is a target. Would you then be thinking about getting people to Akrotiri, or what facilities would they use?
If you're talking about Al-Udeid, the analysis that will go on from the military planners for an evacuation operation is what is the most secure airbase to be able to get in a UK military jet such as a C-17 that can carry about 140 people. Where is secure that you can actually get that in so that aircraft isn't compromised, okay, isn't targeted by Iran, for example. So that's the first bit, is where's the correct airbase to go from? There are multiple choices inside Qatar. And then once you've done that, where are the RV points? And then people need to realise that if they're not registered, that's going to become a problem, and they're not going to be priority to get on the jet.
So get on the FCDO website if you're in the region, at least, so that the authorities know where you are and what your intentions are. Let's go to Washington, speak to Katrina Perry, who has been listening to what was a full-throated, unapologetic support for Donald Trump and the operation in Iran from the Secretary of War.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't have expected anything other than that, Christian, would we? And Pete Hegseth taking quite a confrontational tone at times, actually, with some of the questions that were asked by the reporters, particularly around this issue of the timeline. President Trump, in that initial video on the early hours of Saturday morning, saying that this would be a multi-day operation. He has since said in interviews with the New York Times and the Daily Mail that the time frame is about 4 weeks. And Pete Hegseth was asked that today, and he got quite kind of upset with the reporter asking the question, describing it as a gotcha question, this inquiry as to how long Americans can expect the US military to be engaged in Iran in this way. Was it 4 weeks? Was it going to be something more or less than that? And Pete Hegseth basically said it would be as long as the president wanted it to be. It could be 4 weeks, it could be 2 weeks, it could be 6 weeks. That's something that the lawmakers in this country, and indeed the American people and the members of the US military, will be paying very close attention to. The other thing we learned from that press conference, quite interestingly, was about the timeline of the decision-making for these strikes. We know from what the President has already said that the operation began at 1:15 in the morning, East Coast time, Saturday morning, 6:15 a.m. in the UK. But what we learned from Pete Hegseth and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, there, was that the call, the go on this operation was actually taken at 3:30 in the afternoon, East Coast time on Friday, 8:30 p.m. in the UK. So several hours before the operation began. And also, interestingly, that call was taken before President Trump landed in Texas for a big event that he held on Friday afternoon. So when he landed in Texas and he got off the plane, he'd already given the go order for those strikes in Iran. Of course, we had no way of knowing that at that time, and he was asked by reporters there, including our own colleague Bernd de Boezman, and the President said, I couldn't possibly tell you when I'm going to make the decision on those strikes, but we know now he already had.
Katrina, we're going to talk to you plenty more through the afternoon as you bring us reaction from Washington. For the moment, thank you for that. Let's bring in Ben Judah, former special advisor to David Lammy, who was Foreign Secretary during last summer's strikes on Iran. And you were in the room while all this was going on, Ben. You read a fascinating article for The Times this weekend, spelling out just the sort of drumbeat and the build-up to war. Was it apparent to you when you were in the room last year that regime change was the ultimate objective?
What was apparent to me was that we have an America problem. Our closest ally, around which we have built our whole security, has become profoundly erratic and turbulent. And this is what the government has been grappling with. We are not sure, it is not clear even now what the objective is of this war that has begun in the Middle East. Is it, as Trump was saying over the last 48 hours, a regime change operation for freedom? Or is it, as he was saying at another point over the last 48 hours, really he's trying to bomb the Iranian regime into submission and do a deal with somebody there, a bit like in Venezuela? Not clear.
You've got a very loyally response from the Prime Minister this weekend. He's fighting a rearguard action to uphold international law, if that even still exists anymore, and dealing with our closest ally, who, as you suggest, have become profoundly unpredictable. Do we even share the same values anymore?
We don't just have an America problem. What the Prime Minister is also grappling with is that we have a European problem. There isn't a clear European pole in the world right now on this conflict. There isn't a clear European view on the conflict right now. And you see different countries in Europe going in different directions. You see Spain going strongly into opposition. You see Germany drifting towards supporting it. This is a real problem. And that is where the Prime Minister has found a role to play, working with France and Germany. And he will be trying to increase that voice and that weight we have in international relations right now. I personally think we need to work much harder with that other special relationship we have with France and with Brussels to try and build up our independence in the world.
And you were in NATO meetings with Marco Rubio. You also sat in the White House. So you saw firsthand how they react to him, but also who was getting access to him, who he was listening to. What can you tell us about that?
I can tell you two things from experience. One was sitting in a set-piece NATO meeting with Marco Rubio, foreign ministers around the table, advisors, of course, like myself, well in the back. And I saw Marco Rubio literally run out of the room to take a call from Trump and run back in with a completely different policy. Even White House top aides don't know what's coming next. I was in the White House in the run-up to Trump's decision to attack the Fordo nuclear mountain. And I remember bumping into Steve Bannon, who'd just come out of a meeting with Trump. So Steve Bannon, obviously a former advisor of Trump, but really he's a major voice in nationalist media. And I discovered that Trump was making his decisions about whether or not to intervene based on meeting different figures in right-wing media. Bannon for lunch, but then also Mark Levine, a strong kind of supporter of war and a right-wing radio host.
Fascinating insight, Ben Schiller. Thank you very much indeed for that. On the right of your picture there, the smouldering building in the south of Beirut that has been hit by the Israeli forces in the last hour. People there in the city on edge right now. Evacuation orders being dropped by the IDF and also evacuation orders being sent to around 50 villages in the south of Beirut as the IDF continues to target Hezbollah and its leadership. 100,000 Israeli reservists have now been called up on notice for a continuing war against the Iranian proxies. Coming up, all the latest from the region, but first, some of the dramatic images of the continuing war in Iran and the Middle East.
On a third day of coordinated strikes by Israel and the US across Iran, the war has already pulled in several other countries across the region. At BBC Verify, we've been continuing to analyse and verify dozens of videos and pinpoint exactly which locations have been hit. US and Israeli strikes have hit targets across Iran. Iran's capital, Tehran, has come under intense fire, often in densely populated residential areas. We've also verified damage at 2 hospitals, where you can see the aftermath of strikes. Panic and fear resound outside Gandhi Hospital in northern Tehran as we can see babies and incubators being moved. Among the targets hit was a compound where Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was located. He was killed in the strike along with a number of other senior officials. Since Saturday, Iran has retaliated with widespread strikes, targeting countries across the region, all the way from Erbil in Iraq down to Doha and Qatar, where verified video shows an object falling to the ground, sending crowds scattering. Other videos show several residential areas across Gulf states being hit, like this high-rise building in Bahrain. And this is the view filmed from inside a flat. And a luxury hotel in Dubai, as well as an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. We've also verified a video of an American fighter jet in Kuwait falling from the sky. The US military have confirmed 3 fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. The Kuwaiti military said the crew is unharmed. Now, Lebanon has also been pulled into the war. Hezbollah, the Lebanese Shia militia group, which has been backed by Iran, targeted Israel late on Sunday night. Israel responded with a wide-ranging assault. This is verified footage of the aftermath of a strike in Dahia, a southern suburb of the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The Iranian Red Crescent has said hundreds of people have been killed in Iran following attacks by the US and Israel across more than 130 cities. But we've not been able to independently verify the death toll. International news organisations are often refused visas to Iran, which severely limits our ability to gather information there. There's still a near total internet blackout in Iran. And countries across the region who've suffered Iran's retaliatory strikes have also reported dozens of deaths, and both Israel and the US have reported fatalities. As tensions escalate further across the region and more countries get pulled into this war, this moment brings great danger and uncertainty, and at BBC Verify, we'll continue to analyse footage as we get it.
Let's bring in now Reid Brody, former international war crimes prosecutor, also a member of the International Commission of Jurists. Good to have you with us on BBC News.
Thank you.
I think all sides will claim that they're acting within international law. How do you cut through that, Mr. Brody, and assess what's actually happening here?
Sure. Well, whatever you think of the dictatorship in Iran, these strikes are a clear violation of the foundational principle of the post-war legal order, which is the non-use of force. In the wake of World War II, the United States in particular helped design and champion a global system that prohibits states from attacking other states, except in two very limited circumstances. And you mentioned one of them, self-defense in face of an actual or imminent armed attack, or Security Council authorization, which nobody sought. Now, there was no such imminent attack here. It's one thing to say that Iran has designs on destruction of Israel, but that has been for decades. There is nothing here that suggested that there was anything imminent. President Trump said last year when he destroyed that he had obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities. So without a genuinely imminent armed attack, there is no right to carry out these strikes. And what they have done is a preventive war, and a preventive war is illegal under international law, full stop.
2 days ago, under the direction and direct orders of President Donald J. Trump, the Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury.
Live from New York at the opening bell, this is Business Today. Markets open in the red as investors assess the economic impact of the war. The oil price spikes over fears of the impact of a prolonged conflict in the world's most important oil-producing region. And what's the economic impact? We'll explore the wider ramifications for the region and beyond. Welcome to Business Today, live from New York. I'm Samira Hussein. Now, U.S. stock indexes are dropping as the Middle East conflict escalates, with oil prices jumping and investors retreating from risk. Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ are all trading in the red as I'm looking right now, down more than 1%, in fact, reflecting concerns that the confrontation with Iran could disrupt global trade and fuel another inflation spike. And we are just hearing that Dubai airports are resuming limited flights Monday evening, local time. Now, I'm going to throw it back to London and my colleague Christian Fraser for some breaking news.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt your business news, but I just want to take you to Beit Shemesh, which is a place between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv that was hit yesterday by an Iranian ballistic missile. 9 Israelis killed there, including 3 teenagers. We're about to see live pictures of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting the scene. There were also other minor hits in other parts of the country yesterday, and along with one woman who died overnight between Saturday and Sunday, the number of Israelis killed by missile fire so far has risen to 10. So, Prime Minister meeting with emergency personnel who were on scene yesterday. Around 23 people injured, we were told, at the time, some of them taken to hospital by helicopters. Of course, it's been almost constant bombardment over the last 72 hours by the Iranian IRGC, and mostly the missiles have been targeted at Tel Aviv and also at Jerusalem. and in the large part have been relatively successful, the interceptors, in stopping those missiles and the drones coming in. But as the Defence Secretary said yesterday, the Defence Minister, that it's not hermetic. You can't stop all of them coming through. And as Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, was saying in Arlington just a short time ago, it will be the case that some of those missiles, some of those drones, particularly the low-flying, slower drones, which aren't just as easy to track, some of those will get through, and it is inevitable that we will get deaths and pictures like this around the region. We've seen it, of course, in the Arab Gulf states. We've seen it in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, but also there in Israel. The tolerance, of course, for this in Israel is that much higher, but it doesn't make it any easier for Israelis who have lived under this threat for many, many years. And in the last hour, in fact, you can see it on the right of your picture there, the Israelis again taking the fight to their nearest proxies, Hezbollah, across the border, across the northern border in Lebanon, striking again Hezbollah locations and targets in South Beirut. Not entirely sure what the Prime Minister is going to do while he's here, whether he's going to speak and who he might be meeting. It would stand to reason he'll be meeting people from the community and maybe some of the families of those who were sadly killed in this attack. But defiant tones coming from the Israeli Prime Minister in the last 3 days. And as far as he is concerned, an opportunity to take this threat off the table. We will continue, he said, until all our objectives have been met, and that includes the ballistic missile programme, which continues to pose such a threat. Let's just listen in for a second and see if he's going to make some comment while he's there. I'm not sure. Do we have any Hebrew translation on this? No, I'm being told we don't. So let's see if he speaks in English anyway.
דבר ראשון, אני מבקש ממך, אלוף פיקוד העורף, להסביר לציבור מה שהסברת לי עכשיו. חשוב שאנשים ישמעו את זה.
טוב, אנחנו נמצאים בזירת ההרס בבית שמש, וכפי שאנחנו מבינים כרגע, מרבית האנשים שהיו במרחב המוגן ניצלו. בתוך המרחב המוגן היו למעלה מ-20 איש.
As I suspected, they are, of course, going to speak first in Hebrew to the public that will be watching this. Just to remind you the extent of this strike, you can see the damage behind the Prime Minister. We're told that it destroyed a synagogue and a bomb shelter to which people had gone for protection. And as Anna has been telling us from her position, it's almost constant, the sound of the sirens, the warnings that people get on their phone. It is exhausting and disruptive to daily life to continue sleeping and moving to bomb shelters throughout the day. It obviously disrupts work life. Schools are closed. Life is put on hold in situations like this. But Israel, of course, well used to that. They've been through it before. One of the paramedics who was on the scene, I'm just reading some of the quotes from the immediate recovery operation yesterday. I felt the ground shake, he said, and unfortunately when you feel the ground shake, that's because something has hit the ground. It's just total catastrophe, disaster, and when we got here it was total mayhem. The deadliest attack in Israel so far, 9 people killed, over 20 people injured, which brings the death toll in Israel to 10. We'll continue to watch that because it doesn't appear as if he's going to speak in English, and maybe we'll turn some of that round for you shortly. But let's go back to Samira and get the rest of the business news in the meantime. Samira.
Well, a real visual there in terms of the impact of this war stemming from the U.S. and Israel attacks on Iran over the weekend. And of course, there is quite a lot of economic impact as a result of that. And I want to get more on that with Jim Warden. He's the Chief Investment Officer at the Wealth Consulting Group. Now, first of all, I want to ask how markets are reacting to the attacks on Iran and, of course, the destabilizing of the region.
Yes, good to be with you. As somewhat expected, we see some weakness in bond yields. Obviously, the equity markets are selling off as they did in Europe, and as they likely will do again in Asia. Gold is stronger, the dollar is stronger, and when you look at the price of oil, that has gone up. So, the markets really do not like uncertainty. So we don't know exactly how long this conflict will last, but this will have to be something that the markets just have to get over.
Right. And of course, the impact on oil, and we don't know how long this will last. We are hearing indications from the Americans that this could be a prolonged war effort. What can we expect in terms of oil?
Yeah, the price is likely going to stay volatile. We've seen oil move up into the kind of the low to mid 70s. It could move higher. I think a lot of this will come down to, can the ships get in and out of the Strait of Hormuz? And, what does that do to just global supply? It's a supply-demand imbalance to the degree that there's more demand than supply. Then yes, prices will stay higher.
And with so much instability, I'm wondering, where do investors go? What are some of those safe havens, as we call them?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, prior to this, this conflict, we did see more money going into sort of defensive names, consumer staples, healthcare, utilities. That was more due to the volatility that we have seen in technology stocks, particularly software. And so we're likely going to continue to see, money kind of flow into these more defensive, lower risk, lower beta names, some of the dividend payers. That's likely where we'll see it. Of course, energy companies will probably do well in this environment, as will defense companies.
Right. Jim Warden, this is certainly something we're going to be talking about for the next several days, if not weeks. Chief Investment Officer at Wealth Consulting, Jim Warden, thank you very much for your time. Now, IATA, the International Air Transport Association, is urging all sides in the Middle East conflict to avoid targeting civilian flights, warning that rising security risks are putting passengers and crews in danger. Now, I do want to go back to Israel. We are hearing from the Benjamin Netanyahu right now.
But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did. And if this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world. Thank you.
Each day said this war is expanding. How do you see it?
Well, now we just heard from Benjamin Netanyahu there speaking at the site of where there was an attack by Iran into Israel. And of course, now we want to turn to just how this is all going to impact the global economy. And we know that higher oil prices will lift global inflation and global growth may slow slightly, especially in energy importing countries. And markets will remain volatile in in the short term. But will this be seen as a brief inflation bump or a major global shock? Joe Mitchell is professor of economics at the University of the West of England. So first, how, or what rather, are the potential economic consequences here?
So everything really depends on how long this goes on and how much energy exports are restricted from the Gulf region. Restrictions of energy exports, oil and gas, lead to higher oil price. Currently, it's edging towards $80 a barrel. That kind of price, the global inflationary impact is pretty muted. And that's why markets, although there's some sell-off today, are reacting in a fairly calm way. But if this lasts a longer period, then oil could go towards $100 a barrel. At that point, you're thinking of half a percentage point or 1 percentage point on global inflation. And at that point, central banks have to act. So you get higher interest rates and therefore weaker demand, weaker growth, and so on. And then beyond that, oil prices up at about $120 a barrel. You're looking at a fairly severe inflationary shock. And at that point, things become very difficult for countries around the world, regardless of whether they're energy importers or not, because everybody feels the effects of higher policy interest rates. And we were seeing in government bond markets today, interest rates were ticking up.
I'm wondering which countries are actually the most vulnerable to these kinds of impacts.
Sadly, the truth is that the countries most vulnerable are the poorest countries, the countries that were hit most severely in the aftermath of the COVID reopening and the shocks from the Russian invasion of Ukraine were lower and middle income countries who already pay very large amounts of government revenues in interest payments because they have to pay higher rates on government debt. They have to have higher policy interest rates in order to protect their currencies, which are very vulnerable. So the countries that are most exposed here are countries in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa in particular, and Latin America, probably. But as I said, all countries are exposed here. In the richer countries, the United Kingdom, for example, I think is quite exposed because inflation has been relatively sticky there. It's not yet come back to target after the last inflationary shock. Interest rates are high. Cost of living is a real problem, for a political problem. And similar dynamics will be playing out in almost every country.
And finally, I want to ask is whether or not the global economy is strong enough to withstand the economic impacts of this war.
As it stands, we're a long way from anything like a global recession. We're looking at maybe 0.2, 0.3 percentage points off global growth forecasts for the next year. But that all depends on what happens next. And we're trying to forecast a fundamentally uncertain situation. We have no sense of even whether the US administration thinks this is going to be a short conflict or a longer drawn out conflict, whether we're going to have possibly a ground campaign, whether there's going to be long-term damage to oil production facilities in the Gulf. So really, we just don't know. If the situation spirals and we see oil prices in excess of $120 a barrel, worsening chaos across the region, then a much more negative outlook is possible. But markets are currently pricing in relatively limited disruption.
Joe Mitchell, we're certainly going to be talking about this for the next several days, if not weeks, with just so much global uncertainty. Thank you very much, Professor from the University of West of England. That is all that we have time for this episode of Business Today. Please do stay tuned with us for more news on the BBC.
Welcome back. You're watching News Now on BBC News. Let me show you a live picture from Beirut as we continue to keep an eye on developments in the region. More smoke coming from that area of South Beirut that was struck in the last hour by the Israeli Defense Forces. We've been hearing also from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, in Washington in the last hour, who's been spelling out some of the operations that have unfolded so far. Mikey Kay, our military strategist, host of the Security Brief, is with me in the studio. He was quite adamant in that press briefing that we heard in the last hour that this is not Iraq, that the two operations are vastly different. But in one sense, it is similar, because it seems to me from what Dan Kane, the chair of the Joint Chiefs, was spelling out, they're trying to establish a no-fly zone in the southern part of the country. Is that achievable?
Yeah, I mean, so the military parlance for that is air superiority, not to be mistaken for air supremacy, but air superiority. And it's effectively setting up combat air patrols. The Brits are involved in that with the Tornado F-3, regular deployments, and it's just sort of sanitizing and keeping that piece of airspace.
So it's the suppression of air defence, of any missile launches in that area. So does that mean that if you can sanitise that area, you can build out from there using the fuel tankers perhaps to the south of Iran?
I think the south of Iran is obviously the geographical space within Iran that has the lowest threat. When you come and you look at the type of threats that are in the north, on the west-hand side, you've got a significant amount of surface-to-air missile systems. You've obviously got a lot around Tehran. And then you've got sort of more factories and logistical facilities, such as, you know, the factories that turn the ammonium percolate into the solid fuel propellant for the ballistic missiles. So I think the majority of threat, the majority of potential targets that will be on the target list are all in the north. So that's going to be way harder to produce anything like that. I think in the south, dependent on the threat, dependent on the evolution of the targeting and the bomb damage assessments, it sounds like it might be a consideration.
OK, we've got 5 minutes. Let's rattle through some of the other things. First of all, the evacuation at Akrotiri. There's no counter-drone technology on the ground at Akrotiri. Why?
Well, British have a couple of capabilities. They've got a counter-UAS capability. It's called Rapid Sentry. That's operated by the RAF regiment. But they've also got what's called a lightweight multi-role missile. The Royal Artillery, the Army, UK Army, operate that. That's got a range of about 6 to 8 kilometres. And then outside of that, something called Sky Sabre, which is out to 25 kilometres. So they do have a tiered, layered defence system that is designed to take out, you know, drones, slow-moving targets, potentially cruise missiles. But at the moment, what we're not seeing is that capability deployed to where it's absolutely needed right now, which is RAF Akrotiri.
So how are they doing it instead?
Right, so they're taking a conventional aircraft. Let's just take a look at the Typhoon. I think we've got some video footage of the Typhoon here. So the Typhoon has been based out in RAF Akrotiri since 2014. It was designed to go there on what's called Operation Shader. That's an RAF Typhoon there, and you can see under the wings, the white missile just on the end of that wing that you can see is the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile. That's the weapon capability that is being used right now to target the drones. Now, there's a problem with that in that this is a conventional aircraft. That's a 300,000-pound missile, and it's going up against a 20,000-pound drone. So the cost-benefit ratio is not great. And then if you look at what's called the standard fit, which is missiles and what bombs could be put on there, this Typhoon will probably be flying, and I spoke to a source who's got a lot of knowledge of this, with 4 short-range missiles, which are the IR-guided ones, and 4 radar-guided missiles. The short-range missiles are the best in terms of probability of kill, so success hitting the drone. But it's about bringing back the speed when they pick it up on the radar and they target it with a targeting pod and they positively identify it. Then it's about the manoeuvring that they have to do to get into a position to shoot it down, and that's when potentially you have problems.
So they're slowing down, and to ground forces, it's much more difficult to differentiate between drones and aircraft. Multi-billion-dollar aircraft. And what we've seen in Kuwait today is what can happen. 3 US F-15s shot down by friendly fire. What has happened there?
So I'm just applying analysis on this, but I've spoken to fighter pilots that actually have a lot of knowledge about this and the tactics, training, and procedures that go into what's called drone caps, drone combat air patrols. And you're seeing footage now. This is stark. This is a modern fighter, an F-15E US-flown aircraft that is likely based out of RAF Lakenheath in the UK. And what these aircraft are having to do is, as we said, you know, there's going to be multiple aircraft up. They're going to be sanitizing the sky in front of them towards radar, towards Iran with their radar. They'll be using a pod to then track the drone to make sure it's positively identified. But then you've got to slow down behind it.
They would have had transponders on, even though they're slowing down behind the drone.
Yeah, and just for the viewers, a transponder is a digital box that's in the cockpit. It's got a four-digit number. They'll apply that number. They've got what's called Mode 5. That's the type of threat we can see on the screen. That's a Shahed 136. And those aircraft will be squawking on Mode 5, which will allow friendly-based radar operators to be able to see them on the radar. But the problem is, if you've got 3 F-15s and you've got maybe, you know, five Shaheds, as we've just seen on the screen, and they come into a close proximity of airspace, and then the jets are slowing down, won't be slowing down to exactly the speed of a drone, which is about 120 miles an hour, but they'll be coming down to about 200 miles an hour, then things start to get interesting in what's called battle space deconfliction. And if you've got radar-based operators on the ground, in this case it was Q8, if you've got radar operators on the ground that aren't familiar with those type of tactics, then that's where problems can arise.
OK, we've heard from the IAEA and from the Iranian ambassador to the IAEA today that they are targeting the nuclear facilities. Only on Reuters, only on one source at the moment, but there's been loud explosions heard in the central city of Isfahan. The Natanz nuclear facility is there. What about the UK bases that they're going to use for these long-range bombers, the strategic bombers that would target something like that?
Yeah, let's look at what the UK have said or have given permission to use. I think we've got a map, actually, of the reason. So UK bases, we've got RAF Fairford. If we can just come back to the UK for a bit. RAF Fairford, which is near Gloucestershire, and there we go. You've got RAF Lakenheath and RAF Mildenhall that are up in East Anglia. More broadly, you then have RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. You've got Al Udeid, where the Air Expeditionary Wing is based. And then all the way down to the south of the shot there, you can see Diego Garcia. Now, there's no UK-based aircraft there, but we know that B-2 stealth bombers, American B-2 stealth bombers that were involved in Operation Midnight Hammer, that have been also briefed on targeting already, they are known to sort of have a capability in that island.
Mikey Kay, thank you for your analysis this afternoon. That's it from me. Anita McVeigh will be here with Verified very shortly. And, of course, all our correspondents are across the region bringing you the latest news on the war with Iran. Stay with us. You're watching BBC News.
Well, let's reflect on the fact that this conflict is now spreading around the Middle East region. I'm joined by Hossam Zaki, who's Assistant Secretary General of the Arab League. Mr. Zaki, thank you for being with us here on BBC News. What is the message that you are giving to Iran at the moment?
Yes, well, it's a terrible judgment call by the Iranian authorities to attack Arab countries. I think it is completely unwarranted, and I think it has shown that the mood in Iran is not a sound mood of decision making. That is not sound in decision making. I think we all condemn this. Our member states have come out and said that this is unacceptable and that they all reserve the right to retaliate against these continuous acts of aggression. All those countries, I have to point out, have come out and said clearly in public statements that they are completely against the war, that they wanted to give peace a chance, that they want to push for a diplomatic, negotiated political solution. But then all this fell on deaf ears on the Iranian side, unfortunately, and this is a bad judgment call.
Well, let's reflect on the fact that this conflict is now spreading around the Middle East region. I'm joined by Hossam Zaki, who's Assistant Secretary General of the Arab League. Mr. Zaki, thank you for being with us here on BBC News.
A pretty fierce political argument raging here at Westminster about the UK's position on this. Of course, UK bases have not been used for the US-Israeli attacks on Iran. That permission was denied. But then there has been a shift over the last 24 hours, with the UK agreeing to an American request to use 2 British bases to launch attacks on Iranian missile depots and launchers. And the argument the government's making is that that is a necessary defensive step for the US to take that Britain should be supporting. I've just come out of a very long briefing for journalists here in Downing Street, and of course it was dominated by this question. And again, the Prime Minister's official spokesman said permission has been granted for these specific, limited and defensive purposes of targeting Iranian missiles. And of course, the reason things have changed is that we've seen the scale of Iranian retaliation across the Gulf, where there are around 300,000 British citizens, tourists holidaying there or transiting through, people living in cities and countries in the area, British servicemen. So for that reason, the government's argued that they had to make this change in position and agree to the American request. But they're very keen to stress that it is limited to that purpose.
Live from Washington, I'm Katrina Perry.
And I'm Anna Foster, live in Tel Aviv. This is BBC News.
The US Defense Secretary says the war against Iran is not an effort to build democracy in the Islamic Republic.
This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite.
Friendly fire. 3 US fighter jets are mistakenly shot down by Kuwait.
The conflict here in the Middle East widens. Iran's proxy Hezbollah exchanges fire with Israel in Lebanon. 555 people have been killed in Iran since the hostilities began on Saturday, according to the Red Crescent.
I'm Anita McVeigh in London. Also coming up, the UK allows the US to use its military bases to strike missile sites within Iran. Greece is sending 2 fighter jets and a warship to Cyprus after drone strikes at the British RAF base. Families are asked to evacuate.
Hello and welcome. The US Secretary of Defense says the growing conflict across the Middle East will not lead to an endless war, but he said the joint US-Israeli operation in Iran won't happen overnight. Speaking in the last couple of hours, Pete Hegseth said the US goal was to destroy Iran's missile capabilities, its navy and its nuclear ambitions. He also paid tribute to the 4 US troops who have so far been killed, and he warned that more casualties may be inevitable.
Meanwhile, here in Israel, the IDF says it's carried out more strikes on regime targets in Tehran, with reports of explosions in the Iranian capital. As the war entered its 3rd day, the conflict has widened. The Lebanese health ministry says Israeli attacks in Beirut and southern Lebanon have killed at least 31 people. Israel says it was responding to Hezbollah attacks.
Now, we will have more on all aspects of this story from our correspondents here in the US, in the UK and right across the Middle East. But let's start this hour with more on those comments from Pete Hegseth, who has been briefing reporters at the Pentagon, telling them that the US was hunting and killing those who threaten to kill Americans.
If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel.
Now, there is a lot of interest in what the Defence Secretary or War Secretary Pete Hegseth said earlier. And at that press conference, he was also joined by the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, who laid out a bit more on the timeline of the decision-making and the strikes that the US began in the early hours of Saturday morning. Crucially, they revealed in that press conference that President Trump gave the go order. He sanctioned these attacks on Friday afternoon, about 3:30 in the afternoon here on the East Coast in the US, 8:30 p.m. in the UK. Very interesting to note that, because after President Trump took that decision, he then went on a number of public engagements in Texas before flying back to Mar-a-Lago, spoke to reporters throughout, gave no indication that any decision had been taken in relation to those strikes in Iran. The other interesting point that Pete Hegseth made there was he used a sentence. He said, "This is not a so-called regime change war." There'll be a lot of fixation on him using the word war again, because it's very controversial here in the US what this administration has done without congressional approval, without an official declaration of war, and saying that it's not so-called regime change because there has been a lot of questioning again here in the US. President Trump committing the US military in such a way, potentially for weeks or possibly longer, without giving what many would see as an adequate explanation of the rationale behind that. Now, we may learn a little bit more later today, because President Trump is due to appear in public here at the White House in about an hour's time. He's going to give some medals of honor to some retired members of the military. That is open to the media, so we will hear from President Trump, and we will, of course, have that to you right here live on BBC News, and we'll have more on whatever other developments are here in the US and across the world for you. And on that note, let's go over now to Israel, to my colleague Anna Foster, who's in Tel Aviv.
Katrina, thank you. I think one thing that's causing real concern, not just in the US at the moment, but here in the Middle East as well, is that several countries in this region, unexpected countries perhaps, have now been dragged into the conflict after Israel and the US launched that intense bombing campaign against Iran on Saturday morning. Now, the Iranian Red Crescent Society has said that more than 550 people have now been killed in attacks across 131 Iranian cities, including at a compound in the capital city, Tehran, where Iran's supreme leader and several other senior defense officials were killed. Iran has since carried out strikes on several countries, with casualties reported here in Israel, but also in Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates as well. And this morning, Kuwait's Ministry of Defense reported that several US fighter planes had crashed near Kuwait City. Footage that's been verified by us here at the BBC shows the moment. You can see that one of the planes there fell from the sky and crashed down to the ground. Now, the crisis in the Middle East has widened, as we were saying, after what happened with those major strikes on Saturday. More countries being drawn into this. And BBC Verify's Merlin Thomas has been analysing some of the latest footage from across the region and in particular examining the impact on hospitals in Iran.
On a third day of coordinated strikes by Israel and the US across Iran, the war has already pulled in several other countries across the region. At BBC Verify, we've been continuing to analyse and verify dozens of videos and pinpoint exactly which locations have been hit. US and Israeli strikes have hit targets across Iran. Iran's capital, Tehran, has come under intense fire, often in densely populated residential areas. We've also verified damage at 2 hospitals, where you can see the aftermath of strikes. Panic and fear resound outside Gandhi Hospital in northern Tehran as we can see babies and incubators being moved. Among the targets hit was a compound where Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was located. He was killed in the strike along with a number of other senior officials. Since Saturday, Iran has retaliated with widespread strikes, targeting countries across the region, all the way from Erbil in Iraq down to Doha and Qatar, where verified video shows an object falling to the ground, sending crowds scattering. Other videos show several residential areas across Gulf states being hit, like this high-rise building in Bahrain. And this is the view filmed from inside a flat. And a luxury hotel in Dubai, as well as an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. We've also verified a video of an American fighter jet in Kuwait falling from the sky. The US military have confirmed 3 fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. The Kuwaiti military said the crew is unharmed. Now, Lebanon has also been pulled into the war. Hezbollah, the Lebanese Shia militia group, which has been backed by Iran, targeted Israel late on Sunday night. Israel responded with a wide-ranging assault. This is verified footage of the aftermath of a strike in Dahia, a southern suburb of the Lebanese capital Beirut. The Iranian Red Crescent has said hundreds of people have been killed in Iran following attacks by the US and Israel across more than 130 cities. But we've not been able to independently verify the death toll. International news organisations are often refused visas to Iran, which severely limits our ability to gather information there. There's still a near total internet blackout in Iran. And countries across the region who've suffered Iran's retaliatory strikes have also reported dozens of deaths, and both Israel and the US have reported fatalities. As tensions escalate further across the region and more countries get pulled into this war, this moment brings great danger and uncertainty, and at BBC Verify, we'll continue to analyse footage as we get it.
That's Merlin Thomas reporting there. Well, just in the last hour here in Israel, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been visiting the site of a fatal Iranian ballistic missile strike on Sunday. Now, this happened at Beit Shemesh between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. 9 Israelis were killed, including 3 teenagers. Let's take a listen to what Benjamin Netanyahu said.
This is the 3rd day of the Operation Roaring Lion, the operation the Israeli army and the state of Israel set out to, with our great friends, the United States of America and President Trump, to thwart existential threats to Israel and great threats to America and the entire world. When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did. And if this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world.
Well, I want to take you from here in Tel Aviv to Lebanon now. These are live pictures of the scene at the moment of Beirut, the Lebanese capital, as sunset approaches. As you can see, that's what's happening there right now. But just in the last hour, we've seen these pictures of smoke rising once again after multiple blasts in the city. The IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, has warned people in the south of Lebanon to evacuate at least 50 villages. Now, these strikes began overnight. This was when Hezbollah fired rockets and drones towards Israel. They put out a statement to say that they were doing that to avenge the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Well, let's talk to our correspondent, John Donison, now, who is on the Israel-Lebanon border. John, you're just on the Israeli side there. This is a border where people living both in Lebanon and in Israel are well used to conflict. What is happening there at the moment?
Well, this is the small town of Metula. As you say, it's about as close as to the Lebanese border as you can get. If you just look behind me, you can see the border wall there. And if you look beyond that, that ruined village behind it is actually a Lebanese village, and that was destroyed in the war between Israel and Hezbollah, 18 months ago. Now, for much of the last few years, these towns up in the north of Israel were evacuated since the war in Gaza started. People were sent away from their homes for well over a year. They've begun to return up here, and now they have the prospect of another conflict. Now, it's been relatively quiet here today. When we were driving up north, we did have to pull over at a bomb shelter because we had warnings of some rockets might be heading our way. And I was actually speaking to a reservist soldier there. Now, some 100,000 Israeli reservist soldiers have been called up for this conflict. I asked him, did he back Prime Minister Netanyahu in starting this war with Iran, which has now spread to just about every country in the region? And his reply, 100% yes.
John, thank you very much. John Donison there, our correspondent in Israel, as he was saying, they're right there on the border between Israel and Lebanon. I also want to take you to Iraqi Kurdistan now. Our senior international correspondent, Orla Guerin, is there. She is in Erbil at the moment. Orla, tell us about, well, the significance. We've been talking about how wide this conflict is becoming here in the Middle East. Tell us about the significance of where you are.
Well, I think what's very clear at this stage, Anna, is that the attack which was launched on Saturday by Israel and America has in effect lit a match in the world's most volatile region. And we're already seeing how this is spinning out to other countries, how it's taking in the Gulf, for example. It's very clear that the regime in Iran is determined to spread the pain. It is targeting America's Gulf allies to make sure that they come under pressure. It will be hoping that they will then in turn pressure President Trump. We've also seen attacks taking place here last night. Just a few hours before we arrived, there was a drone strike on Erbil International Airport, which is just a short distance behind me, and that's also an area that houses US military. We have no confirmed information about whether or not there were any casualties there. It's been quiet, Anna, in the last few hours, but this morning we had 2 rounds of drone strikes, attempts being made to target the US consulate. And I could hear one of those explosions very clearly. I think that was the interception of a Shahed drone. The government here in Iraq has declared 3 days of national mourning. It has referred to the killing of Iran's supreme leader as a blatant act of aggression. And it's very clearly worried about how what is being done by America and Israel and the retaliation that's coming from Iran could spread across the region and cause even greater instability. And I think the reality is it is simply unknowable. Nobody can be sure at this stage how events are going to play out in the coming days and weeks. And that certainly applies to President Donald Trump. His defense secretary is saying we didn't start this war, we're finishing a war, but there's simply no way of knowing how long all of this is going to go on and how much worse things may get.
Orla, tell us a little more, because this is a region where you have covered conflict for a very long time now. Tell us about that very delicate and difficult and often fractured patchwork of relationships here in the region, as you were saying, coming under increasing unpredictable strain now?
Well, particularly here in Iraq, this is a country where stability is fragile at the very best of times. And it was very striking when we arrived last night, Anna, after midnight, having driven in from the Turkish border because, of course, airspace remains closed. We came to a hotel where we've stayed many times before, and to hotel staff who we know and recognise. And it's not an exaggeration to say you could see the fear on their faces as we were arriving. And the first thing they did was advise us to stay in rooms on lower floors that would be at less risk of any potential drone strike. They took us to the basement. They wanted to see that that area where staff are normally working had been opened up to provide a space for guests if they wanted to take shelter. And I think it's very clear within the region that there is a huge amount of anxiety about where all of this could go. Let's not forget it's only last year that we had the 12-day war between Israel and Iran when America joined in. That was a relatively short, relatively contained conflict. Now we have something much wider, and something that, frankly, in my years of covering this region, we have never seen before. Fires literally in so many parts of the Middle East. In the Gulf states, we have a new front, if you like, being opened up again today, with Hezbollah firing at Israel. Hezbollah, the Lebanese Shia militia, Iranian-backed, Israel firing back. Those huge explosions in Beirut, a city we both know well, where people are only just trying to get back to a sense of normality after the last war with Israel. So I think something has been started, and the fear is that the escalation could be broad, it could be deep. We've had the NATO Secretary General saying on BBC News that Europe is behind what America and Israel are doing. But I think we really are in uncharted territory here. And it's very unclear if Donald Trump himself has an end game, and if, you know, what that end game may be. We've seen, for example, that the regime in Tehran has not fallen apart in 2 days with the killing of the supreme leader. And anybody who has watched the Islamic Republic for the last 50 years would know that that was never going to be the case. There are structures and systems and potential successors already in place. So if America and Israel really want to see regime change in Iran, they will have to continue this for a long time. How much are they going to bomb? What targets are they going to hit? How many civilian casualties are they going to cause? How many American fatalities in return are going to happen in the region? We know already that there are 4, but America is being prepared by Donald Trump for many more. So I think we're now at the beginning of something which we really can't assess how long it will go on, how bad it will get. We know already that there are grave implications, for example, on the economic front for the price of oil. If the Iranians were to close the Strait of Hormuz, that would have an immediate and dramatic impact on global oil and liquefied gas supplies all around the world. And then you have the many foreign nationals who are trapped in the Gulf. You have the many holidaymakers, Britons among them, many of them who have been cowering in their hotel rooms, waiting to see if airspace will be reopened and that they will have a chance to get home. And of course, you have Britain now deciding that it will allow its bases to be used for what it's calling defensive strikes. So all around, in every direction, what we see is escalation, greater risk and greater danger.
Orla Guerin, our senior international correspondent, thank you for your insight, as always. And I think that is a really key point, Anita, that Orla was making there. There is so much uncertainty surrounding this. There are so many different scenarios that might emerge, might unfold over the next few hours, next few days, next few months. And what happens here in the Middle East, of course, doesn't just affect this region. It reverberates around the world. And I think that is why there is so much concern in world capitals at the moment, so much concern among world leaders. And the impact will be felt very widely, but we don't know how big or small that impact might be.
Absolutely, Anna. Uncertainty breeds anxiety, and listening to Orla there, where she is in Erbil talking about the anxiety of the people she's been speaking to. So give us more of a sense of the mood of the people you've been talking to there in Tel Aviv, Anna.
What's really interesting, I think, Anita, is that in so many parts of the Middle East, people feel very separate from each other. They feel very isolated, even in countries like Israel and Lebanon that are next door to each other. But actually what unites those people, even though they might not always realise or appreciate that, is those very human emotions of anxiety and uncertainty. And I think that is what plays out the most strongly at the moment. If people know what could happen here, they know that their fates are in their hands of really quite a small number of decision-making people like the US President Donald Trump, a very long way away from here. The Iranian regime, for example, what they may decide to do next. And it's just that very human feeling, Anita, of wherever people are. Here in Israel, for example, there have been wave after wave of ballistic missiles sent from Iran to Israel. So people, they get tired, they're exhausted, they're hearing the sirens, they're heading to the shelters. Schools are closed. It's the Jewish festival of Purim, which people are struggling to celebrate in the next few hours. But also look at what's happening in Iran. People there have not got the internet at the moment. They know that there is this huge bombing campaign going on by the US and Israel, but they don't know a great deal about it. They are fearing for their lives, and that is the real concern at the moment. It is the feeling that you or I or anybody would have if they were anywhere in this region at the moment. The uncertainty, the anxiety, the real fear of what might happen next.
Yeah, and that uncertainty and anxiety, Anna, very much linked to what it's going to take to end this war and how long that might take.
Well, this is it, Anita, and it's a question without an answer at the moment, because whenever these key decision makers that I was talking about are asked what the end of the war might look like, you don't really get the clearest of answers. When you hear what President Trump says, it keeps shifting and changing. I interviewed this morning the Israeli President, Isaac Herzog, and really asked, what is the practical outcome that you are looking for? Is it just the end of Iran's nuclear program, for example? Is it about ballistic missiles? Is it about Iranian proxies who are scattered around this region in places like Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq? Is it about regime change in Iran? All of those things, they require different types of war. They require different durations. And at the moment, you have this situation where everybody wants to know what will end this war, but the answer is very different depending on who you ask.
OK, Anna, thank you very much for that. Anna Foster in Tel Aviv. Now, 2 drones heading towards a British base in Cyprus were intercepted earlier today after another drone hit it overnight on Sunday. The Cypriot president said the attack on RAF Akrotiri involved an Iranian drone. There were no casualties and minimal damage was reported. Meanwhile, the Cypriot government has expressed strong dissatisfaction with the UK for what it called the absence of a clear and timely assurance that British bases in Cyprus won't be used for anything other than humanitarian purposes as action against the Iranian leadership continues. Here, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has agreed for the United States to use 2 British military bases to carry out defensive strikes on missile sites in Iran. They'll use RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire and also Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands. But the Prime Minister has said the UK will not join offensive action. President Trump has criticised Keir Starmer for taking, quote, far too long to make that decision. Well, let's just take you to this live shot of the House of Commons in Westminster, because we are expecting to hear from Sir Keir Starmer there fairly soon, we think, and we'll bring you some of his comments live whenever he begins to speak. But right now, let's talk to the security brief's Mikey Kay, and we'll touch on that subject of Cyprus and all of this. But Mikey, I want to begin with a broader question, because everyone, as I was just discussing with Anna, is wondering how long all of this might take. We don't actually know firmly what the objectives in the US case are, do we? But part of that, or part of the answer to that question, is looking at the capabilities of the respective sides in all of this. What hardware, military hardware they have in stockpile, for example.
Yeah, and you can't have a military end state without having a political end state. And as you rightly say, there seems to be an absence of political end state at the moment. Interesting, Pete Hegseth's comments in terms of what the objectives were. They didn't mention the proxies, whereas before, last week, they were talking about targeting the proxies, the ballistic missiles, the enrichment of uranium, and then there was a lot of talk about regime change. The proxies thing seems to have disappeared, although we do know that the Israelis are now targeting Hezbollah, so it's clearly on the table. So yeah, no real military end state, so it's really hard to say, how close or not are they to achieving their objectives when we don't know what the objectives are.
Yeah, and President Trump has talked about, for example, hasn't he, something like a Venezuela situation where a member of the existing regime becomes the new leader. But then he said some of those people, some of those individuals they were looking at have been killed in the Israeli-US strikes. He's also talked about, continuing to work with the regime in some way, despite all of that, as well as calling on the people, the Iranian people, to take over and create something new. Talk to us a little bit more about the capabilities of Iran then, because obviously at the moment the US forces are focused on Iran. So is Israel, although it's also dealing with some of Iran's proxies in other parts of the region.
Yeah, I think the major concern for the US, and that's why it's been highlighted as one of the objectives that's remained consistent, is Iran's ability to produce ballistic missiles. It has the largest volume and the biggest diverse ballistic missile capability inside the Middle East. And it's not just about targeting the missiles, it's about targeting the logistical supply chain. So ammonium perchlorate, for example, we know that comes in from China on tankers into Iranian ports. That then goes up to a facility near Tehran, and that's used for the solid fuel propellant for these ballistic missiles. That's obviously a key component in degrading and destroying Iran's ballistic missiles. However, what the US have, what the region has, are counter-ballistic missile defenses such as Patriot and terminal high-altitude air defense. That's called THAAD. And they're pretty good at taking out ballistic missiles. The big worry for me as a planner would be, how do you defend against Iran's hypersonic missile capability? Hypersonic missile is a missile that goes beyond Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of sound. They have a Fata 1 capability, which goes hypersonic in the terminal phase, and they have a Fata 2, which is more capable. There is an idea that it would have what's called a hypersonic glide vehicle, which is basically the warhead in a hypersonic glide vehicle that when it separates from the booster, instead of following a parabolic trajectory, which makes it easier to target, it can steer itself. And I think I'm starting to see video footage, especially over Tel Aviv, that suggests that hypersonics are being brought into play. That's a worry because it's really hard to counter them. And then the second one is the Shaheds.
Yes, I was just about to ask you about that, because a lot of people are looking at Iran and asking how is it calibrating its response. Maybe they'll come on to those missiles you were just talking about. But right now, the concern around the Shaheds.
Yeah, so what we can see on screen here, Anita, is this is the Shahed 136. It's an Iranian blueprint. It's about 3.5 meters long, travels at 120 miles an hour, and contains a 20 to 60 kilogram warhead. That's important because you can change the weight of the warhead, and if you make it heavier, it reduces the range. If you make it lighter, it increases the range of the Shahed. But what's kind of concerning is that these Shaheds have been used on Ukraine for the last 4 years. There were 60,000 of these launched by Russia in 2025, and there's over 12,000 in 2026. Iran's capability to make these is significant, and I've seen video footage and image stills of them underground, which makes them harder to target. When you start putting these up in multiple numbers, then the ability for Persian countries and the US to be able to target multiple drones is seriously degraded, and we're seeing that. We're seeing drones come through. Now, this is really important because there is the civilian population in the Persian states. There's lots of tourism there. We're seeing these drones go into high-rise buildings, into resorts. They've done significant damage to the Fifth Fleet, the US Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. And what we're using at the moment is a conventional capability, such as a jet, with a conventional missile that's used for taking out other aircraft normally. We're now sort of seeing these being used, which is what's happening with the Typhoons in Akrotiri, from a conventional perspective to take out a drone. And we call it the cost-benefit ratio. The cost of one of those missiles is called an ASRAM, short-range air-to-air missile, is about £300,000. A drone's about 20,000, and a Typhoon can carry 4. So if you've got 10 drones, you can see there's a predicament.
Mikey, for the moment, thank you very much. I'm going to pause that conversation and go to our political correspondent, Harry Farley, in Westminster, because we think we're going to be hearing from the UK Prime Minister very shortly. And Harry, criticism coming from multiple fronts towards Sir Keir Starmer. So the task, I guess, when he faces the House of Commons, we think in the next few minutes, is to try to explain and defend the UK's position with regards to what's been happening in Cyprus, what communications the UK government has been having with Cyprus, also the use of those bases, both here in the UK and on the Chagos Islands. Diego Garcia.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Often at these big foreign policy moments, the House of Commons stands relatively united. Not always. That doesn't always happen. That didn't happen, for example, for David Cameron when he was asking the question about strikes in Libya. But there are often key moments like this where the House of Commons is fairly united. Think back to Tony Blair in 2003 when he asked for the House of Commons support to back the US in its invasion of Iraq. The Conservatives supported them. That is not the case for Sir Keir Starmer today. He faces criticism to his left from the Liberal Democrats and from the freshly invigorated Green Party in particular, criticising him for letting the US use those British bases, albeit belatedly, saying that the UK risks being dragged into a wider war in the region. And then criticism from the right in the Conservatives and Reform UK, saying he should have allowed the US strikes the initial strikes that took place over the weekend to take place from British bases such as Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands, as well as RAF Fairford in the UK. So criticism from both sides.
Harry, apologies, I'm going to interrupt you because Sir Keir Starmer is just beginning to speak.
On the situation in Iran and the wider region and our response. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom was not involved in the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel. That decision was deliberate. We believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon and ceases its destabilising activity across the region. That has been the long-standing position of successive British governments. President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests and our allies, and it cannot be ignored. Iran has lashed out across the region. They've launched hundreds of missiles and thousands of drones at countries which did not attack them, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq, Bahrain and Oman. And overnight, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, launched attacks on Israel, seeking to escalate the war. Mr. Speaker, there are an estimated 300,000 British citizens in the regions, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. Iran has hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying. It is deeply concerning for the whole House and the whole country. And, Mr. Speaker, our armed forces are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. On Saturday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain with missiles and drones. There were 300 British personnel on the base, some within a few hundred yards of the strike. Last night, a drone hit RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. There were no casualties in this strike. Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to say that our bases in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers. The security of our friends and partners in Cyprus is of critical importance. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. The strike on RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus was not in response to any decision that we have taken. In our assessment, the drone was launched prior to our announcement. Iran's aggression towards Britain and our interests is long-standing, and that's why we've always ensured that protections for British bases and personnel are at their highest level. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the death of the Supreme Leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. In fact, their approach is becoming even more reckless and more dangerous to civilians. They are working ruthlessly and deliberately through a plan to strike not only military targets, but also economic targets in the region, with no regard for civilian casualties. That is the situation we face today, and to which we must respond. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking to our Gulf partners over the weekend. They're outraged by Iran's acts, particularly as they played no part in any strikes, and they've asked us to do more to defend them. Moreover, it is my duty, the highest duty of my office, to protect British lives. That is why we put British jets in the air, Typhoons and F-35s, as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes, including, Mr. Speaker, taking out one drone that was heading towards a coalition base in Iraq, housing UK service personnel. I want to pay tribute to our brilliant servicemen and women, putting themselves in harm's way to keep others safe. And I know the whole House will join me in expressing our gratitude and our respect. But, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not possible to shoot down every Iranian missile and every drone after they've been launched. The only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots or at the launchers. The US requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose, because they have the capabilities to do so. Yesterday evening, we took the decision to accept that new request in order to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved. To be clear, the use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes. The basis for our decision is the collective self-defence of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. It is in accordance with international law, and we've produced a summary of our legal advice which clearly sets this out. We will keep the decision under review. Mr. Speaker, we are not joining the strikes, but we will continue our defensive actions in the region. France and Germany are also prepared to enable US action to destroy Iran's capability to fire missiles and drones from source. I've been in close contact with President Macron and Chancellor Merz in recent days, as well as President Trump and leaders across the region to that end. Mr. Speaker, be in no doubt, the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. In January, they murdered thousands of their own people, the full horror of which is still hidden from the world. For decades, they have sought to destabilise the region and export terror around the world. Their proxies in Yemen have targeted British ships in the Red Sea. They facilitated Russia's attacks in Ukraine. The regime's tentacles have even reached these shores, posing a direct threat to Iranian dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, Iran has backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil, each of which, Mr. Speaker, we have foiled. So it's clear the Iranian regime must never be allowed to get their hands on nuclear weapons. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. And ultimately, this will have to be achieved at the negotiating table. Mr. Speaker, in this dangerous moment, our first thoughts are with our citizens in the region, friends, family members and constituents. I recognise the deep concern that the situation is causing for those involved and for communities across the country. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support, and to monitor the Home Office travel advice, which is being regularly updated. Across much of the region, airspace remains closed, and local authorities are advising individuals to shelter in place. The situation on the ground may remain challenging for some time, so we're sending rapid deployment teams to the region to support our British nationals on the ground. And we're in close contact with the travel industry and governments in the region, including with our friends in the UAE, given the concentration of British nationals in that country. And we're looking at all options to support our people. We want to ensure that they can return home as swiftly and safely as possible. The FCDO phone lines are open to provide consular support, and ministers are available to meet MPs to discuss any individual cases. Mr. Speaker, we're also reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, including Muslim and Jewish community organisations, and we're making sure that sites across the country, including places of worship, have appropriate protective security in place. Mr. Speaker, the situation in the region is developing rapidly, so we will continue to update the House in coming days. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken recently about the toll that global events are taking here at home. They come crashing into our lives with ever greater frequency, hitting our economy, driving up prices on the supermarket shelves or at the pump, dividing communities, bringing anxiety and fear. That's why how we operate on the world stage matters so much. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. Any UK actions must always have a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. I say again, we were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But in the face of Iran's barrage of missiles and drones, we will protect our people in the region and support the collective self-defence of our allies, because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat, to prevent the situation spiralling further, and support a return to diplomacy. It is the best way to protect British interests and British lives. That is what this government is doing, and I commend this statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Kevin Bednall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement and for the security briefing I received earlier. This is a defining moment for the people of Iran, the wider Middle East and the world order. I know that hundreds of thousands of British people still in the region, many sheltering from drone attacks, are fearful about making it home. I agree with the Prime Minister that everyone in the region should follow FCDO advice and register their presence with the British Embassy. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether he is making contingency plans for a potential evacuation of UK citizens and what stage the operational planning is at? Let me also, Mr. Speaker, pay tribute to our brave service personnel stationed in British bases in the region. I know that this will be an anxious time for them and their families. They all have our support. Mr. Speaker, we stand in solidarity with our allies, including Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who, along with others, have been on the receiving end of unprovoked aggression. On Saturday, our allies, the United States and Israel, took targeted action against the Iranian regime, a regime which for decades has been brutally repressing its own citizens, whose leader had the blood of hundreds of thousands of Iranians on his hands and of countless others around the world killed by Iranian proxies. This regime is the world's foremost sponsor of international terrorism. It seeks to annihilate the world's only Jewish state. It has said so repeatedly, and we should take despots at their word. It is a regime whose apparatchiks chant death to Britain. It has attacked British nationals and conducted multiple plots on British soil, as the head of MI5 has warned. It is manufacturing drones en masse for Russia, drones which are raining down on innocent Ukrainians. And it continues to try to develop nuclear weapons in flagrant violation of international agreement, nuclear weapons which, if obtained, would be an existential threat for this country. The outcome of Ayatollah Khamenei's death will, we hope, be a safer Middle East and a safer world, with the future of Iran back in the hands of the Iranian people. But that outcome is not yet guaranteed. On Saturday, our allies in Canada and Australia immediately backed the action taken by America against this despotic regime in Tehran. And I have made it very clear that the Conservative Party also stands behind America taking this necessary action against state-sponsored terror. But over the weekend, statements from the government and the Prime Minister provided no such clarity. It was only last night that the Prime Minister finally told us that the government would allow our allies the use of our own air bases, despite it being obvious that UK interests were under imminent threat. It took Iranian missiles hitting allies in the Gulf before he finally made a decision. And even after that, the Foreign Secretary said this morning that the government has put limits on the actions of our allies operating from our bases. Unbelievably, in his statement today, the Prime Minister still cannot say whether he backs the strikes or not. Today, the President of the United States has taken the extraordinary step of rebuking the Prime Minister publicly, saying he took far too long to grant access. We are told that this dither and delay is because of concerns over international law, but I am afraid that explanation simply does not hold. International law didn't prevent our allies from clearly and unequivocally stating whose side they were on. You don't need international law to say whose side you're on. It has not prevented British governments in the past from supporting strikes which we knew to be right. As the Shadow Attorney General has said, if the doctrines of international law are unable to restrain Iranian terrorism and mass murder, if they tie the hands of democracies while forcing us to stand and watch Iranian atrocities, international law will have failed. It will have become a fundamentally immoral system of law. Why is it that under this Prime Minister, international law always seems to be at odds with our national interest? Why is it that we are giving away? Why is it that we are giving away the Chagos Islands and paying £35 billion for the privilege, rather than standing up for our national interest and protecting the crucial military base, which even now our allies are using? We in this House are elected to stand up for Britain's national interest, and where the government is doing the right thing, we will always back them. So let me reiterate our offer that if the government brings forward legislation to fast-track banning the IRGC, we will support them. But let me ask the Prime Minister, what national interest was served by refusing to help our allies for so long, particularly when we so need American support to protect Ukraine's and Europe's security? Are we going to see new UK military capabilities deployed to protect our security partners, our bases, including in Cyprus, and British nationals in the region? And will the Prime Minister ensure the Chancellor uses the Spring Statement tomorrow to set Britain on a clear path to 3% of GDP on defence spending? There is no point wanting action to make the world a safer place, but being too scared to do anything except stand by and watch others. Mr. Speaker, our national interest and national security must be front and centre. The Conservative Party will always work with our allies to make the world a safer place.
Mr. Speaker, she asked about contingency plans for UK nationals, and I can assure her and the House we're working at speed with our partners in the region to take whatever measures we can to make sure that our people can return as safely and as swiftly as possible, and we'll continue to do so. And I'm happy to update her and the House as we roll out those plans. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. There were two distinct and separate decisions over the weekend. The first decision was whether or not the United Kingdom should join the US-Israel offensive against Iran. We took the decision that we should not. That we should not.
Absolutely right.
The second decision was a separate decision and actually a separate request from the US, which was whether we should permit the use of bases for the distinct, specific, defensive purpose of collective self-defence of our allies and to protect British lives, which were put at risk by the actions of Iran on Saturday and Sunday. We took the decision that we should do so. I am clear in my mind that any UK action must always have a lawful basis. It must also always have a viable and thought-through plan.
Yes.
And it must be in our national interests.
Yes.
The Leader of the Opposition, I think, is saying she would have joined the initial strikes whether they were lawful or not. I noticed she didn't say the Shadow Attorney General said they would have been lawful, just that the law should be changed.
Yes.
And I think she said they would have joined the initial strikes without regard to whether they had a plan. She was very critical of us not joining sooner. Therefore, it's impossible to have that position without arguing that we should and we could have joined. I fundamentally disagree. Mr. Speaker, I will tell the House why. Where our military personnel take action, putting their lives at risk, it is our duty, my duty, to ensure they have a lawful basis. Yeah. On Saturday, we deployed UK pilots into the sky in the region, and they've been working there ever since. They deserve to know that their actions are lawful and there is a viable, thought-through plan. And I will not countenance committing our military personnel to action which doesn't have a lawful basis. That is not a fair thing to do to our serving personnel. And no UK Prime Minister has ever committed our personnel to action unless it's got a proper lawful basis.
In this Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Although the attack on Iran by the US and Israel was ill-advised, ill-judged and illegal, it is absolutely no excuse for the Iranians to recklessly bombard its Gulf neighbours. Yeah. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, is he in a position to give us more details on what we're doing with our Ukrainian friends to support the collective self-defence of Arab nations against the Iranian Shahid drones that are causing so much damage in Ukraine and now in the Gulf?
Yeah. Can I thank her for that question, because it is an important question. Ukraine, sadly, has more expertise than anyone in dealing with drones, and that's why we're putting their expertise and our expertise together and using it to help our allies in the region as they struggle with drones as we speak.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement for my security briefing. Once again, President Trump has launched a unilateral and unlawful act. Ayatollah Khamenei was a brutal dictator and a monstrous war criminal. He supported Hamas and their October the 7th atrocities, and he massacred thousands of his own people for daring to protest against decades of repression. I shed no tears for him. But instead I think of all the innocent Iranian civilians who have lost their lives. I think of the US service personnel killed in action our allies and partners in the region who are being outrageously targeted by Iran, and our British bases which have already faced attack. They did not choose this war. Donald Trump did, and he will bear responsibility for it. We have seen before what happens when an American president launches an illegal war with no idea how or when it is going to end, and we fear for what comes next. So in discussions with the White House, has the Prime Minister demanded to find out what Trump's plan is for what comes next? Does the Prime Minister understand that when he fails to stand up to Trump, especially when he breaks international law, it makes our country less safe? And how will the Prime Minister be sure that defensive operations from UK bases will not become offensive? And in rightly protecting our allies in the region, can we be assured by the Prime Minister that he won't follow Trump's lead down a slippery slope into a protracted conflict? And finally, Mr. Speaker, we rightly expect our brave armed forces to protect British citizens around the world in crises like this. But that includes tax exiles like Isabel Oakeshott and washed-up old footballers who mock ordinary people who stay in the UK and pay our taxes here. So as we protect them, does the Prime Minister agree that it is only right for tax exiles to start paying taxes to fund our armed forces, just like the rest of us do?
Well, can I thank you for his question and agree that the response of Iran has been outrageous, particularly hitting countries which played no part in the strikes on them. We have had extensive discussions with the United States at all levels, including the military-to-military level, continually over the course of the weekend. We deliberately took the decision not to join the offensive strikes that were carried out by the US and Israel. We did take the decision to take defensive action, firstly ourselves on Saturday with putting pilots in the sky, and secondly by allowing the bases to be used for purely defensive reasons. And we clearly set out the legal basis upon which we took the second of those decisions. And in relation to the limits, they are limited to defence, and that is the base upon which we've agreed the basing. In relation to his last point, I want to be clear that it is my duty, our duty, to protect all UK nationals in the region, and we will endeavour to do everything we can in order to do so.
Chair of the Defence Select Committee, Tamanji Singh Desai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Iranian regime, including its late leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, are of course no friends of our country, but I thank the Prime Minister for clarifying that the UK had no involvement in the Israeli and US strikes on Iran. And indeed, my heartfelt condolences to all those who have sadly lost loved ones in the region thus far. And I'm extremely concerned about the safety of the millions of people in the region, including the thousands of Brits who are living there and currently stranded there. So can the Prime Minister please confirm what steps are being taken to ensure their safety, especially from the one-way attack drones? What steps are being taken to help evacuate those Brits who are stranded and want to come back to the UK? And what steps are being taken with our allies to help de-escalate the situation?
In relation to the protection of our citizens, obviously we're still operating and we will continue operating defensively in the air in the region, taking out the missiles and the drones and the strikes, and we have permitted the US basing specifically for the purpose of taking out Iran's ability to launch the strikes in the first place, and the US has the capability to do that in particular. On the question of our citizens and their desire, understandably, to return home as swiftly and safely as possible, we're doing all that we can, working very closely with our partners in the region, and I would ask all those in the region to register their presence so we can give them the best advice as quickly as possible as to how we can keep them safe and bring them home as quickly as possible.
Father of the House, Edward Lee.
Whilst many of us believe that we should be guided by the law of national self-interest, not so-called international law, does the Prime Minister agree that we are right to be cautious in this matter, that the British public will warmly support him in defending British people and bases, but they're very sceptical about being dragged into the cesspit of Middle East politics. They remember Iraq, which some of us voted against. They remember all the arguments about weapons of mass destruction. What evidence, actually, is there that Iran was on the cusp of acquiring nuclear weapons? And since when has regime change from the skies ever changed the regime?
Let me thank him for his question. This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan with an objective that can be achieved or has a viable prospect of being achieved. That is the principles that I applied to the decisions that I made over the weekend. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel. They're also the principles I applied separately to the separate decision and a separate request from the US to be able to take defensive action in order to hit the launchers for the missiles that are currently going into allies, countries in the region, and currently threatening our citizens and our service personnel. And I stand by both of those decisions. I repeat, I am not prepared to commit our military service people to action unless I am sure that what they're doing is lawful and has a viable basis. We can discuss what the law is on another occasion, but the law is what it is, and they deserve to know that their Prime Minister cares and pays attention to whether what I'm asking them to do is lawful, and I will always do that.
Diane Abbott, Mother of the House.
The Prime Minister will be aware that very many of our constituents remember the Iraq War, and they will have noted the similarities between this war and the Iraq War, both in the Middle East and both illegal. Of course, this regime, the current regime in Iran, is a horrible regime, violent, murderous, and a threat to international order. But does he accept that our constituents are not prepared to see this country dragged into another war in the nature of the Iraq War?
Can I thank her and assure her that we do need and have learnt the lessons of Iraq, which is why I've been so clear there must be a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. In relation to our nationals, I think everybody and all of our constituents would expect our government to take action to protect British nationals. We have 300 British nationals in the region. They are at risk. We've already seen strikes on hotels and airport hotels where our British nationals have been staying. We've had strikes near military bases within hundreds of yards of our personnel. It's our duty to take the action that we can take and will take to protect them.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Prime Minister has outlined that the Iranians attacked a United Kingdom sovereign base at Akrotiri, why does that not form the basis for legal military action against the Iranians, not just hosting US forces on our bases, but taking direct action at source against the launch of such missiles, as we did in relation to the Iranian proxies, the Houthis, in previous conflicts that he supported? Moreover, given the Iranians' ability to exercise malign influence on the streets of this country, what reassurances can he give the House and the public at large about coordination across our intelligence and security capabilities to address this heightened threat on our streets?
In relation to the second point, can I tell them there is coordination going on for that very reason? As I set out in my statement, there have been 20 Iranian-backed plots to take action on our streets, all of which have been thwarted. And I pay my respect to our security and intelligence services in the work that they do. In relation to the point he makes, there were two separate decisions made over the weekend. We are in the sky taking action defensively on our allies. Among the reasons we agreed to the request from the US yesterday is because they have the capability to take the missile launchers out in Iran, and that is why we gave them the permission to use our bases in order to reduce the threat to our citizens.
OK, so the UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer saying he stands by his decision not to have the UK get involved in initial strikes on Iran, something President Trump has expressed his disagreement with. Sir Keir Starmer said it was in the UK's national interest to take that decision. We're going to explore that a lot more. And let's speak right now to Sir Richard Dalton, former UK ambassador to Iran. And Sir Richard, I'll get you just to reflect on that point I was making about Keir Starmer's comments in the House of Commons.
He's walking a fine line. Clearly, there's a strong domestic political interest in not sitting on your hands when British citizens in such large numbers are at risk. And Britain also wants to be seen as a reliable partner in arms sales and other economic dealings with partners in the Gulf. The risk is, of course, that the Iranians won't distinguish between attacks by Iran and Israel on its political, economic and military infrastructure against the very life of the Iranian government and attacks on its missile launchers. We are not complicit in the original decisions to go to war against Iran, but there's a risk that the Iranians will regard us as now complicit.
Is sitting on that fine line sustainable for the UK? Briefly, though, is there a strong possibility, in your view, that the UK will get drawn further into this conflict?
No. The Prime Minister's enunciation of the principles on which he would authorise military action by our forces could not have been clearer. They were admirably stated. They reflect the lessons of Iraq. And I personally would rule out him going back on those undertakings. We are not going to be drawn into another Iraq.
So, Richard, we're just seeing that Qatar has shot down 2 Su-24 aircraft coming from Iran. That's from the Qatari Defence Ministry, without providing any further details at the moment. What do you think the capabilities of Iran are at the moment?
I don't know. What is happening is that Iran is doing exactly what it said it would do if it were attacked, namely make it everyone's problem. They wish to inflict pain and disruption, and within their capabilities, that is what they are doing.
By making it everyone's problem, though, aren't they potentially hastening the end of the current leadership?
Possibly, yes, but they are already fighting for their lives against 2 nuclear-armed countries with overwhelming force available to them. Their strategy is to inflict such a degree of pain and disruption and extra cost in a short period of time that pressures will mount for a ceasefire. I mean, that is the point that's missing from the British government's position. They are not working with other countries to achieve an early ceasefire. And meanwhile, the costs in the world economy to the British consumer, amongst others, are mounting. We live in a totally interconnected world. The Americans may have brushed that aside in their decisions to go to war and inflict this war of choice on the rest of us. But as the days go by, it will be clearer that the need to preserve the rules of international order against aggression, against the unilateral decision of strong nations to use force against smaller nations, against using diplomacy deceptively while preparing an attack, is all the more important. It's not just to keep the peace, but it's to preserve the interconnectedness of the world on which everyone's prosperity depends. So again, we need stronger voices in the United Kingdom political system in favour of a ceasefire and of going back to what Mr. Khamenei said, although he hasn't followed up in practice, should be an alliance of the middle-ranking powers to try and re-establish the validity of the basic rules of international order.
Just finally, Sir Richard, if I may, and briefly, if you would, could you envisage a Venezuela-type scenario emerging from Iran, i.e. someone from within the current hierarchy emerging as a person who would work with the United States and others? Because Donald Trump has speculated about that, hasn't he? He's also talked about the people of Iran rising up and taking over the government in some way. So it's not exactly clear what his preferred solution is, or indeed whether the US's preferred solution matches up with what Israel wants.
Absolutely. It is possible to envisage takeover of the Islamic Republic either inside or outside its current institutions and constitution by political forces that want a more pragmatic relationship with world powers and with the neighbours, and to institute a period in which there is more peace and security. But it's also possible to envisage the fall of the Islamic Republic and its replacement with a period of chaos. The desired scenario of the fall of the Islamic Republic, together with a move to representative government and freedoms, you can't exclude that, but it's not looking the most likely outcome at the moment.
OK, Sir Richard Dalton, former UK ambassador to Iran. Thank you very much for your time. Very good to get your thoughts on this developing story today.
Thank you.
Well, that's the view from here in the UK. Let's cross live now to the White House. My colleague Katrina Perry is there. And Katrina, we are expecting, I understand, to hear from President Trump very soon.
We are indeed, Anita, and viewers will just see on the side of their screen there a live shot inside the East Room here at the White House. President Trump will be appearing there in public in front of TV cameras in a live scenario for the first time since he authorised those US strikes on Iran in the early hours of Saturday morning. We know now that he actually took the decision on Friday afternoon. The mission began several hours later in the early hours of Saturday morning. Since then, we've only heard from President Trump in two pre-recorded videos that he taped at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, where he was for the weekend, and then shared those on his Truth social media network. Most unusual for an American president to take their country into a war situation. And war is the word that President Trump himself has used to describe what's happening in Iran at the moment, even though he did not get a congressional declaration of war approval from the lawmakers on Capitol Hill to start a war in America's name, which again is something that's required under the Constitution. And there's been much political debate here in the US about that. Also, a lot of questions being asked about the legal underpinning for what the president is doing here. Many people feeling, lawmakers and members of the public, some of President Trump's most ardent supporters, in fact, saying that he hasn't laid out the case adequately enough for this mission in Iran. So we're expecting to hear the president address all of that when he appears before the cameras on that little picture that we're keeping an eye on there shortly. Now, in the East Room, the room where it is, the reporters and the journalists are quite a distance back from the president. So I'm not sure whether any of our colleagues inside there will be able to shout questions at the president to get answers to some of those issues that many people are seeking answers to. But nevertheless, we will hear from him, the White House telling us he will make some remarks about Iran there. What he's doing, it's a Medal of Honor ceremony for some veterans, so very much connected to that concept of what he has sent the US military to do today. And of course, we heard lots more about that mission from the US Secretary of Defense, or the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan K, campaign. They held a press conference this morning. Secretary Hegseth saying that the growing conflict across the Middle East would not lead to an endless war. Now, he did say that the joint US-Israeli operation in Iran wouldn't be finished overnight. It wouldn't happen overnight. Speaking at that press conference just a couple of hours ago, the Secretary said that the US goal at this point was to destroy Iran's missile capabilities, to destroy its navy, and to put an end to its nuclear ambitions. Now, he also paid tribute to the 4 US service members who have so far been killed in this operation. And he warned, as the president has himself, that more casualties may be inevitable. Meanwhile, in Israel, the IDF says it has carried out more strikes on regime targets in Tehran, with reports of explosions in the Iranian capital today. As this war enters its 3rd day, the conflict has also widened. The Lebanese Health Ministry says that Israeli attacks in Beirut and southern Lebanon killed at least 31 people. Israel says it was responding to Hezbollah attacks. And we can have a look now at some of the live pictures there coming to us from Lebanon, as we're also looking at that live scene of the White House, where, as I say, we do expect to hear from President Trump in the next few moments. As soon as he comes out onto the stage, we will go live to that and have that for you here. But first of all, let's just have a listen back now to some of those comments that Secretary Pete Hegseth made this morning when he was briefing reporters at the Pentagon, telling them that the US was hunting and now killing those who threaten to kill Americans.
If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel.
Now, as we've been reporting on, this conflict has widened throughout the region. We now see Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon exchanging fire. So let's talk a little bit more about Iran's proxies in the region. We can speak live to Bridget Toomey. She is a research analyst on Iranian proxies at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies. Bridget, thanks for joining us. We heard from senior administration officials over the weekend that one of the reasons why they launched these strikes on Iran was because they felt all of those talks about a deal last week, that Iran was just not prepared to deal with its proxies in the region. We see now this situation with Hezbollah saying it was striking Israel to avenge the death of the supreme leader. What do you see happening here? How far do you see that going?
Thank you for having me. The proxies are jumping in defense of their patron, and we're seeing attacks. We saw Hezbollah launch attacks on Israel. Iraqi militias are attacking the U.S. forces in the region, and they will likely continue to do so unless met with a force from the United States and from Israel. So far, the Houthis have been quiet, but they've retained capabilities to target the Red Sea shipping and Israel, and we'll likely see them either indicate that they're going to join, or they may be moving to make independent decisions and sit this round out.
Just on that point, do you think it is that they are acting on the orders of the Iranian regime, or they are making these decisions independent of any instruction from Iran?
That's an excellent question. There are, some rumors that the Islamic Republic has requested the support of the engagement of all of its proxies, particularly there are reports that they told the Houthis to strike in the Red Sea, but we haven't seen that happen yet. These Iraqi militias have been eager to get involved after they sat out the 12-day war. So some of this was likely independent decision-making, but some of it was certainly requests from Tehran.
And does what we're seeing in Lebanon and what you've described there as possibilities into the future really just suggest that the escalation factor here, things could get very serious very quickly, more serious than they already are?
Things could get more serious, particularly if the Houthis join the fighting and should Iraqi militias look to expand their attacks. But these are all adversaries that the United States and Israel have taken on before and would be capable of responding to.
What do you see the likelihood is here of an immediate diplomatic solution, as has been called for from many members of the international community at this point?
Well, from the indications of recent U.S. officials, it looks like they're continuing with the targeting plan, the strikes. So a diplomatic solution in the immediate future does not seem likely to me.
So when we hear the president talking about potential off-ramps here, what are the options there, given what you've just said? Well,
the president and Israel are likely to continue, their targeting of the Iranian regime and the elements of its repression apparatus.
Sorry, I think we seem to have dropped the line there, Bridget. But thank you very much. I think we got the gist of what you were saying there. Anyway, Bridget Toomey there from the Foundation of Defence of Democracies. Thank you for joining us here on BBC News. Now, we are keeping an eye just on that small little screen on the side there of the East Room inside the White House where I am, where President Trump is due to come out and award some medals of honour in a ceremony there with veterans and family members of deceased veterans of the US military. He is going to make some remarks about the operation in Iran, and we're watching keenly for that, because this is the first time that President Trump will be speaking in public in a live situation like this since he gave the order to the US military to join with Israel and launch those strikes on Iran. We know now, based on what we heard from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, this morning, and the Secretary of Defence or Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, that the president made that decision on Friday afternoon before he landed in Texas, where he had many public events and engaged with many members of the media and the public there. Didn't say that he'd made a decision on this, and it was several hours later, in the early hours of the morning, that those strikes began. Since then, we've only heard from the president in 2 pre-recorded videos that he taped in Mar-a-Lago in Florida, where he was for the weekend. So watching with the keen eye as to what the president will say here. We're looking inside the East Room there. You can see many members of the military. Where the reporters are is quite a distance from the president, so possibly unable to shout questions at him, but he is going to address that. We will have it for you live here on BBC News as soon as he comes in to the East Room. So do stay with us. I'm Katrina Perry. Thanks for watching. We'll be back in just a moment here on BBC News.
On a third day of coordinated strikes by Israel and the US across Iran, the war has already pulled in several other countries across the region. At BBC Verify, we've been continuing to analyse and verify dozens of videos and pinpoint exactly which locations have been hit. US and Israeli strikes have hit targets across Iran. Iran's capital, Tehran, has come under intense fire, often in densely populated residential areas. We've also verified damage at 2 hospitals, where you can see the aftermath of strikes. Panic and fear resound outside Gandhi Hospital in northern Tehran as we can see babies and incubators being moved. Among the targets hit was a compound where Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was located. He was killed in the strike along with a number of other senior officials. Since Saturday, Iran has retaliated with widespread strikes, targeting countries across the region, all the way from Erbil in Iraq down to Doha and Qatar, where verified video shows an object falling to the ground, sending crowds scattering. Other videos show several residential areas across Gulf states being hit, like this high-rise building in Bahrain. And this is the view filmed from inside a flat. And a luxury hotel in Dubai, as well as an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. We've also verified a video of an American fighter jet in Kuwait falling from the sky. The US military have confirmed 3 fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. The Kuwaiti military said the crew is unharmed. Now, Lebanon has also been pulled into the war. Hezbollah, the Lebanese Shia militia group, which has been backed by Iran, targeted Israel late on Sunday night. Israel responded with a wide-ranging assault. This is verified footage of the aftermath of a strike in Dahia, a southern suburb of the Lebanese capital Beirut. The Iranian Red Crescent has said hundreds of people have been killed in Iran following attacks by the US and Israel across more than 130 cities. But we've not been able to independently verify the death toll. International news organisations are often refused visas to Iran, which severely limits our ability to gather information there. There's still a near total internet blackout in Iran. And countries across the region who've suffered Iran's retaliatory strikes have also reported dozens of deaths, and both Israel and the US have reported fatalities. As tensions escalate further across the region and more countries get pulled into this war, this moment brings great danger and uncertainty, and at BBC Verify, we'll continue to analyse footage as we get it.
As conflict seizes the Middle East, stock markets have plunged and oil is up. There's also huge travel disruption across the region. We'll be hearing about the impact on major airports and airlines. And we'll be live in Dubai, the most popular destination for tourists and emigrants in the Middle East. How will its reputation be affected? Hello there, this is Business Today. I'm Tig Enright. Well, a sea of red has hit the global financial markets today as heightened tensions in the Middle East rattle investor confidence. The price of oil is rising and airline stocks are the biggest losers across the board. More than 50% of global flights heading to the Middle East have been cancelled, but we are now learning that Dubai Airport is resuming limited flight operations. Let's speak now to Samira Hussain, our North America business correspondent, who's watching the market's reaction from New York. Samira, what can you tell us about how investors are reacting?
Well, unsurprisingly, as soon as markets opened for trading just a few hours ago, we saw an immediate dive, all markets in the red as they really assess what has happened over the weekend and the United States and Israel's continued attacks into Iran and the repercussions of that. And as you rightly pointed out, we certainly saw the impact on oil. And we're also seeing a lot of these kinds of what we call safe haven assets that are starting to increase. So things like the price of gold has now gone up by 1%. Now, the question, of course, is how long will markets and investors be looking at this kind of uncertainty? And a lot of that, of course, depends on what we hear coming out of Washington.
Yeah, and when you look, though, as well at the rising price of oil, the potential for supply chains to be disrupted, given any disruption that there is to passage through the Strait of Hormuz, I wonder, is it too early to start thinking about whether this could start pushing inflation back upwards again, not so long after we put the last inflationary crisis behind us?
I think that is something that many people are looking at very, very closely, and what kind of an impact that's going to have on the global economy, which economies are going to be able to withstand any kind of increases to inflation. Those inflationary pressures, I think, are on the foremost for so many investors. I think when you look at the price of oil right now, it's at about $83 a barrel. Depending on how long this conflict continues, we could probably see it going up to $90 a barrel. And I had one investor telling me he would expect it to see $100 a barrel if you see this becoming a more protracted kind of war. But for the moment, I think investors are really just trying to digest what has happened over the weekend and what it's going to mean for the rest of the week and the next few weeks.
And, of course, it is notable that this war was launched after markets closed in the US at the beginning of the weekend. Donald Trump does listen to the markets. He does pay attention to what's happening there. Have you gotten any sense as to whether indeed market sentiment could sway his strategy in this war?
I think it's very early at the moment. I think, it's a Monday morning and investors are very much trying to assess what has happened over the weekend and what's may happen going forward. I think you're right to say that, look, the president does watch what happens on financial markets. And as we know, he pays very close attention to where interest rates are. And to bring up your earlier point about inflation, if we start seeing inflation starting to uptick, well, we're going to see central bankers around the world, including right here in the United States, that is probably going to have to take some action, a kind of action that is probably not exactly what Donald Trump would like to see.
OK, Samir Hussein in New York, thank you very much. We'll be talking more about the oil price in a few minutes' time. But let's firstly take you to Dubai, one of the Middle East's most important economic engines, acting as a regional hub for trade, finance, tourism and logistics. It hosts the UAE's largest population and generates nearly a quarter of the country's GDP, with its economy reaching 241 billion dirhams in the first half of 2025. And for the last 2 days, Dubai residents have been told to stay indoors as their city is hit by missiles and drones. Well, Ethna Trainer is a former journalist and an energy sector consultant living in Dubai, and she joins me now. Thanks for being with us, Ethna. Firstly, how have the last 72 hours been for you there?
Well, it's been rather loud outside and maybe quiet inside, Tig, if we want to look at it that way. I think it was a big shock and it was a big surprise to everybody in terms of the attacks on Saturday when they started here and really started without any warning. But very quickly, the Ministry of Information kicked into gear, really keeping everybody informed about what's going on. But I think what was more scary about it for everybody, I think, was the volume of the interception of the missiles, I think, which maybe was something, and of course it was something we were not used to. So what was happening probably 100 kilometers away in the sky was actually reverberating very locally, and people, I think, were seeing plumes of smoke. So it looked and sounded, yes, a lot dramatic. And it's not to underplay what's going on here. This is very, very serious. We have the US and Israel and Iran, not in a happy space by any means at all. And the reverberations around the region here, have been serious, and people are taking it very serious. I think one thing, though, the people who are living here have been very supportive. The government's been very informative about what's going on. There's a great sense of community everywhere we go. And I think, if anything, people are maybe getting a little worn out that the Western media is portraying us all as in total lockdown.
Well, yeah,
it's not. that bad.
On that point, Ethna, obviously there's a clear impact in the here and now. But what about the longer term? And Dubai has become quite the hotspot, not just for tourism, but for migration from the West. Could that be undermined, do you think, by this past few days?
Dubai has become a very attractive place for a lot of people to live. I've been here 20 years now, and I've seen a lot that has changed here. One thing I think we found, and you see it over the years, it's a very resilient place to be. It's Dubai, it's the region. We look at the growth that's happening here. I think you look at the trust that international investors have in this region here, and the government has done a lot to make sure that they're going to take care of that. As you say, nobody knows what's going to happen in this. It could be a long, protracted war. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen next week. We thought it was rather quiet today and tonight, and then later in the evening, there was another boom there. So people are being very cautious without a doubt. I think, yes, the international community will be looking on this region, but I do think in the long term, the growth prospects still remain in this region. The government will make sure that they will do everything to bring things back to normal. But for the time being, we all have to be probably a lot more cautious than we've ever been. But I think there is a tremendous faith with those of us who stay here. And I'm not, just sounding like maybe I've been in Dubai too long, but I do know it day in, day out. And again, I think it's a very resilient city, and the government will do everything it can within its power.
Ethna Trainer, we'll have to leave it there, but thank you very much for joining us. And that is your business today. Do stay with us here on BBC News.
OK, we are going to take you back to Washington and keep a very close eye. Let's show you the live shot coming from the White House, from the East Room of the White House, where we are expecting President Trump to appear shortly, although we did think he was due to talk perhaps as much as 3/4 of an hour ago. So still waiting. Now, this is an event originally intended to honour 3 US service members posthumously with the US Medal of Honor. But of course, this is all now taking place in the context of those US and Israeli combat operations against the Iranian leadership. So everyone gathered there, all of us watching, very, very interested to hear what remarks the president might make about events in Iran and, of course, Iran's retaliation as well, and the impact that is having in the wider Gulf region and indeed beyond. My colleague Katrina Perry is outside the White House waiting for this as well. And a lot of questions for President Trump, inevitably, if journalists indeed get to ask some questions. Katrina, we're just looking at shots of the Defence Secretary, the War Secretary, Pete Hegseth. As I hand to you, of course, we heard from him a little earlier today as well.
We did indeed, Anita. I can tell you I'm standing at one part of the White House just outside the Oval Office, and the US Marine who usually stands guard when the President is inside has left. So that would suggest that the President is making his way from the Oval Office across the other side of the White House to the East Room, which is where we're looking at now. Secretary Hegseth there, as you say, in the middle of the screen, and all of those dignitaries gathered there, as well as a lot of members of the US military, the various branches there. You can see them in their dress uniforms. So that would suggest that the President's arrival there is imminent. In terms of what we'll hear from President Trump in the next few moments, well, we are expecting him. We've been told that he is going to address the issue of those US strikes in Iran. We haven't heard from him in a live situation like this since he gave the authorization for those strikes on Friday. We did learn from Secretary Hegseth this morning in that press conference that he held with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. General Kane is the most senior military official in this country, in this administration. We heard from them that President Trump actually gave the go order. He authorized those strikes on Friday afternoon before he arrived in Texas, where he gave a speech and he had many events with members of the public. He spoke to reporters there on a number of occasions. Our colleague Bernd Boozman asked him, had he made a decision on striking Iran or an operation in Iran? The president said he wasn't going to comment on that. Made a joke to our colleague about it would be the scoop of the century, or words to that effect. But we know now the president had already made the decision at that point and had given the go-ahead order for this. It was several hours later, 1:15 in the morning, East Coast US time, 6:15 in the UK, when those strikes began. And since then, we've had 2 pre-recorded video messages from President Trump, which he recorded at his residence in Mar-a-Lago in Florida, where he's been for the weekend, talking about this operation and giving some rationale to the American public as to why he decided to go ahead with those strikes, particularly as there were talks underway just last week with his key lieutenants, essentially, with the special envoy Steve Witkoff and also his son-in-law Jared Kushner, who'd been in Geneva for those talks. There were supposed to be another round being held this week. But President Trump, we know now, felt that those talks were going nowhere. He said that Iran was stepping forward and stepping back. We heard from senior administration officials over the weekend as well that they weren't satisfied, that Iran only wanted to engage on the question of its nuclear capabilities, not to have any engagement at all on a deal relating to their ballistic missile capabilities or indeed to their proxies in the region. And of course, we're seeing one of those proxies now, Hezbollah in Lebanon, engaged in an exchange of fire with Israel there. So the American people and many of the lawmakers here, Republicans and Democrats, want to hear a rationale from President Trump as to why he has taken the US into this situation. The President and the Defense Secretary have used the word war repeatedly. War has a very specific legal meaning in the US here, and it's not something that a president can declare. It can only be declared by the Congress, members of Congress. That is set out in the Constitution. And we have not had that, and that is causing a lot of problems for members of both parties here and indeed some of President Trump's most ardent supporters within the MAGA movement, because let's not forget that this is a president who campaigned ahead of his re-election on no more forever wars, he said. He's going to keep America out of these wars. And here we have him launching into one. We're just seeing some of the invited guests there. We can see some young men coming in to take their seats there at this gathering inside the East Room at the White House. So we do expect the president to make some remarks on that. As to whether he'll answer those questions that many people are seeking the answers to, that's a grey area at this point. You can see somewhat from the setup in the East Room there. It's a very large room. Members of the media are kept quite a distance back, penned in up on a little rostrum with a very strictly guarded rope line that you're not allowed to cross. So you can try, and we always do, to shout questions at the president from that remove. As to whether he can A, hear you, or B, choose to answer them, well, that's up to him in any given moment. But it may be that we just hear those prepared remarks that the president wants to make himself. But either way, that will be something extra to what we've had so far, because, as I say, it's only those 2 taped messages, which is quite unusual in a scenario like this, that you wouldn't have a US president delivering a live address to the nation. Such a serious occasion, such a serious decision that he has taken, saying himself in both of those videos, and Secretary Hegseth said it as well this morning, that there will be American lives lost. President Trump said that's what happens in war, and we've already seen 4 members of the US military losing their lives in this conflict in Iran so far.
Yeah, and Katrina, as we continue to watch these pictures of the East Room and wait for President Trump's arrival there, it's been interesting to reflect on what we've heard from the Prime Minister here in the UK, standing by his decision not to get involved, for the UK not to get involved in initial strikes on Iran, despite President Trump's disagreement with that. And despite President Trump expressing his displeasure over the time it then took for the UK to decide that it would allow the US to use a base here in the UK, as well as in the Chagos Islands, Diego Garcia, to launch action, and people are standing up in the room. I was just going to say to you, Katrina, it's not clear what President Trump's end game here is in all of this as we see him arrive in the room.
Well, we're just hearing hail to the chief there, Anita. Yeah, there he is. That's why everyone's standing up. They started blasting the music here. We could even hear it outside as we can see the president coming up to the podium there in the East Room. He's there to award these medals of honour, but as we do expect, and as we've been discussing, we do expect him to address that decision to strike Iran. Let's have a listen in.
For nearly 250 years. From its birth in the wilderness to this very hour, we come to you now with grateful hearts. We assemble here today to honor men who, when the test came, were steadfast and unmovable. We thank you for the unyielding conviction of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds, who looked evil in the eyes and did not flinch. And we thank you for the battlefield grit of Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, courage that saved lives in Vietnam and courage that stands before us today. And Lord, we thank you for Staff Sergeant Michael Allis, who, in a final selfless act, made his own body a shield for a friend. Bless the family and friends of these great men of honor, O Lord, and forbid that we leave this place as mere admirers of their heroic deeds. Plant in our hearts a measure of their courage that we might prove worthy of the freedom for which they and generations before them defended. And Lord, now let the light of liberty continue to shine on our great nation. We pray in the strong name of the one who guides us. This we'll defend. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Green. Wonderful job. Appreciate it. And thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You've got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors, because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains, but and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it's because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, will the pile drivers ever stop? You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine? Here? You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of schedule. It'll be $400 million or less. Most people say $400 million or more. No, it'll be less. But when I hear that sound, that beautiful sound behind me, it means money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy. I said, don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now for the reason that we're gathered this morning to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So together, we recognize the exceptional valor of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds. And maybe I could ask your families to stand because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them. And please. So Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis and Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, as they receive our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. And we're pleased to be joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's busy. He's busy, very busy guy. In fact, I said, if you want, Pete, you can avoid it. General Raisin Kane also. And they said, we don't avoid this one. This is one you wouldn't avoid for anything, right? So we appreciate that you're here. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who's doing an incredible job, Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you. You stand up, Doug. You're doing such a good job. 92% approval rating. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, who's known as Raisin Kane. I liked him when I heard that name, Raisin Kane. I said, if it's true, you're my guy. And it's true. It's turned out it's very true. He's a great guy and a great general. Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, and Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. Thank you. Thank you both, Dan. As well as Senators Tom Cotton and Bill Hagerty. You guys were great on television this weekend. I'll tell you what, can't have a better representative than both of you. Thank you very much. And Representatives Tim Burchett, Jack Bergman, and Nicole Malliotakis. So we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because we have far more important people to honor today. Oh, we have Tom Homan. I got to at least mention Tom Homan. I would be a stand-up, Tom. What a job. Zero people coming in. We had millions and millions of people pouring into our country now. I'm not even sure I can believe this number is 0, but it is given out by Democrats. Democrats from the left, and they're rated for the last 9 months. We had 0 people come illegally through our border. Right, Tom? So I want to thank you very much. And I also want to salute 6 former Medal of Honor recipients: William Swenson, Jim McLuhan, Walter Marm, Thomas Paine, Sammy Davis. That's an interesting guy. Where is Sammy Davis? We have a big story here, Sammy. You've heard that all your life, I'll bet, huh? And Edward Byers. Stand up, please. You all look good. We all look good. We remember the ceremonies. All great. It's a great honor. There's no greater. I tried for myself. I've tried numerous times to get one by myself. I keep getting shut down. They say, you can't do it, sir. Bad protocol. Very bad. I would say the worst. But I'm only kidding. You don't have to say I'm only kidding. Otherwise, the press will come out with it, which they actually did once. Donald Trump wants a Congressional Medal of Honor, but he's been shut down. But now you are brave, amazing people. And I want to thank you all. In 1941, Roddy Edmonds of Knoxville, Tennessee, enlisted in the U.S. Army and soon rose to one of the youngest master sergeants in the military. In 1944, he sailed to Europe to fight in World War II, and he was so enthusiastic and young and full of vim and vigor. Roddy soon found himself on the front lines of the Battle of the Bulge. That was a big one, massively outnumbered by enemy forces. His 1,200 soldier unit fought valiantly until they were completely overrun. The force was massive on the other side, many times the number. After a 4-day death march, one that was covered very well by the history books, through bitter cold, they were put into a German POW camp. Roddy was the top-ranking infantryman in the camp. He was number one, meaning he was responsible for the lives of his fellow service members. On July 26, 1945, a Nazi SS officer issued an order over the camp loudspeaker, loud and strong. He said that only American Jews were to show up to roll call following this morning.
You're watching BBC News. We have been listening in live there to President Donald Trump appearing in public, speaking, making remarks for the first time since authorizing US strikes on Iran over the weekend. Just to recap a little bit for you of what he has said there, he said he wanted to give an update on Operation Epic Fury. He said it is ongoing, what he described as large-scale combat operations. He said that this would continue for some time. He said 4 to 5 weeks possibly. He said he had heard people criticising him that he would get bored before that, but he said he wouldn't get bored, that he had put the timeline originally on 4 weeks to kill the Iranian supreme leader, and he said that had happened ahead of schedule. We know that that happened indeed on the first day of those airstrikes, but he said nevertheless this attack could last 4 to 5 weeks. There have been many calls for President Trump to explain a little bit more about just why he decided to launch these strikes, and he did that in those remarks, saying he had clear objectives: to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities, to annihilate, he said, their navy, and he said that the US has already destroyed 10 Iranian naval vessels. He said another objective was to ensure that what he called the world's #1 sponsor of terror could never have a nuclear weapon. And he said it was also, this attack was about ensuring the Iranian regime could not continue to fund terrorist armies, as he described them, outside their borders, relating there to the Iranian proxies who are active in the region. He said there had been a deal, but Iran backed out of it, and agreed a deal and backed out. And he said he had come to the conclusion that he was never going to be able to reach a deal with Iran on its nuclear capabilities and on all of those other objectives that the US had. So he said that they were left with no choice but to strike Iran. So they were the comments he made at the start there. He's now moved to the main purpose of his appearance this morning, which is to award medals of honour to deceased US military veterans. So that's what he's doing there now. We'll keep an ear across that, and if he returns to the issue of Iran, or indeed if any of our journalistic colleagues in the room manage to shout a question to him, we will bring that to you. Now, we've also heard from the UK Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, today. He's been speaking in the House of Commons, and he told members of Parliament there that the UK would not be joining the US-Israel offensive strikes on Iran, saying that the use of British bases was limited to defensive purposes only. Meanwhile, the IDF says it has carried out more strikes on regime targets in Tehran, with reports of explosions in the Iranian capital. The war, of course, is entering its third day, but the conflict has also widened. We're hearing from the Lebanese Health Ministry, and it's saying that Israeli attacks in Beirut and in southern Lebanon have killed at least 31 people. Now, Israel says those attacks, well, it says it was responding to Hezbollah attacks. Let's get the latest on that situation. I'm joined now by some of our correspondents. We have Wira Davis in Beirut, Hugo Bachega in Tel Aviv and Harry Farley in Westminster. And let's go first to you, Hugo. What is the latest situation where you are?
Yeah, Katrina, so we had some air raid alerts here in Tel Aviv a couple of hours ago indicating again another wave of missiles fired by Iran. But the situation today across the country has been relatively quieter as Iran continues to respond to these large-scale attacks. Again, today, the Israeli military said more waves of airstrikes were carried out across the country, and apparently with very little resistance from the country's air defenses in Iran, which I think is an indication of the current situation of the military infrastructure in the country after these days of intense Israeli and American airstrikes. Now, we also heard from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who visited the town of Beit Shemesh, where yesterday a synagogue and a bomb shelter were destroyed when they were hit by an Iranian missile. 9 people were killed in the town, the deadliest attack so far in Israel in this conflict. And again, he talked about, what he sees as the justification for carrying out these military strikes, this campaign against Iran. He talked about the existential threat to the state of Israel posed by the Iranian government. So this is a conflict, this is a military campaign that enjoys some support here in Israel despite the disruption to normal life. There is a state of emergency in the country. Obviously, the country has been targeted by Iran in this retaliation, but we had a poll last week suggesting that around 60% of the population in Israel were in favor of some kind of military campaign against Iran because, many here agree with the Prime Minister when he says that the Iranian regime, as he puts it, poses an existential threat to the state of Israel.
OK, Hugo, well, let's go to Lebanon now and speak to Wira Davis. We're on those Israeli strikes extending now beyond Iran to Lebanon. What's the latest there?
Yeah, well, look, there's no doubt that even in the space of a couple of days, this war is expanding and it's, I think, in real danger of becoming a regional conflict, and with all the consequences of that. Throughout the day here in the Lebanese capital, there have been numerous Israeli airstrikes targeting mainly Hezbollah positions, but we understand that in the last hour, one of a few airstrikes we heard may have been targeted at a senior figure in the Islamic Jihad movement, a sister movement of the radical Hezbollah movement. And of course, the Israelis have now decided that in some ways, the gloves are off after Hezbollah decided to send a small barrage of rockets over to northern Israel. Israel has responded more than in kind. It has attacked Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. It has attacked Hezbollah targets here in the capital, particularly in the southern suburbs, which are still considered to be a Hezbollah stronghold. And according to the Lebanese health ministry, at least 31 people have been killed. Given what we've heard in the last couple of hours, that figure has almost certainly risen. But the Israelis clearly feel that having themselves, Hezbollah, fired those rockets, those missiles into northern Israel and expanded the conflict into there, then they have to take action, they would say. And we've heard several pronouncements, as we heard from Hugo, from the Israeli Defense Ministry, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, justifying their decisions here today, particularly in the Lebanese capital and in southern Lebanon.
OK, Wira, thanks for that. Well, speaking of tough political decisions, let's go to Westminster now to Harry Farley. And Harry, we heard from the Prime Minister earlier in the House of Commons describing those decisions that he'd had to take over the weekend. Firstly, not to join with US and Israel in these strikes, but now deciding to allow the use of some UK bases for defensive strikes only. Tell us about what we've heard.
Yeah, the Prime Minister over the weekend and this morning was criticised, I think, for fence-sitting, as you say. On the one hand, allowing the US to use British military bases, for example, in Diego Garcia on the Chagos Islands, to launch strikes on Iranian missile sites, on launch pads, for example, because they were deemed to be defensive. But they're not giving a view when it came to the initial US and Israeli action on Iran, not giving a view on those strikes that assassinated the Ayatollah over the weekend, for example. And so the government had been accused of fence-sitting. That is no longer the case because the Prime Minister in the last hour has been very clear and quite explicit in his direct criticism of Donald Trump and the US. He says that this government, talking about his UK government, this government does not believe in regime change from the skies, being quite clear in opposition, of course, to Donald Trump saying that one of the aims for the strikes, for the US-Israeli strikes, was regime change in Iran. He went on to suggest that he thought that the US-Israeli strikes were not lawful and that there was not a thought-through plan for peace afterwards. And so often, since Sir Keir Starmer became Prime Minister, his relationship with Donald Trump, his closeness, their personal friendship, seemed to be the pivot point, the linchpin of the British foreign policy, not just when it came to actions around the world, but also when it came to trade, when it came to the approach to tariffs and so on. This looks like a major moment in terms of a shift from that, in the Prime Minister, the British Prime Minister, being quite explicit in his difference, in his distance from the US position, and explicit in his criticism of those strikes. Although, as you say, the UK is allowing British bases to be used for defensive purposes.
OK, Harry Farley there in Westminster for us. Thank you for bringing us up to speed on all of the developments there. This is a very live and breaking situation, so we'll have more for you in just a moment from here at the White House, where it's just starting to snow, and indeed from our colleagues all around the region. So do stay with us. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
You're watching BBC News as we continue our coverage of the US-Israeli offensive on Iran. We've been hearing from our correspondents in various parts of the region and indeed right around the world, and taking a very close look at what politicians are saying about developments. We've been hearing in the last short while from President Trump as well. He was saying that the US is substantially ahead of its timeline for action in Iran. He said we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but can go longer. Whatever it takes, that's OK, said President Trump at a ceremony, a medal ceremony at the White House, which is continuing as I speak to you. And if he answers any questions from journalists, makes any more comments specifically about what's happening in Iran, we will, of course, return to the White House. But let's go to Israel now. My colleague Anna Foster is there. She joins us from Tel Aviv. Anna, just bring us up to date with the various military operations, because the Israeli military operating on a number of fronts against Iran directly, of course, but also its proxies. I'm just seeing that the Israeli military is saying alerts have been activated in various areas in the north after aircraft infiltration from Lebanon.
So these, Anita, as you say, just to give you an idea of what it is like here in Israel at the moment, where they have these warning systems which don't exist in Lebanon, it's worth saying. There are no sirens in Lebanon, there's no mobile phone warning system like you have in Israel. So it's two very different things, even though they're right next to each other. What we saw overnight was Hezbollah deciding to join this war. They said that they wanted to avenge the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in Iran, so they fired rockets and drones. They sent them across the border into the north of Israel. Remember that border, they're so used to conflict on that border, and that was why we saw the war there between Israel and Lebanon. A war which is supposed to be in a state of ceasefire at the moment, even though Israel does still regularly, particularly in the south of Lebanon, target some of Hezbollah's military apparatus, its weapons stores there. What I think was notable was the strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Again, this is a Hezbollah stronghold. It's where Israel killed the former leader of Hezbollah, the totemic figure Hassan Nasrallah, during the war. When they strike during a ceasefire at the Lebanese capital, that sends a very strong message. So you have that front that people are watching at the moment. You have, of course, the continuing US and Israeli strikes on Tehran. You have Iranian missile barrages, again, repeatedly coming across here to Israel. And then you have the Gulf countries finding themselves drawn into this as well, because Iran is also attacking sporadically those countries as well. So we just see, Anita, things growing all the time and spiralling and becoming really dangerously unpredictable.
And Anna, what does Israel want to see emerge from all of this? Because questions are being asked about whether there's any disparity between what Israel wants and what the US wants.
Well, they both talked about the Iranian nuclear program. And in fact, you heard President Trump talking about that once again. And I think for both the US and Israel, the complete destruction of that nuclear program is something that they both have as a stated aim. Now, what does that look like and can it be measured? That's very tricky. We're going to talk more about that in just a second. There are other elements which Israel is particularly interested in. One is Iran's store of ballistic missiles. Now, when the US and Iran started to have those talks, Israel really wanted the issue of ballistic missiles on the agenda, and Iran pushed back against that. They said, we'll talk about the nuclear program, but not much more. And also the issue of those proxy groups. We were just talking about Lebanon, about Hezbollah, armed and trained and financed by Iran, a lot weaker than they were before the war, but still a force, and a force that Israel wants to see removed entirely. Groups like Hamas, of course, groups like the Houthis in Yemen. Again, that is something that Iran is particularly keen on, that is on the US horizon, but that the conversation, the talks that are happening didn't really seem to be part of the agenda. So I think the answer to that, Anita, is that different people want different things. And again, that makes it very difficult to decide when and how this war is going to end if not everybody can quite agree on what that final picture should look like.
And in various parts of the region, Anna, various parts of the world, we're trying to assess, of course, what the public feel about all of this. We were speaking a little earlier, weren't we, about fears and anxieties. What have people there in Tel Aviv been saying to you?
Well, I think the feeling here is something that's mirrored really right across this region at the moment by people who live here, but also by people who are visiting here. It is a sense of fear. It is a sense of anxiety, which anybody would feel once a war starts, particularly a war where, as we were just saying, you don't quite know how long it will last or what it will look like. Certainly here in Tel Aviv at the moment, it's a big, bustling, busy city. But people are not out on the streets. It's the Jewish festival of Purim at the moment, where people would normally be out in fancy dress. They'd be celebrating that religious festival, but they're not. They're staying close to shelters instead. Bear in mind people in Iran, of course, who do not have a great deal of information about what's going on in the outside world now that the internet has been cut off. People in the Gulf countries as well who weren't expecting to be part of this. So the mood is one of real tension and anxiety. Let's look a little more at one of the key issues that we were talking about just there, and that is the Iranian nuclear program. We can speak to Rafael Grossi, who is Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Mr. Grossi, thank you for joining us here on BBC News.
My pleasure, yes.
Before we talk about the current situation with the Iranian nuclear program, I'm interested to know, when it was attacked in the 12-day war last year by the US, they talked about Iran's nuclear program being wiped out, obliterated. What was the status of the Iranian nuclear program after those attacks last year? What were you able to discern about what was left, if anything?
Well, what is clear is that the damage was consequential. There was a lot of damage, very severe, and in our estimation, quite important in the sense that most of the facilities that were targeted would be would have been rendered out of operation or in a very difficult state or status. We haven't been able to return. Our inspectors have not been able to return physically to those 3 sites, in particular Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow, but we have an important amount of information. So while, I mean, the choice of words, is a bit subjective, some, including President Trump, talk about obliteration, others destruction. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a very, very considerable degree of degradation and destruction of all those facilities. But not everything, of course. There were some buildings that were not affected, some yes. So it's a mixed picture, I would say.
And over the last almost a year or so, 9 months or so, have you been able to work out how much Iran has managed to rebuild? Because the US said that it was trying to get that program back again. As you said, your inspectors aren't in the country at the moment, so I know that you're having to use different methods to try and work that out. But do you believe that Iran had managed to regain some of that capacity?
Well, not in an important degree, I would say. Of course, we are monitoring these places, and we have been inspecting other places in Iran, not these 3 sites, but other places in Iran. And we are following, of course, what happens at these 3 sites. And we have not seen major movement that would indicate that there is an important effort of reconstruction. There might be something, there might be things done in other places, but nothing major.
So when we take the politics out of this and we look purely at the facts, and when the US and Israel say that Iran was imminently planning an attack on Israel and that it had the nuclear capability to do that, was that correct?
Well, I don't know as to that particular affirmation or quote who said that, but what I can tell you is that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. This is very clear. This is something that we have said. I have said in my reports. What happened in Iran was, if you want, an aggregate of concerning factors. For example, the accumulation of vast amounts, 440 kilograms of uranium enriched at 60%, which is very, very close to the military level. Lack of access to a number of places where we needed to be checking, findings that indicated traces of enriched uranium at places where none should have been. So it was, there were a number of indications that pointed to a concerning situation. But from that, you cannot jump to say that they have nuclear capabilities. If I understood you correctly, some can say that yes, they were in the path to acquiring that, and then the speed of that acquisition again is a matter of a subjective analysis, of course. So yes, there was a concern. There is a concern. It's a legitimate concern in the international community, at the agency that I lead as well. But I think, I mean, like you were rightly saying, let's look at the facts and set aside the politics.
From the evidence that you have gathered, do you and does the agency believe, as you said, that Iran does not have nuclear capabilities at the moment? It doesn't have nuclear weapons right now. Do you think that that's what they were working towards? Because Iran itself says no. The US and Israel say yes, and that was one of their justifications for launching this war. Do you believe that is the Iranian intention?
We cannot judge intentions. We must be factual. It is clear that, as I was saying, when you accumulate uranium at 60% and you do not have a clear reason to do that, obviously this raises huge questions. But one cannot jump from that to say, well, this was the objective. It might have been, we will never know. And the IAEA, we are not, I mean, you are an analyst. National governments, they set their national security interests and hypotheses, and they are absolutely right in making their own assertions. We, as IAEA, we have to look at the facts on the ground. Whether this was on that intention is a different matter altogether.
And what is your understanding of the current status of the Iranian nuclear program after almost 3 days of war? There was reports earlier of explosions heard in the area of Isfahan. Do you believe that there has been further damage to the nuclear facilities? Do you believe that they've been targeted? Again, I realise that you cannot have people on the ground at the moment, but you have different ways of measuring this.
Yes.
What is the current status?
You're absolutely right. There are ways to do that. There's a bit of a discussion at the moment. We haven't seen. One thing is very clear. There is a difference between the 12-day war and this one, in the sense that at that time there was a very clear, distinct targeting of 3 nuclear sites. This was very clear. The damage was huge, and that was the effort. Now, I think, even judging by the statements issued by Israel and the United States, there are other objectives for this operation. We are, of course, and according to my mandate, we are looking at the nuclear facilities. And so far, we haven't seen anything major. You are correct in mentioning that there have been some explosions heard near Isfahan, which is one of these sites. We have not seen damage at Isfahan. We have some images that show some limited damage at the Natanz site. But our overall assessment is that this does not seem to be the main goal of this campaign. But we are, of course, concerned about the whole situation.
It's something that you're continuing to monitor. Yeah. Rafael Grossi, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
And giving us that really important information. Thank you very much. Much more to come on this fast-moving story. So do stay with us here on BBC News.
Hello, I'm Anita McVeigh. You're watching BBC News, and we are following the rapidly developing news coming out of the Middle East with the US-Israeli war with Iran. As the conflict widens, people are turning to the internet to search for the answers to many, many questions, and we've been looking at today's trending questions on Iran. So joining me now in the studio to answer some of those questions is our security correspondent, Frank Gardner. We're also hoping to be joined very shortly by our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. Frank, lots of questions, as I was saying, to get through. So let's try and make a start with this broad one. Why did the US and Israel attack Iran? Lots of people will be aware that there was a talks process ongoing. So wondering why it's happened now.
Well, it's hugely controversial because the legality of this war that they have started is questionable. There wasn't congressional approval for it. I mean, President Trump did not go to Congress. This was something that Israel and the United States had cooked up already in advance in case talks didn't go the way they wanted. Now, the talks in Geneva were making progress on the nuclear file. Oman was mediating those talks. Dr. Badr al-Busaidi, who's the Omani foreign minister, said, look, we've got a breakthrough. We can solve this on the nuclear side. But there were two other issues which Israel was pressing the United States to press the Iranians for, and the Iranians refused to discuss them. That was curbing Iran's ballistic missile program, and we've seen from all these missiles that are flying around the Gulf at the moment, they've got a lot of these ballistic missiles. That was one, and the other was Iran's support for its proxy militias around the region. So Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza, and a number of militias in Iraq. Iran said, no, that's off the table. We're not going to discuss those. And that's why back on Thursday night, Donald Trump said, I'm not happy with the way these talks are going. And Marco Rubio said something similar.
Yeah, and it was interesting, just to interject there, Frank, when we heard from Pete Hegseth, the US Defence Secretary, War Secretary, earlier, he was saying that Iran wasn't negotiating, they were stalling, to quote that statement from him earlier.
Yeah, I mean, even on the nuclear file, I mean, the Iranians are famous for giving just enough to kind of let themselves off the hook, and then it stalls again. And the 2015, what's called the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the previous nuclear deal, was really hard fought by, there's European countries sitting down with the Iranians, and they eventually got a deal which would have curbed Iran's nuclear program, but didn't address those other two issues I mentioned, the missiles. And that's why Donald Trump pulled the US out of it, saying it's the worst deal in the world, and he pulled out of it.
One of the questions we have, Frank, here is, will Iran attack the UK? Now, we have seen Iran launch missiles, launch drones at a number of countries, haven't we? We have.
So Iran has attacked 4 countries in particular, 5 actually, Israel, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, which includes Abu Dhabi and Dubai, where a lot of tourists are currently stranded, nearly 100,000. Will it attack the UK? There has been a drone attack on the RAF base in Akrotiri in the sovereign base area of Cyprus. I've spoken to officials in Whitehall this morning to say, are you on a kind of heightened alert for any kind of acts of subversion or sabotage or anything like that by a kind of Iranian fifth column? Because, and they've said, yes, their exact words were, there is a heightened tempo of threat from Iranian regime supporters in this country. And the last public statement we had from the head of MI5 was October, so 4 or 5 months ago, in which he said that in the previous 12 months there had been 20 cases of attempted kidnap and murder by agents working on behalf of the Iranian regime in the UK to go after opposition activists. So people have got their eyes open. I think Jewish community is probably a potential target for them. That's what I'm being told, synagogues, etc. So there's usually a kind of lag, a tail, a delay between events happening overseas and them having a knock-on effect over here, but they are aware of it.
OK, another question coming in is, does Iran have an air force? Because obviously lots of people are interested to know what exactly Iran's capabilities are militarily, with President Trump just saying a few minutes ago in the White House, that the US is ahead of its timeline in this operation, but it could go on for as long as it takes.
Iran doesn't really have an air force to speak of. They've got some aging F-14 Tomcats from the 1980s. I mean, I'm old enough to remember going to watch Top Gun, the first one, when it came out in 1986. That's the vintage that they've got. They still had them left over from the time of the Shah, so they bought these things prior to 1979, so they're old, and it's hard for them to get the parts. So no, they haven't got an air force to speak of. What they have got is a domestic homegrown ballistic missile program and drones, a lot of drones. All those Shahed drones that have been slamming into buildings in Ukraine, fired by Russia, they were originally from Iran. Iran gave them to Russia. Iran then allowed the Russians to build a factory and build them under license. But these are powerful, explosive things that are slamming into buildings and commercial targets.
Now, a pair of questions. Why is Iran targeting the Gulf states, and how have Gulf states reacted to the first part of that, Frank?
So America's got military bases all up and down the Gulf. All 6 Gulf Arab states at some stage have hosted American bases, including Saudi Arabia and Oman, which have largely been spared this onslaught. Not completely, because Ras Tanura, for example, which is the export terminal for Saudi Arabia's oil, that's been hit by intercepted drone debris that's fallen and caused fires. Oman likewise has been hit down at Duqm, which is on the Arabian Sea. Why have they been targeted? It's essentially punishment for hosting US bases. Iran, ever since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, has said to the Gulf Arab states, which are much smaller and weaker in terms of size and population, look, don't kick out the 5th US Navy, 5th Fleet. You don't want them. We'll be the policemen of the Gulf. We can look after security here. And the Gulf states, Arab states, say, yeah, you know what, we're going to stick with the United States. So you've got the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Now, they could see this coming. They evacuated that base back on Monday, a week ago. So these missiles and drones that have been slamming into that base at Jafar in Bahrain, very close to where I used to live, there's nobody there. So no casualties. And the ships went out to sea to disperse, expecting something like this. But the Gulf states, make no mistake about this, Anita, they're really angry with Iran. They're saying, we didn't join in this Operation Epic Fury. We actually argued against it. And yet you're hitting our targets, our hotels. It's terrible for business for them. So they're very angry. And I think it's only a matter of time, I'm guessing, before they retaliate in some way, because they've taken a real beating. And they so far haven't done anything to retaliate against Iran.
Which is the answer to the second part of that pair of questions. How have they reacted? Thank you for that, Frank. A question here, what weapons does Iran have? Now, you touched on their missile program. What more can you tell us about the capabilities they have and stockpiles of, for example, drones or indeed missiles?
Well, Iran is a huge country with a big population, 93 million people. But above all, it's a mountainous country. Very easy to hide things in tunnels underground, which is part of the problem on the nuclear side, because it has had a suspect nuclear program. It doesn't have nuclear weapons. Let's be clear on that. When people talk about Iran's nuclear weapons, it doesn't have them. I interviewed Rafael Grossi, as you've just had that interview here. We're about to be joined by royalty, by the way. Here she is.
Lise, welcome. We'll come to you in a moment.
This is the news business.
Absolutely.
We're just talking about what weapons has Iran got.
Yes, well, you're the person to, yeah.
Well, I'm sort of almost fired my piece here. Iran is no match for the firepower of the United States or indeed for Israel. These are 21st century technologically advanced powers using AI and massive amounts of weaponry. You've got 2 huge, great big US carrier strike groups offshore, one in the Mediterranean, one in the Arabian Sea, 200 plus fighter aircraft. But what Iran has got a lot of are these drones and torpedo boats, suicide boats, kamikaze weaponry, which they have practiced, the Revolutionary Guards Corps have practiced intensely of how to try and overcome the defences of, say, a US warship using swarm tactics. And that's a worry for the Americans.
Frank, I'll let you have a little break with your answers for the moment. And Lise, bringing you in, thanks very much for joining us, Lise. A big question, how likely is regime change in Iran? It's a question we've touched on over the last few hours because we've heard various comments from President Trump about what might happen next, about whether he would be willing or not to work with someone from within the existing regime, the existing hierarchy.
Yes, we heard there was an expression used by Peter Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, or as he likes to be called, the Secretary of War, where he said, we're not into this regime change kind of war, but we have changed the regime, which is an interesting way of formulated. And through all of this, and including when there was this massive uprising, protests in Iran in January, people asked this question again, would this bring about regime change? The question always was, well, will there be change in the regime in response to these pressures, both internal and external, or will the regime change? It's still not certain whether regime change is among President Trump's objectives. He didn't mention it today when he spoke at this medal awarding ceremony. If we take what we have seen in the past few months, what happened in Venezuela, when there was American military action and they extracted the president. People say, will there be a Venezuela ceremony in Iran? President Trump described that as the perfect scenario last night to the New York Times. Iran is not Venezuela. It's possible that the new supreme leader will be more pragmatic, less hostile. It's possible they can find someone in the system. People mentioned Ali Larijani, who's the Secretary of the National Security Council. He possibly would be someone they could talk to. But an individual is sitting in a very complex, multi-layered security, ideological, political system that has been honed and hardened during the last 47 years of the Islamic Republic. And that individual, whoever that individual is, cannot take on the entire system. So that change in the regime is not a smooth or simple process.
And given the size of Iran and the complexities of Iran, it's difficult also to see how it can be a straightforward calculation for the Iranian people who are not for the regime to somehow rise up and take control of the country, which is another suggestion that President Trump has made.
Yes, in his first 8-minute video, he said, stay in your homes now. The bombs are dropping. It's too dangerous. But when our work is done, this will be your best chance in generations to seize control of your government. I heard a very interesting analysis by our colleague Jahar Good from BBC Persian today, and who has very good contacts in the Kurdish areas. And he was saying that the strategy there seems to be targeting police stations, bases of the IRGC, the very offices that were used to put down the protests in the Kurdish areas, where the opposition there is much more organized. They set up a council recently. And if you, in small areas, which are more ethnically homogenous, that perhaps you can stir something up. But I had a message from a friend in Tehran this morning. He said that he was stopped 3 times going home last evening because there were makeshift checkpoints by the IRGC. They've sent out a text message on mobile telephones telling people, don't go into the streets to protest. You'll be met by an iron fist. You'll be seen as a collaborator. The whole battle, and I'm sure Frank has said this, the whole battle for the Islamic Republic now is survival. And if there is one thing which unites people in the system, and the system, there are differences in the system, there's huge disagreements in the system, but they agree on one thing, which is the survival of the regime, of their control. And the IRGC dominates not just the security apparatuses, but also economically in every other.
Economy.
Yes,
Absolutely.
so in every which way. So and if there was a moment, we haven't yet seen, we didn't see in January or February, we haven't yet seen mass defections from the security forces. We haven't seen any cracks visible, and I think this would get out within the ruling establishment. So if it hasn't, there are those who hope there will be not just cracks but collapse, but we haven't seen that yet. But certainly it is facing its biggest ever challenge, internally and externally. And Iran has been changed forever, and so has the region.
Lise, another question is, will conflict spread beyond the Middle East?
Well, it's already spreading in a way.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's already spread.
I think that question might have been written
and we've talked a bit about the drone attack on the RAF base in Cyprus. And Frank has touched on this a little bit, but it would be great to get your thoughts on that question as well, because it has spread beyond the Middle East.
If the Strait of Hormuz is not formally closed, but to all intents and purposes, tankers, we talked about this before, that tankers may not want to take the risk. They may not be able to get the insurance to go through that strategic waterway. There are other routes, which Frank talked about the other day. If they choose other routes, we already have seen today the price of oil is going up. But
yeah, the Iranian news agencies, by the way, Lisa, you've probably seen this, saying via the IRGC that a fuel tanker is on fire in the Strait of Hormuz currently, having been struck by 2 drones, according to those state news agencies.
So if these pressures and threats in this strategic waterway continue, if this conflict, President Trump today spoke of 4 to 5 weeks, it could go on even longer, or it could be shorter, then you will see pressure on the markets. You will see the price of oil rise, and that will have an impact all the way to supermarket shelves, to the petrol pumps here in London. Then it will, you cannot say, it is a conflict that is geographically,
ripple effect will be felt.
It's geographically distant, but it will be, if it goes on, it will touch all of our lives.
Yes, Frank.
I think it's also important to remember China.
Yes.
Because China is a massive buyer of Iranian oil. And if they can't get their oil through the Strait of Hormuz, that is going to affect the Chinese economy, which is going to affect the global economy.
And so, President Xi is due to make a big statement this week, isn't he?
Well, he's been calling for a ceasefire. But the rather depressing thing in all of this is that, this will end with a ceasefire. It may be this week, it may be next month, it may be further down the line. But the problem is going to persist. This is going to go on and on and on happening periodically unless one of 2 things changes. Either the regime changes its behaviour or it collapses. And I don't see either happening, frankly.
President Xi due to make a statement about the Chinese economy later this week. And, of course, that would be definitely impacted if its supply of oil from Iran is impacted by all of this. What about Russia, Lise? Could Russia get involved? I've seen reports of phone calls between President Putin and a number of Gulf leaders today.
Well, I think we were talking before, Frank. Russia will be worried about the production of the Shahed drones. That, they produce some in Russia, but not on the scale of what Iran produces them. And, of course, Russia is preoccupied. Its resources are all directed to Ukraine, but it will also be impacted by...
I hate to say it, this is good for Russia because it drives up the oil price.
Yes, on that front, yes.
Russia depends on oil revenue in order to get its to supply to fund its war in Ukraine, and that's President Putin's overriding, predominant concern is winning the war in Ukraine. He's like a poker player. He's put all his chips in on winning that war. He needs the money, and he was running out of money a bit. Now, if oil stays high, and of course it's being heavily discounted in what he's selling to India and China and other countries, but nevertheless a high oil price works in Putin's favour.
Just put into context for us then, Frank, if Iran, which is a major supplier of drones to Russia, can't supply those drones, what impact that might have on Ukraine?
Not much, because they've got their own now. They produce their own...
not in the numbers that Iran produces them.
I think they've pretty much weaned themselves off. So what used to be called the Shahed drones, Iran still calls them that. It means martyr. It's not Shahed, it's Shahed. They're in Russia, they're called Garans, Garan 1 and Garan 2. And Russia is churning these out in factories not out of range of Ukraine's own drones, but far to the east of the battlefield.
Let's talk a little bit about the proxies, and this particular question is about Hezbollah in Lebanon, Frank and Lise. I'll get you both to talk to us about that. Lise, what role do you see them playing, the Houthis as well, potentially, in Yemen? Talk to us about that, Lise.
Hezbollah had said before this war that it would not get drawn in unless they targeted the supreme leader and unless it became existential. And so once the supreme leader was assassinated, there would have been pressure on Hezbollah to show the strength of its relationship with Iran. And it goes back all the way to the founding of Hezbollah. Hezbollah was founded, the Party of God was founded in the aftermath of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. It was founded among Shia scholars and Shia fighters. And it was, unlike Iran has close relations with many militias, but with Hezbollah, it is the most closely entangled with Hezbollah. That's why you see often Iranian officials going to Beirut. Their personal and political and ideological and religious ties are very deep and very long standing. So they have now been drawn in. I think they would have felt their honor would have been on the line, their commitment to this important relationship, but of course is very, very unpopular in Lebanon.
Yeah, and of course Hezbollah depleted quite a lot because of the war in Gaza as well.
Depleted, degraded, but not disappeared.
And Frank, your thoughts on that question of Hezbollah and other Iranian proxies?
Well, this is something that the Israelis have been tackling quite aggressively ever since the October the 7th, 2023 Hamas-led raid out of Gaza into Israel. They have gone on the front foot, determined to try and degrade all their enemies at the same time. So the Israelis have not only gone after Hamas in Gaza with an appalling death toll amongst the civilian population there, as well as depleting Hamas's capabilities. They've gone after the Houthis in Yemen, who've been firing ballistic missiles at Israel. They've waged war on Hezbollah in Lebanon. And if you remember, they did that the Mossad pulled off this extraordinary coup, I suppose, where they had sabotaged all these pages, which went off at the same time, taking out a lot of the middle ranks of Hezbollah and maiming them, essentially. You know, they sabotaged them with explosives, supplied them, and they went off in people's pockets and all their hands. And then, of course, Iran has lost its biggest Arab ally, the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. So Iran doesn't have the same strength regionally as it did have 2.5 years ago. It's a lot weaker. And yet, as Lee says, it's still there. The regime is resilient. It's only got to survive this conflict to proclaim victory. For Trump, I don't know how he's going to spin this one if the regime survives. It's going to be very hard to pretend that this was victorious. This is not about counting the number of targets you've hit. It's about whether or not you have taken away the threat to the region, including Israel, from the Islamic Republic.
And Lise, just a final question. We've got only about a minute left. You know, trying to understand where this goes if the US is considering as a possibility working from someone within the regime, how does that sit alongside what Israel wants to achieve?
Well, sometimes President Trump goes his own way, and sometimes he's very much aligned with Israel, with Prime Minister Netanyahu. The Iranians have denied President Trump's comment that they want to talk to him. For now, it's all about what they call self-defense. It's all about survival.
Frank?
I agree. I mean, it's all about eventually getting an off-ramp, you know. But right now, they are beating their chest, both sides, saying, we're only just getting started. We've got some big, nasty weapons, and you ain't seen nothing yet. That's what they're saying.
OK. Frank Gardner, our security correspondent, Lise Doucette, our chief international correspondent. Thank you very much for joining me, and thank you very much for answering that range of questions. So many of those questions coming in, trying to understand the situation in Iran. And do stay with us here on BBC News as we continue to report in detail with our correspondents around the world on this evolving story.
On a third day of coordinated strikes by Israel and the US across Iran, the war has already pulled in several other countries across the region. At BBC Verify, we've been continuing to analyse and verify dozens of videos and pinpoint exactly which locations have been hit. US and Israeli strikes have hit targets across Iran. Iran's capital, Tehran, has come under intense fire, often in densely populated residential areas. We've also verified damage at 2 hospitals, where you can see the aftermath of strikes. Panic and fear resound outside Gandhi Hospital in northern Tehran as we can see babies and incubators being moved. Among the targets hit was a compound where Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was located. He was killed in the strike along with a number of other senior officials. Since Saturday, Iran has retaliated with widespread strikes, targeting countries across the region, all the way from Erbil in Iraq down to Doha and Qatar, where verified video shows an object falling to the ground, sending crowds scattering. Other videos show several residential areas across Gulf states being hit, like this high-rise building in Bahrain. And this is the view filmed from inside a flat. And a luxury hotel in Dubai, as well as an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. We've also verified a video of an American fighter jet in Kuwait falling from the sky. The US military have confirmed 3 fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. The Kuwaiti military said the crew is unharmed. Now, Lebanon has also been pulled into the war. Hezbollah, the Lebanese Shia militia group, which has been backed by Iran, targeted Israel late on Sunday night. Israel responded with a wide-ranging assault. This is verified footage of the aftermath of a strike in Dahia, a southern suburb of the Lebanese capital Beirut. The Iranian Red Crescent has said hundreds of people have been killed in Iran following attacks by the US and Israel across more than 130 cities. But we've not been able to independently verify the death toll. International news organisations are often refused visas to Iran, which severely limits our ability to gather information there. There's still a near total internet blackout in Iran. And countries across the region who've suffered Iran's retaliatory strikes have also reported dozens of deaths, and both Israel and the US have reported fatalities. As tensions escalate further across the region and more countries get pulled into this war, this moment brings great danger and uncertainty, and at BBC Verify, we'll continue to analyse footage as we get it.
At 6, Iranian missiles hit Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and targets here in Israel as the war in the Middle East ramps up. Strikes close the world's biggest oil and gas facilities in some Gulf states, sending prices spiraling up. 3 U.S. fighter jets are shot down over Kuwait, apparently under friendly fire. Donald Trump gives his first live comments about the war.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime.
We hear from people inside Iran as the U.S. and Israeli strikes continue. In the Commons, Sir Keir Starmer tells MPs UK jets will be used in defensive operations and won't strike Iran.
This government does not believe in regime change from the skies.
The Prime Minister explicit there about his view, the government's view, and explicit too about his disagreement with President Trump.
And Brits remain stranded in some Gulf states. Now there are a limited number of flights out.
I have signed up to the alerts from the British Embassy, but as of yet haven't had any update. But yeah, feelings of shock and anxiety, I guess.
Coming up on The World Today, we'll have in-depth analysis from the BBC's global network of correspondents, bringing you a fresh take on the day's top stories. Stay with us on the BBC News Channel.
Hello to you. We're live in Tel Aviv as Donald Trump reiterates the war with Iran is designed to eliminate the threat from a terrorist regime. Earlier, the US Defense Secretary said the campaign will not be an endless war. It comes as the US and Israel continued military strikes for a third day, with the Iranian Red Crescent saying more than 550 people have been killed. Well, there's been a significant escalation of the conflict, with Iran staging retaliatory strikes right across the Middle East following the killing of its supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, while the US and Israel have continued their attacks on Iranian targets. Israel's military says it's been focusing on Tehran, with huge explosions reported there. And now Lebanon has been drawn into the conflict, with the health ministry there saying at least 31 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. Israel says it was responding to attacks by the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. And Iran has continued to hit back at states right across the Middle East, targeting energy sites, including this oil refinery in Saudi Arabia and a major gas plant in Qatar. Global oil and gas prices have now risen sharply. In Cyprus, 2 drones heading for RAF Akrotiri were intercepted following a drone attack last night. And in Kuwait, 3 US fighter jets crashed after being mistakenly shot down by friendly fire. All 6 crew ejected safely. Well, Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, reports now on day 3 of the war.
6 missiles struck Sanadaj in Iran's Kurdistan province. Official Iranian media said densely populated neighborhoods were hit. Overnight in Tehran, more civilian casualties, including children and other patients from a hospital badly damaged in a raid. This was the Gandhi hospital this morning. Israel's prime minister said today that they were targeting tyrants in Tehran to protect civilians. But war is never clean or simple. In Kuwait, 3 American F-15 warplanes were shot down, the Americans said mistakenly, by friendly fire from the Kuwaitis. The crews ejected. And in Washington, Donald Trump is back at the White House from Florida, and he believes the war is on track.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon.
An Iranian attack forced the Saudis to shut down Ras Tanura, their biggest oil refinery. Iran is targeting Arab oil states across the Gulf, trying to disrupt and outflank America's power, hoping the Saudis and others will put pressure on Trump to end the war. But making Gulf Arab states who did not want the war into targets, this was Dubai, is looking like a mistake for Iran, pushing them closer to the US and Israel. The war is spreading across the Middle East. This was Beirut, attacked by the Israelis after Iran's ally in Lebanon, Hezbollah, fired into Israel's north. Hezbollah used to be a major part of Iran's forward defense, but it was hit very hard by Israel during the Gaza war. Reducing its capacity to harm the Israelis also weakened Iran, and now the Israelis are taking full advantage. It's coming at a cost for the Israelis, with funerals of some of the residents of the town of Beit Shemesh who were killed by an Iranian missile. Israel's air defense system is strong but not infallible. It has a finite supply of interceptors. In Jerusalem, shoppers and market traders had to run for cover yet again. Iran is trying to calibrate attacks so Israel burns through its air defenses. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, went to see the damage in Beit Shemesh and to restate his war aims.
If this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity.
In Iran, the regime supporters have been on the streets. This was in the centre of Isfahan. The authorities have imposed an internet blackout, making it difficult to gauge the mood. These scenes show the regime has a strong core of support, but BBC Persian has also been in contact with its opponents.
Bakeries and petrol stations are busy. The streets are not busy. The main concern here is that the US might do a deal and the authorities begin oppressing people all over again. I think the Revolutionary Guard still has power on the ground, and this is what makes people afraid.
People feel anxious and elated all at once. With every explosion, some shout with joy from their windows.
There are many security stations around the city, stopping people that they deem suspicious. We are tired, very tired. The death of Khamenei is not enough. They all need to go.
It is only day 3 of the war. This has a long way to go. Probably weeks of airstrikes, and without a doubt, years of consequences. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
An overview of the conflict there from Jeremy. Our correspondents across the region have all the latest developments. Wira Davis is live in Beirut and Barbara Plett-Usher is in Doha. First to you, Wira, in the Lebanese capital, where there's been intense bombing by Israel and a new front opened up in this war.
Yeah, Clive, this is exactly, I think, what most people in Lebanon and certainly the Lebanese government did not want. The prospect of another costly and damaging war with Israel. But all day today, from the early hours of the morning, there have been Israeli airstrikes, not just here in southern Beirut, but also in the south of the country, both of them Hezbollah strongholds. The latest figures we've got tonight from the Lebanese Health Ministry is that at least 50 people have been killed. And, you know, we've had drones up in the air targeting, gathering evidence, gathering intelligence. And all of this, says Israel, because Hezbollah deliberately targeted with a small barrage of rockets northern Israel as part of its response to what the Americans and the Israelis had done in Iran. Now, the danger, of course, is that this could get out of hand. The Israelis don't trust the Lebanese to deal with Hezbollah properly. And Israel has basically today vowed that it will finish the job. It will target those named Hezbollah leaders, and it will go after Hezbollah's infrastructure as well. So the prospect, I think, of several days of increasing bombing and warfare here as this conflict does spread across the region. Clive.
Thanks, Wira. To you, Barbara, in Doha. Iran has struck Qatari and indeed Saudi Arabian energy sites. And in the last couple of hours, Qatar's Ministry of Defense says it shot down 2 fighter jets coming in from Iran.
Yes, remarkable developments here, Clive. The Defense Ministry saying that Qatar shot down these 2 fighter jets, gave no details, didn't say what happened to the pilots. But it's extraordinary for a Gulf state to shoot down a manned Iranian aircraft. The Qataris described it as a defensive action. And they took it shortly after they did something else quite significant. They shut down production of liquid natural gas because Iranian drones had targeted 2 of their main processing plants. Qatar is one of the world's largest producers of liquid natural gas, and the effect of that was immediate. The cost of European gas prices soared by more than 50%. Plus, you had that drone attack on the Saudi major oil refinery. So these are the first clear indications that the Iranians are willing to go after the Gulf's energy infrastructure.
Barbara Plett-Usher live in Doha and Wira Davis in Beirut. Many thanks to you both. Now, it's been announced that a 4th member of the US military has been killed in the conflict, but there are a few other details surrounding what happened. Meanwhile, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the Iran operation won't lead to endless war and that the aim is to destroy Tehran's missiles and other security infrastructure. Here's Tom Bateman.
After 48 hours commanding the assault on Iran from Palm Beach, Florida, President Trump was finally back at the White House. This first appearance in front of the media since the attack began, a Medal of Honor ceremony for America's wars past, while Mr. Trump made his case for its newest one.
The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development.
But that claim that Iranian missiles could soon reach US soil has not been supported by intelligence assessments. At the Pentagon, the Defense Secretary set out the military objectives, the emphasis now appearing much more limited than Mr. Trump's call on Saturday for Iranians to take over their government.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years.
President Trump always laid into his predecessors for foreign adventurism, epitomised in Iraq. But now key parts of his base are crying betrayal. Among the loudest of those voices, an ex-Trump loyalist, the former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She reposted the pictures of what Iran said was the strike that hit a school building. "I did not vote for this in elections or Congress. This is not what we thought MAGA was supposed to be. Shame," she wrote. Those voices will only grow louder with any more pictures of military setbacks like the downing of fighter jets, and especially with any more news of American war dead. Democrats are pushing for a vote in Congress, unlikely to succeed, to limit Mr. Trump's war powers.
Will the real reason for this operation please stand up? Because it is changing by the hour, right? It's regime change one moment. It's some undefined, imminent threat.
Donald Trump is vowing he won't get bored of his Iran offensive. He's spoken of potential off-ramps for the regime if it is ready to submit to his will. But it is pressures at home that might see this president looking for ways out too. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Washington.
Well, Sarah Smith is live at the White House for us. Sarah, he's only given pre-recorded statements so far on the war. You were in the room when he was speaking today. What did you make of what he had to say?
I think it's becoming clear that White House is not making an absolutely consistent case for why they started this war now or what they hope to achieve from it, because what I just heard Donald Trump saying in there was rather different from what he'd said in those pre-recorded statements that you mentioned. Today, he said that he listed the objectives like destroying Iran's conventional missiles and stopping it from ever developing a nuclear weapon. But he did not repeat the call for Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the government. He said nothing about changing the regime in Iran, which had been a focus over the weekend. And similarly, he didn't tell us why now. He didn't lay out what the imminent threat to America was that meant that he chose to take action now. He said this was the last best chance to stop Iran developing a nuclear weapon, but didn't say why. And then he told us that he expects this war will last for 4 to 5 weeks. It remains to be seen whether American public opinion will stick with that.
Sarah Smith, our North America editor, live at the White House. Thanks, Sarah. Well, Sir Keir Starmer has appeared to criticise the US and Israeli action against Iran, saying this government does not believe in regime change from the skies. He's been speaking to MPs in the Commons this afternoon about the war in Iran. Chris Mason is at Westminster for us now. Chris, over to you.
Yes, hello to you, Clive. The Prime Minister set out directly and explicitly this afternoon his view and the government's view after a couple of days in which ministers, frankly, were struggling to articulate cogently exactly what their position and case for their position was. The Prime Minister said that he didn't believe it was right or lawful to take out leaders of foreign countries from the sky, that was the reason why the UK neither endorsed nor offered practical support to America for its actions over the weekend. But he said it was also the reason, international law, why it was legitimate that the UK now was allowing America to use UK runways in a defensive position, taking out some of those Iranian missile sites. There was a debate lasting a couple of hours in the Commons this afternoon. I'm going to play you now back-to-back a range of the views that we heard. There was lots of references, you'll note, to the Iraq war.
This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel. They're also the principles I applied separately to the separate decision and a separate request from the US to be able to take defensive action.
On Saturday, our allies in Canada and Australia immediately backed the action taken by America against this despotic regime in Tehran. And I have made it very clear that the Conservative Party also stands behind America taking this necessary action against state-sponsored terror.
Does he not understand that after 10 years of negotiation that have failed, actually the West was left with no alternative? And does he understand also that actually, in refusing to support the US, he has humiliated us on the international stage?
We have seen before what happens when an American president launches an illegal war with no idea how or when it is going to end, and we fear for what comes next.
We also condemn the deeply irresponsible and illegal attack by the US and Israel on Iran, launched in the middle of nuclear negotiations.
The best tribute to the murderers in Tehran and the Iranian regime is the maintenance of an international rules-based system. And more than that, we owe it to the people across the region to learn from the instability that we had in the aftermath of Iraq.
The question for today that people want us to ask is, when will people be coming home, especially from Doha and Dubai?
The Prime Minister said there are around 300,000 Britons in the region and that the Foreign Office is working with allies to bring people home as quickly and safely as we can, he said. So there's the practicalities and there's the geopolitics. And Clive, strikingly, perhaps today, the Prime Minister's biggest public disagreement yet with President Trump.
All right, Chris, thank you for that. Chris Mason, our political editor in the central lobby there at Westminster. Now, British military bases could be used by the Americans for defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites. Meanwhile, RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus has been hit by an Iranian drone. There were no casualties and minimal damage. Our defence correspondent, Jonathan Beale, has that story.
The sirens have been sounding at RAF Akrotiri, warning of a potential attack. The British base in Cyprus has already been targeted by Iranian drones, one hitting the runway. Families on the base have been told to leave. Security's been beefed up with additional fighter jets. RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus is just one military base in Iran's sights. British forces in Bahrain have also had a close shave. Missiles and drones hitting a nearby US Navy headquarters. And coalition bases in Iraq have been targeted, where British troops are stationed. RAF Typhoons in Qatar, to boost the region's defences, have also shot down an Iranian drone. The government's now given the US permission to use British military bases for a specific mission, to destroy Iranian weapons. Today, as if on cue, US F-15 jets landed at RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk. Britain won't join the US strikes, but its assistance could raise the risks of Iranian retaliation in the Middle East.
They've got tens of thousands of different weapon systems, from drones to ballistic missiles to surface attack craft to mini-submarines. And if they come at you hard and fast, with enough in a short period of time, when we've wargamed this in the past, you find that some get through.
Most British military bases remain well out of range. Donald Trump has said the US might want to use Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean and RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. Both have hosted US heavy bombers in the past. They may be safe, but UK bases in the region are still vulnerable to attack. Jonathan Beale, BBC News.
That's it for now. I'll be back at 10 with all the latest developments. But now, it's back to you, Rita.
Clive, thank you very much.
Well, the conflict in the Middle East has caused prices for oil and gas to surge. Iran is targeting the energy infrastructure of neighbouring Gulf states, as you heard. And it's closed the narrow Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical supply route for tankers. Faisal Islam has been looking closely at how supplies are being affected by the hostilities and at the possible impact on the prices that we pay for our energy.
Oil tankers ablaze. The biggest oil facility in the world in Saudi Arabia targeted and closed, and so too the biggest gas export facility in neighbouring Qatar. The flow of energy firmly disrupted, and the possibility of what markets have called their worst nightmare. Here is what happened this morning. Oil prices jumped 10%. If sustained, that could feed through to a several pence bump in diesel and petrol pump prices later in the month. Gas prices here in Europe jumped by nearly 50% this morning after the news from Qatar, which, if sustained, could see a rise in domestic energy bills, though not until the summer. Some context is helpful, though. This bump, though material, is not the fourfold increase seen in 2022 when Russian supplies were cut off amid the Ukraine war.
If we continue to see things continue to escalate, $100 oil is certainly not off the cards. But I think the key unknowns of how long the disruption lasts and how extensively it broadens.
And this is why. Here you can see, even on Saturday, the flow of gas and oil tankers transporting a fifth of the world's oil through the narrow Straits of Hormuz start to slow as the US-Israeli attack on Iran begins. By yesterday, the red triangles indicating oil and gas tankers dry up, and now it's stopped entirely. And there are dozens of these essential energy transports at anchor, the red circles here, in the open Gulf, too scared to cross the 24-mile straits between Oman and Iran. All this comes at the very moment the economic weather in the UK had been starting to look a little brighter. In the Treasury, they're putting the final touches to the spring statement tomorrow, and that is principally a new set of official forecasts on jobs, inflation, and the economy in general. And if today's moves on gas and oil markets are sustained for weeks or months, then all of those figures are out of date even before the spring statement is published. But that is still an if. Energy supply to Europe is not disrupted so far, but the price we pay for our fuel and energy seems likely to rise. Faisal Islam, BBC News.
Well, although much of the airspace in the Gulf is closed, a limited number of flights have been announced out of Dubai and the UAE. This is the current picture of flights in the region and, as you can see, avoiding Iran and the area around it. The Prime Minister said the government was looking at all options to support Britons currently stuck in the Middle East. Luke Deal reports now from Dubai.
British nationals are among the hundreds of thousands of travellers stranded in the Gulf Arab states as major airports remained closed following retaliatory strikes from Iran. Many flights to and from countries in the Middle East are impacted as the conflict in the region continues. Dawn and her husband Nick contacted BBC Your Voice. They should have arrived back from the United Arab Emirates this afternoon after a week's holiday. They're booked onto a BA flight for Saturday. They hope it will take off.
Our plans might come to nothing. They probably will do.
There's an option, possibly, of driving to Muscat in Oman, which is about 5 to 6 hours away from here, and getting a flight home from there.
Isabel is stuck in transit in Abu Dhabi, stranded after her flight to Thailand was cancelled. She has accommodation, but she's very fearful and has had little help.
My family are incredibly worried. They're trying to contact the embassy and Etihad because we've had no communication from either. I have signed up to the alerts from the British embassy, but as of yet, haven't had any update.
The travel situation here in Dubai remains extremely fluid. However, within the last hour, Emirates, the main airline, have issued a statement saying that they're going to be operating a limited number of flights commencing tonight, the 2nd of March. We're accommodating customers with earlier bookings as a priority, they say. And for those who have been rebooked to travel on these limited flights, they will be contacted directly by the airline. Ian Scott was travelling back to Italy from Melbourne when his plane had to return to Doha on Saturday and has been stuck ever since. He doesn't know when he'll be able to return home to his wife.
is what made me contact the BBC, really, was this morning with Yvette Cooper, I think, saying, we are doing our best and looking after our citizens abroad, when the reality is actually we haven't heard anything at all. It'd be good if we understood a bit more that's going on, but also understand this is unprecedented. Nobody expected this, and it's difficult to understand.
Officials at the Foreign Office are understood to be working on plans for potential evacuation routes should the airspace here in the Gulf remain closed. Luke Deal, BBC News, Dubai.
Let's get a final word from our international editor, Jeremy Bowen. Jeremy, the US is saying this isn't an endless war, 4 to 5 weeks, but conflict can be hard to contain.
Yeah, they're saying it's not endless because they came to power saying they weren't going to have endless wars like Afghanistan or Iraq. Donald Trump isn't the only person controlling the tempo of what's happening. Clearly, the Iranians have a say in that as well, even though the Americans have this massive preponderance of power. I think, yes, Trump would like to get it done as soon as possible. But how do you define that? Because, we're seeing now images from Tehran. They clearly are hammering many of the sites that they're after. They say they have a full range of targets they want to go for, and that Trump says that will pave the way for the Iranians to overthrow the regime and take power themselves. There are so many assumptions in that can go wrong. But you know what? I think that while this will, certainly go on for weeks, not days, there will be an end to major combat operations, but then it's about the consequences. And in such a turbulent part of the world, that is really where a lot of the trouble, the difficulty, the challenge, and perhaps a lot more pain is going to come from.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Our international editor there.
We're continuing our coverage of the situation in the Middle East here on BBC News, where American and Israeli strikes are continuing to hit Iran for a third day. In the last couple of hours, Donald Trump made his first live comments on the conflict from the White House. The president described the war as ahead of schedule. He also claimed this was the last chance to take action against the Iranian regime, who he claimed would soon be able to launch missiles against the United States. Well, on the ground in Iran, there have been explosions in the capital, Tehran. The Iranian Red Crescent is reporting that more than 550 people have been killed in the attacks so far, and 131 cities have been hit. Well, these images shared by the US Central Command show a US Navy ship launching Tomahawk land attack missiles in support of Operation Epic Fury. Loud explosions have also been heard in the central city of Esfahan, where there is a nuclear facility and also an airbase. Well, let's take a listen to what President Trump has been saying at the White House a short while ago.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Well, earlier, the US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, said that Washington was hunting and killing those who threatened to kill Americans.
If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts.
Well, General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has been sharing further details on the military action the US has taken in Iran.
Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set.
Well, joining me now is retired General Frank McKenzie, former commander of US CENTCOM and current executive director of the Global and National Security Institute at the University of South Florida. Thanks so much, General McKenzie, for joining me on BBC News. And let me ask you, first of all, what do you see as the objectives of the US action? Because at the beginning we heard President Trump talking about regime change. He didn't mention that today.
So I'm going to focus on the military objectives. I think right now what we want to do is prevent the Iranians from massing volleys of their ballistic missiles, either against our bases in the region, the cities of our friends and neighbors, or against Israel. And over the next 96 to 120 hours, I think that's going to play out. And you're going to see how successful we can be at that. That's a tough task. We've planned for it for many years. But I think that's the immediate operational objective that's ahead of U.S. forces right now and our Israeli partners as we go forward. I think we're off to a pretty good start on that. Early Iranian responses appear to be fragmented, possibly because they have decentralized their command and control. But we'll be very aggressive as we go after these missiles, their storage facilities, their launching sites, and their command and control nodes.
And time-wise, what do you expect the time frame to be on all of this?
I think many days. I don't think this is a 1, 2, 3, or 4 day operation. It's going to take a little bit of time to do it. And I think the president is very clear that we're going to be willing to spend that time, and that time may be necessary to finish this threat, because the crown jewel of Iranian domination of their neighbors and terror in the region is the ballistic missile force. We need to reduce that. The nuclear target is interesting, is a future threat, but right now the imminent threat are those ballistic missiles and their drones and their cruise missiles. And we need to get after those pretty hard, and I believe we're doing that.
Do we have any idea of how much capability Iran has and how long it will take for them to either use it all up or have it destroyed?
Well, they have thousands of relatively short-range missiles. The number of missiles that they can fire at Israel is much more limited, and is further limited by the throughput bottleneck of their tractor erector launchers, the vehicles that actually launch those missiles. But against their Gulf neighbors, they've got lots and lots of missiles that they can launch. Now, we know where many of those are. We're going to work very hard to find them. We're going to try to target them, because you want to stop this missile before it can be launched. It's much harder to intercept it at the other end when it's falling from the atmosphere, as you might expect. It's a lot more difficult to do that. So we want to get them before they launch. And we've been working these plans for many years, and now we're in execution of plans that I worked on and many other people at U.S. Central Command down through the years have worked on and refined.
Are you surprised by the fact the president has talked very openly about expecting U.S. casualties, for a commander-in-chief to talk in that way before casualties even happen?
Well, I applaud him for doing so. He is the commander-in-chief. The responsibility is ultimately his. It's a tough thing. No one wants to think about it. But I thought he was right to warn the nation that there may be casualties. Look, I hope there are no more U.S. casualties in this conflict. I fear there may be, but I think he set the tone exactly right by noting that in his remarks.
OK. General Frank McKenzie, good to talk to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, while in Washington, the Trump administration has been outlining their motivation and their plans, in the Middle East, the war has spread quickly around the region. The head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, said his country would fiercely defend itself and make its enemies sorry for what he called their miscalculation. Iran has hit targets in Israel, Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Oman, the UAE, Jordan and Qatar. And a drone hit a British airbase in Cyprus. Lebanon's health ministry says at least 31 people have been killed by Israeli strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah after the Iranian-backed Shia group launched rockets and drones at Haifa in response to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Well, meanwhile, although some flights have started leaving, many more have been cancelled across the region, affecting hundreds of thousands of passengers, and the impact has been felt around the world. Oil and gas prices have soared and stock markets have fallen as the prospect of disrupted energy supplies continues. One of the world's biggest exporters, Qatar Energy, has halted production following attacks on its facilities. Well, access to those in Iran is difficult in the best of times. International news organisations are often refused visas, which severely limits their ability to gather information there. Local news sources say several more commanders have now been killed. Meanwhile, the Israel Defence Forces says it has received reports that a hospital in Tehran has sustained what they call minor collateral damage following an attack on Sunday on a nearby military infrastructure. These people described what happened there.
Fortunately, there were no injuries, no fatalities. We transferred all patients somewhere else and they were fine. One of our colleagues was hit by a blast wave and suffered a brain hemorrhage. They underwent surgery and thankfully are in a good condition.
My father lives here. They attacked the television transmitter for Channel 2. He was very stressed. Thank God he had been sitting in a safe place when this happened. But as you can see, the windows, doors and walls have all been destroyed.
In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has visited the site of a fatal Iranian ballistic missile strike on Sunday. The blast at Beit Shemesh between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem saw 9 Israelis killed, including 3 teenagers. He used that moment to warn of the risks of Iran getting nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them.
They threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did. And if this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity.
Well, let's speak to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who's here with me now. And Lise, having listened to everything there, what's your assessment of where we are today?
Well, we heard from President Trump that it could last 4 to 5 weeks, although he said, and as Julie said, we thought we would be able to kill the senior commanders within a month, but in fact they did it in the first few hours, in that extraordinary attack in the first wave of Israeli strikes on the compound where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was, with a number of the top security commanders, and they were all killed in one fell swoop. So he said we're ahead of time, but it's clear that they haven't accomplished their war aims. He set out the war aims. You see that they now are really focusing on not just the nuclear weapon, but on the ballistic missiles, and that is an area where, since the June war, there has been intelligence that Iran is focusing on ballistic missiles, because with what they call their axis of resistance, their circle of fire, the partners and proxies, what they always regarded as their advanced front, their defences, has been weakened, if not wiped out, after the Gaza war by Israeli attacks. And with their nuclear program, they're not from all of the intelligence assessments saying they're not enriching nuclear uranium right now. It's the ballistic missiles they see as their main deterrence, and therefore they refuse to discuss it during those talks. That now seems to be the focus, and you heard that from Frank McKenzie as well. But Iran, it's an asymmetrical war, which is why Iran is now striking out at an extraordinary number of capitals across the region, and it warned that if this happened, if it came under attack, it would strike in, well, it said American bases in the region and interests, but the impact is far greater. So the war is only just beginning. We don't know when it's going to end, and there still is confusion about what President Trump really wants to achieve.
Well, yes, in fact, at the very beginning, when we first saw the launching of these attacks, he talked about regime change, asking Iranians to rise up. No such call today when he spoke about the latest.
Peter Hegseth, the Secretary of Defence, or as he calls himself, the Secretary of War, talked about that in his comments earlier, in which he said that we're not into this regime change war, but he said we have changed the regime. And I think at last count, the number keeps going, is that they have killed, just in less than 3 days, nearly 50 top politicians, top security commanders. We still haven't received all of the names. But yet, Miriam, last night, President Trump gave a 6-minute interview to the New York Times. And in that 6 minutes, he veered from saying, well, it could be about regime change. Well, maybe we'll talk to the officials. Well, what about Venezuela, where they went in, took out the president, no casualties? He described a Venezuela operation as the perfect scenario for Iran. He's a president who likes to keep people guessing. It is an issue when you're the commander-in-chief and when your lawmakers are saying you cannot go to war without an authorization, and you're not even clear why you went to war. You seem to have lots of different objectives.
OK, Lise, thank you very much indeed. 6 Gulf states alongside the US have described Iran's targeting of non-combatant countries in the region as a dangerous escalation. A statement said they reaffirmed their right to self-defence. Iranian missiles and drone attacks led to explosions in Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates. In the last couple of hours, Qatar's defence ministry says it's shot down 2 Iranian jets. There are reports that a drone hit a fuel tank terminal in Abu Dhabi. Well, joining me now to discuss this is Mina Al-Orabi, Editor-in-Chief of The National News. Mina, thanks so much for joining us. Let's talk a little bit now about the wider regional dynamic and what all of this means for that.
Thank you. Indeed, today there has been targeted attacks on energy sources, hugely important Ras Tanura refinery for Aramco in Saudi Arabia. Also, Qatar Energy, LNG, has been disrupted due to Iranian attacks. And here in Abu Dhabi, as you said, a drone was intercepted, so unable to cause damage, but clearly targeted and intended to. So the energy escalation, of course, comes after Iran threatened the Strait of Hormuz. And this is not only an attack that would affect the Gulf, it is the world's economy and world energy supplies. We saw European energy prices, gas prices, jump 50% after the news that Qatar would be halting LNG production as a result of the Iranian attack.
Yeah. So, Mina, what do Gulf countries think at the moment? What's their viewpoint? They reserve the right to retaliate. Is that likely?
Well, first of all, the Gulf countries' viewpoint is that Iran has attacked them, even though they were not part of the attack that the Israelis and the Americans started. So the whole time they have been calling for de-escalation and not wanting a war to start with. Now the position is we don't want to retaliate, but we also won't be defenseless. It was important that the statement that you referred to was not only from Gulf countries, but included Jordan, which has also been attacked, and the US. This was a joint statement with the US. So there is more coordination. Up until now, the Gulf countries have not allowed their territories or bases in their territories to be used against Iran. They may change their minds, since clearly the Iranian position is to continue to target interests inside of the Gulf.
Where is de-escalation going to come from, do you think?
It's an important question. De-escalation could come in the form of negotiations with the Iranians. The Iranians are historically known to have rhetoric where they'll say they won't negotiate, but behind closed doors are willing for an out. Is there an off-ramp is a question that many people are asking, but also the damage that the Iranians have caused in the last 48 hours will mean that most of their neighbors here in the Gulf won't trust them for quite some time. So the regime surviving this is possible, but the relationships will need a long, long time to rectify, if at all.
I mean, President Trump talked about being surprised at the way the Iranians had targeted Arab nations. Were the Arab nations, Gulf nations surprised?
They're not surprised. I'm also quite taken back that he would be surprised, seeing as Gulf Arab countries were very clear, publicly and privately, that there is a huge threat that is possible, that the Iranians, if they felt that the war would be existential and could target the regime in its entirety, then they would lash out in this way. So it's interesting to see that he's surprised, but many people in this part of the world feared that this would be the route that the Iranians take.
Mina, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Mina Al-Orabi, thank you. Well, we touched upon it there with Mina, didn't we? Nearly half of the global oil supplies, they come out of this region. So, as you'd expect, oil and gas prices have risen sharply in response to the conflict, with producers, insurers and shipping firms affected by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The cost of European gas has soared by over 50% after the world's largest producer of liquefied natural gas, Qatar Energy, said it was halting production. There have also been impacts on oil and gas facilities in Saudi Arabia, where a fire broke out at a refinery after drones targeted the facility. BBC Verify correspondent Ben Chu explains just how important the Strait of Hormuz is in the global shipping world.
This is the Strait of Hormuz between Iran and the Gulf states. At its narrowest point, it's only 24 miles wide. It's a key transit route for global oil coming out of the Middle East. And as a result of the US-Israel war with Iran, there's been a dramatic change. So let's zoom in. This time lapse starting on the 27th of February shows busy ship traffic through one part of the Strait of Hormuz. But over the weekend, we can see a sharp decrease in the number of ships moving through this part of the strait. Why? Because shipping is under threat due to the conflict. We've verified this video of the aftermath of a reported strike on a tanker called the Skylight in the Hormuz Strait. It occurred on Sunday, though what exactly happened to the vessel is still unclear at this stage. Now, several of the world's largest maritime insurance companies have said that they are cancelling their war risk cover for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. And some of the largest shipping companies have instructed vessels not to travel through the strait for now. The editor-in-chief of Lloyd's List, the Maritime Data Service, told us that it's extremely unlikely that anyone will be going into the area without insurance. So why does this matter? Well, normally around 20 million barrels of oil a day pass through the Hormuz Strait, and that 20 million barrels is around a quarter of global maritime oil flows of 76 million barrels a day. And it's around a fifth of global oil consumption of 102 million barrels a day. And that's why the global oil price did this on Sunday when trading opened, instantly spiking 10% to $82 a barrel. Now, that's a significant move, though. Zooming out, it's worth bearing in mind that it's still well below the price of more than $120 a barrel seen after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Nevertheless, a sustained global oil price spike could push up global inflation, particularly through the impact on petrol prices, and also hold back global economic growth. In 2023, the International Monetary Fund estimated that a 10% increase in oil prices could increase global inflation by 0.4 percentage points the following year, and also reduce global growth by around 0.15 percentage points. Remember, though, this analysis is based on global oil prices remaining 10% higher for a prolonged period. Donald Trump has said the conflict could last less than 4 weeks. Oil prices might fall back if hostilities abate and marine traffic is able to resume through Hormuz.
Well, let's talk now to our business editor, Simon Jack. We saw Ben talking there about oil and gas prices, so let's not talk about that. But what I do want to zone in on a little bit is how long before we're going to see things get really bad in terms of the impact on prices.
First thing, there are two stories here. One is the oil price, one is the gas price. Of the two, I think the gas price is a much bigger story right now than the oil price. We've seen conflicts before. People have figured out other ways of getting oil around the world. Gas prices is slightly different because, as Ben was saying, Qatar is 20% of gas production. We saw the biggest rise there. And that can feed into things, obviously heating costs. But for example, in the UK, heating prices are gas prices are reset every 3 months for domestic users and indeed for some business users. So any impact from this big spike we saw today won't happen immediately. So it's not, and it'll be totally a function of how long this lasts. We should also say that although we saw a 40 to 50% rise in gas prices today, we're nowhere near the levels that we saw after the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We're still about half the price that we were then, but nevertheless, some big moves. So a lot depends on the duration of this. For electricity prices, particularly in the UK, they are often set by the marginal cost of gas. But as I say, all of that will come after July because energy bills are fixed between now and July. But globally, what's quite interesting is seeing what's happened to financial markets. So you've seen stock markets pretty much unmoved. In the UK FTSE 100, for example, there's a lot of people who do oil and gas in that index. And the US, for example, the other big, the biggest capital market, is pretty much self-sufficient in both oil and gas. The other thing is, what safe havens are people going to? Gold we saw rise a little bit today. What we didn't see is people rushing into US treasuries, often seen as a safe haven. Some people thinking the inflationary impact of what we're seeing in the energy markets might be more important than the safe haven status that they actually have. So we saw a pretty big move in the rate that the US government pays to borrow money. So at the moment, very sharp moves, but very hard to say how much it will actually affect things like inflation, things like food prices, things like petrol prices around the world, until we get a better view on the duration of this, which is pretty hard to do.
And you feel that markets have that kind of in their minds at the moment? They're also thinking, well, it's too early to get super worried.
Well, also, although the oil price was up 8% today, it's actually up about 30% year to date. So bear in mind, people thought that something like this was going to happen. They didn't watch the Armada sort of taking shape off the coast of Iran and around the Gulf without thinking that something like this was possible. So we have seen a very steady rise in energy prices already this year in anticipation of an event like this. Having said that, it did take people by surprise and we have seen a spike. So yes, I mean, is this inflationary? Of course it is. How, is it going to be a shock to the world inflation? It's way too early to tell. If it stays at these levels for a protracted period of time, then it will begin to be, because it's very pervasive energy cost. It gets its way into transport, into food, into other things as well. But I think that people will just have to see how long will this go on. You had people like our own Jeremy Bowen saying, you know, Donald Trump wants this done in 4 to 5 weeks. Well, he's not the only person who's got something to say about that. The Iranian response will be that. So I guess financial markets saying, how long will this go on for? Gas prices and oil prices came back off their peaks just a little bit as people tried to have a more measured approach to this.
OK, fantastic. Simon, thank you very much. Now, in the last few moments, the Israeli ambassador Danny Danon, who's the permanent representative of Israel to the UN, was speaking about Operation Roaring Lion, as they're calling it in Israel, in Iran. Take a listen.
Our objectives are clear. No nuclear weapon, no ballistic missile threat, destroy their navy, and crush the regime's proxy network. We are hitting decisively, surgically, without apology. As we dismantle the regime, the Iranian leadership is lashing out in desperation. Over the past few days, missiles have been fired at Israel, most of them, but also the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and even on European soil in Cyprus. This is not strategy. It is panic. It is desperate.
Well, here, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has told the House of Commons he stands by his decision not to involve the UK in the initial strikes against Iran by the US and Israel. Let's listen to a bit more of what he's been saying.
Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom was not involved in the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel. That decision was deliberate. We believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon and ceases its destabilising activity across the region. That has been the long-standing position of successive British governments. President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests and our allies, and it cannot be ignored.
Before we go, a limited number of flights have now been able to leave the United Arab Emirates as departures across the Middle East continue to be disrupted by joint Israeli and US war on Iran. This was the scene at Dubai Airport. More than 4,000 flights a day have been cancelled across the region, according to the flight tracking service Flight Radar 24. More at the top of the hour on this developing story on BBC News. Stay with us.
On a third day of coordinated strikes by Israel and the US across Iran, the war has already pulled in several other countries across the region. At BBC Verify, we've been continuing to analyse and verify dozens of videos and pinpoint exactly which locations have been hit. US and Israeli strikes have hit targets across Iran. Iran's capital, Tehran, has come under intense fire, often in densely populated residential areas. We've also verified damage at 2 hospitals, where you can see the aftermath of strikes. Panic and fear resound outside Gandhi Hospital in northern Tehran as we can see babies and incubators being moved. Among the targets hit was a compound where Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was located. He was killed in the strike along with a number of other senior officials. Since Saturday, Iran has retaliated with widespread strikes, targeting countries across the region, all the way from Erbil in Iraq down to Doha and Qatar, where verified video shows an object falling to the ground, sending crowds scattering. Other videos show several residential areas across Gulf states being hit, like this high-rise building in Bahrain. And this is the view filmed from inside a flat. And a luxury hotel in Dubai, as well as an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. We've also verified a video of an American fighter jet in Kuwait falling from the sky. The US military have confirmed 3 fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. The Kuwaiti military said the crew is unharmed. Now, Lebanon has also been pulled into the war. Hezbollah, the Lebanese Shia militia group, which has been backed by Iran, targeted Israel late on Sunday night. Israel responded with a wide-ranging assault. This is verified footage of the aftermath of a strike in Dahia, a southern suburb of the Lebanese capital Beirut. The Iranian Red Crescent has said hundreds of people have been killed in Iran following attacks by the US and Israel across more than 130 cities. But we've not been able to independently verify the death toll. International news organisations are often refused visas to Iran, which severely limits our ability to gather information there. There's still a near total internet blackout in Iran. And countries across the region who've suffered Iran's retaliatory strikes have also reported dozens of deaths, and both Israel and the US have reported fatalities. As tensions escalate further across the region and more countries get pulled into this war, this moment brings great danger and uncertainty, and at BBC Verify, we'll continue to analyse footage as we get it.
It's 7 p.m. in London. This is The World Today with Marianne Mashiri. US and Israeli strikes on Iran continue for a third day. President Trump says they'll continue, but gives no clear timeline.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly, after that he'll get bored. I don't get bored.
The conflict widens across the region. Lebanon says 52 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. We'll be speaking to our correspondents in Washington, Doha and Beirut. Keir Starmer allows British bases to launch defensive strikes and says the UK will not be joining the US-Israel strikes.
Any UK actions must always have a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan.
Hello and welcome to The World Today on BBC News. Well, Donald Trump says the big wave in Iran is yet to come, 2 days after the US and Israel struck the country, decapitating its leadership and throwing the wider region into turmoil. There's been a significant escalation of the conflict, with Iran staging retaliatory strikes across the Middle East following the killing of its supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. The US and Israel, meanwhile, have continued their attacks on Iranian targets. Israel's military says it's been focusing on Tehran, with huge explosions reported there. The campaign has widened to Lebanon. The health ministry there says at least 52 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. Israel says it's responding to the attacks by the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. And Iran has continued to hit back at states across the Middle East. It's targeting energy sites, including an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia and a major gas plant in Qatar. Global oil and gas prices have risen sharply as a result. Meanwhile, in Cyprus, 2 drones heading for a UK base were intercepted today. It follows a drone attack last night, which hit the runway at RAF Akrotiri. In Kuwait, meanwhile, 3 US fighter planes have been shot down in what the US military says was an apparent friendly fire incident. This footage showing one plane plummeting to the ground. Well, with more on this developing story, here's our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
6 missiles struck Sanadaj in Iran's Kurdistan province. Official Iranian media said densely populated neighborhoods were hit. Overnight in Tehran, more civilian casualties, including children and other patients from a hospital badly damaged in a raid. This was the Gandhi hospital this morning. Israel's Prime Minister said today that they were targeting tyrants in Tehran to protect civilians. But war is never clean or simple. In Kuwait, 3 American F-15 warplanes were shot down, the Americans said mistakenly, by friendly fire from the Kuwaitis. The crews ejected. And in Washington, Donald Trump is back at the White House from Florida, and he believes the war is on track.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon.
An Iranian attack forced the Saudis to shut down Ras Tanura, their biggest oil refinery. Iran is targeting Arab oil states across the Gulf, trying to disrupt and outflank America's power, hoping the Saudis and others will put pressure on Trump to end the war. But making Gulf Arab states who did not want the war into targets, this was Dubai, is looking like a mistake for Iran, pushing them closer to the US and Israel. The war is spreading across the Middle East. This was Beirut, attacked by the Israelis after Iran's ally in Lebanon, Hezbollah, fired into Israel's north. Hezbollah used to be a major part of Iran's forward defense, but it was hit very hard by Israel during the Gaza war. Reducing its capacity to harm the Israelis also weakened Iran, and now the Israelis are taking full advantage. It's coming at a cost for the Israelis, with funerals of some of the residents of the town of Beit Shemesh who were killed by an Iranian missile. Israel's air defense system is strong but not infallible. It has a finite supply of interceptors. In Jerusalem, shoppers and market traders had to run for cover yet again. Iran is trying to calibrate attacks so Israel burns through its air defenses. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, went to see the damage in Beit Shemesh and to restate his war aims.
If this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity.
In Iran, the regime supporters have been on the streets. This was in the center of Isfahan. The authorities have imposed an internet blackout. making it difficult to gauge the mood. These scenes show the regime has a strong core of support, but BBC Persian has also been in contact with its opponents.
Bakeries and petrol stations are busy. The streets are not busy. The main concern here is that the US might do a deal and the authorities begin oppressing people all over again. I think the Revolutionary Guard still has power on the ground, and this is what makes people afraid.
People feel anxious and elated all at once. With every explosion, some shout with joy from their windows.
There are many security stations around the city, stopping people that they deem suspicious. We are tired, very tired. The death of Khamenei is not enough. They all need to go.
It is only day 3 of the war. This has a long way to go. Probably weeks of airstrikes, and without a doubt, years of consequences. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
Well, let's talk now to our correspondents in the region and around the world. We have the latest developments. Barbara Plett-Usher is in Doha. Wira Davis is in Beirut. Katrina Perry is in Washington. And here in the studio with me is BBC Persian's Bahron Abbasi. Let's start with you, Barbara, in Doha, because we've been hearing from the Qatari Defence Ministry that 2 Iranian jets have been shot down. What more do we know about this?
Not much more than that, actually, and it's quite a remarkable development. The Ministry of Defense put out a statement saying that the Qataris had shot down 2 incoming fighter jets. No details, no information about what happened to the pilots, but quite an extraordinary move for a Gulf state to shoot down a manned Iranian aircraft. No indication either of what the mission was or what the suspected mission was. Where this will lead, as much in this as with much is happening in this war, it's not quite sure where this will lead. Although the Qataris have framed it as a defensive move. One commentator said, "This is not our war. We are practicing defense, and our defense is strong." So it's just another significant development in terms of the Iranians targeting or the relations between the Gulf states and the Iranians getting more and more fraught and tense.
And how far are the Gulf states willing to be pushed before they start reacting in a different way, before they start talking about retaliation or enacting retaliation?
We don't know, really. That's not clear. They have put out statements together and individually saying that calling this behavior a treacherous Iranian attack, saying it's reckless, and that the Iranians should come to their senses, saying that this was against international law, it was a violation of national sovereignty, and that they reserved the right to respond. What analysts are saying is that the longer the attacks go on, and if they escalate continually, then there would be more pressure or more consideration of responding to the attacks. I think direct strikes on energy infrastructure would be a factor. We had the drones targeting the Saudi oil refinery today and the liquid natural gas facilities here. In both cases, production was shut down more out of precaution than out of the damage that was done because the drones were intercepted. So it depends, I think, on how that. I think that's a big factor about how that escalates, and then what they would actually do. Would they carry out strikes themselves? Would they allow the Americans to use their bases in their countries for attacks? It's all a matter of question at this point.
Barbara, thank you very much. Well, let's cross live now and speak to Wira Davis, who is in Beirut. And Wira, just bring us up to date with what we know have been numerous Israeli strikes across Lebanon's capital, targeting what are believed to be Hezbollah positions.
Yeah, well, look, it's been happening all day long since the early hours of the morning when we first heard the big thuds of Israeli rockets or bombs, missiles falling, particularly in the southern part of Beirut, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. Also, it wasn't just confined to the capital. There have been Israeli strikes in the south of the country as well, another area near the border with Israel, which has always historically been considered a Hezbollah stronghold. We heard tonight from the Lebanese health ministry that Around 50 people have been killed in those strikes, and they've continued all day long. Israel says the reason it has done this is because Hezbollah chose unilaterally to fire a number of rockets or missiles across the border into northern Israel. The warnings had been there. Hezbollah had said in the weeks running up to this very tense moment that if the Americans or the Israelis did anything to harm or to try and remove the regime in Tehran, then they would respond. Of course, Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy. There are very close religious and also military links between Hezbollah and Iran. To some people, it's no surprise that the Hezbollah responded in the way they did. And given that, it is equally no surprise that the Israelis have responded in the way they have. They clearly don't believe that the Lebanese government has the wherewithal or the authority to disarm Hezbollah. So it looks like from the rhetoric tonight from the Israelis is that they're going to carry on this job. They're going to continue targeting individuals within Hezbollah and also businesses and financial structures related to Hezbollah until they feel the job is done.
Wira, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross live now and speak to my colleague Katrina Perry, who is in Washington for us. Katrina, we heard from the president not too long ago. What did he say about the action against Iran by the US and Israel?
There was much anticipation of these remarks from President Trump, Mariam, because we haven't heard from him in a live setting since he gave the go-ahead to the US military to launch these strikes on Iran. He gave that decision late in the afternoon on Friday, and the attacks began in the early hours of Saturday morning. He tried to set out a rationale as to why he'd made that decision when he was speaking in the East Room here at the White House, because there has been much clambering for more answers from him, more reasoning as to why he has taken this quite dramatic decision. Now, he said there were 4 reasons for doing so. He said the 4 sort of objectives that he has on this mission are to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities, to annihilate, his word, the Navy. He said they'd already knocked out 10 of the Iranian Navy ships. He also said they wanted to ensure that Iran could never have a nuclear weapon. And he said he also wanted to ensure that the Iranian regime no longer funded what he called their terrorism armies abroad. In other words, those proxies in the region. He also said that he did have a deal with Iran. We know there were many talks going on over the last few weeks, right up until Friday. But he said Iran had backed out of that deal, and he was left in a position where he felt they were never going to make a deal. They were never serious about it, he said. And so his only option was to take this military strike action. But the other thing that Americans here, lawmakers and people in America, are focusing in on are his remarks that the sort of timeline that he's put on this mission is 4 to 5 weeks. Now, that is incredibly long. There was bipartisan support for that limited strike in Operation Midnight Hammer back in June of last year. But committing the US military in this way for 4 to 5 weeks, he said, that is something that's really going to test the bounds of his supporters for this operation.
Katrina, thank you very much indeed. Thanks also to Barbara and Wira as well. Well, let's now talk to BBC Persian's Baron Abbasi, who is here in the studio with me. Thanks for joining us. And I need to ask you, first of all, what are we hearing from inside Iran? I know it's very difficult to speak to people there because of the internet shutdown and difficulties with communications.
Exactly. Today is the 3rd day that there's a almost total internet blackout in Iran, but some people have access to Starlink satellite internet, and they have been able to post some footage of explosions inside of the country and also tell us how they feel. And there seems to be a feeling of anger, fear, and at the same time some hope. Of course, when the explosions happen, they are very afraid. They say that they don't have anywhere to go. There are no shelters. And because there's the disruption in communication, they cannot get in touch with each other. But at the same time, when the dust settles, they feel some hope that some government structure might have been struck and the regime's days might be numbered. So there there is this mixture of feeling, especially since there have been growing civilian casualties, and Iran's Red Crescent has said that over 550 people have been killed. So some civilian infrastructure have come under attack, and there is this growing anger among some people because of the civilian casualties.
It's very difficult, isn't it, to get an idea of what exactly is happening. You hear about people on the streets mourning the death of Khamenei. You hear about people cheering the death of Khamenei. What more do we know about how people feel about what's happened over the last few days?
When news of Ayatollah Khamenei's killing came out, a lot of people took to the streets to celebrate and also shouted from their windows. They were cheering from their windows. But even then, the government showed that they are ready to shoot at people. So people who were celebrating on the streets, there were reports that they were shot at. And there's also, you see the pro-government people taking to the streets, but people who are against the government, who seem to be the majority, do not have that advantage. And even after President Trump asked people to rise up against their own government, people are receiving text messages on their phones saying that, threatening them and saying that if you take to the streets, this could be an act of cooperation with the enemy and you could face dire consequences.
OK, Baron, thank you very much indeed for that. Around the world and across the UK, this is The World Today on BBC News. That a fourth member of the US military has been killed in the conflict, but few other details have been revealed. Meanwhile, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the Iran operation won't lead to, in his words, endless war, and that the aim is to destroy Tehran's missiles and other security infrastructure. The conflict has spilled over into the wider region, including multiple countries in the Gulf, most of them hosting US bases. Well, let's speak now to Adam Areli, US Ambassador to Bahrain from 2007 to 2011. Also previously worked with the Qatari government. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me ask you, first of all, how pivotal a moment is this in Middle Eastern history and politics right now?
Well, it certainly is a watershed. There's no doubt about that. You've got a regime in Iran that's been in power for 45 years, since 1979. And has frankly wreaked havoc across the region. And much of the capability of that regime is now gone, although not entirely eliminated. So I think it's the hope of those in the Trump administration and others that perhaps, you know, a new chapter is being written, a more positive and peaceful chapter, although it's certainly hard to see that from where we are sitting today.
So from where you're sitting today, what do you see happening over the next few weeks? We heard today from President Trump that this could take up to 3 or 4 weeks. You know, people are very worried about that because that is an awfully long time, not only for a war to carry on, but also indeed in terms of potential casualties and damage elsewhere. Yeah.
Well, no, the reason I sort of chuckle at that is because 3 to 4 weeks in the span of history is a blip, is the blink of an eye. Certainly for those at the BBC and other networks who have to cover the story 3 to 4 weeks is a long time. But look, let's be clear. I mean, I was in Qatar in 2003. I was in Iraq and after the invasion there. Those were conflicts that lasted a long time, right? I mean, once you start something, it's very hard to dictate when it ends, right? And so, to those saying, how long is this going to go on? I think it's very difficult to give them to provide a definitive answer. I think based on what we've seen so far and what we know about Iran, I don't think this is going to go on for that long, in the sense that I think the combined impact of the military operation is going to be pretty decisive, pretty quickly, in the sense that I think Iran's ability to wreak havoc in the region is going to be rapidly degraded. Now, that doesn't mean the conflict over. It just means it transitions to a different phase. And I think what you'll see is the conflict focusing inside Iran's borders rather than outside Iran's borders in the near future. But how long that conflict within Iran lasts and what its impact, again, on the region in the long term is going to be is an open question.
And where do you think the answer to that question lies? Ultimately, obviously, it's very difficult to predict what happens in a war. But we're seeing, and I just want to read you a line we're getting from the news agencies. They're telling us that the Israeli army has said it struck the Iranian military intelligence offices in Tehran. So little by little, it's hitting police stations, military intelligence offices, government buildings. What is it trying to do here, and what's the end going to be? Because ultimately, you can throw missiles and bombs as much as you like to all the government buildings. You're not going to actually end the regime that way, are you?
Look, there's what we know and there's what we don't know. What we know is that if you had done nothing and just let the regime continue as it was, there was going to be a problem. There had been a problem for the past 45 years of nuclear, weapons programs, proxy wars, and regional destabilization emanating from Tehran. This operation is ripping the Band-Aid off. It's just dealing with that problem. Now, to the question of, where is it going to lead, and is it going to create something better than what we've had for the past 45 years, is anybody's guess. My guess is the answer is yes. How much better? That's harder to say. Adam
Ireli, former US Ambassador to Bahrain, thank you very much indeed for joining us. That was a really interesting conversation. Great to have your analysis. Thank you.
All right.
Well, here the Prime Minister Keir Starmer has appeared to criticise the US and Israeli action against Iran, saying this government does not believe in regime change from the skies. He's been speaking to MPs in the Commons this afternoon about the war in Iran. With more, here's our political editor, Chris Mason.
This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel. They're also the principles I applied separately to the separate decision and a separate request from the US to be able to take defensive action.
On Saturday, our allies in Canada and Australia immediately backed the action taken by America against this despotic regime in Tehran. And I have made it very clear that the Conservative Party also stands behind America taking this necessary action against state-sponsored terror.
Does he not understand that after 10 years of negotiation that have failed, actually the West was left with no alternative? And does he understand also that actually, in refusing to support the US, he has humiliated us on the international stage?
We have seen before what happens when an American president launches an illegal war
with no idea how or when it is going to end, and we fear for what comes next.
We also condemn the deeply irresponsible and illegal attack by the US and Israel on Iran, launched in the middle of nuclear negotiations.
The best tribute to the murderers in Tehran and the Iranian regime is a maintenance of an international rules-based system. And more than that, we owe it to the people across the region to learn from the instability that we had in the aftermath of Iraq.
The question for today that people want us to ask is, when will people be coming home, especially from Doha and Dubai?
Well, that was the scene in the House of Commons earlier today. You're watching BBC News. More in-depth coverage and analysis of the situation in Iran coming up after this short break.
On a third day of coordinated strikes by Israel and the US across Iran, the war has already pulled in several other countries across the region. At BBC Verify, we've been continuing to analyse and verify dozens of videos and pinpoint exactly which locations have been hit. US and Israeli strikes have hit targets across Iran. Iran's capital, Tehran, has come under intense fire, often in densely populated residential areas. We've also verified damage at 2 hospitals, where you can see the aftermath of strikes. Panic and fear resound outside Gandhi Hospital in northern Tehran as we can see babies and incubators being moved. Among the targets hit was a compound where Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was located. He was killed in the strike along with a number of other senior officials. Since Saturday, Iran has retaliated with widespread strikes, targeting countries across the region, all the way from Erbil in Iraq down to Doha and Qatar, where verified video shows an object falling to the ground, sending crowds scattering. Other videos show several residential areas across Gulf states being hit, like this high-rise building in Bahrain. And this is the view filmed from inside a flat. And a luxury hotel in Dubai, as well as an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. We've also verified a video of an American fighter jet in Kuwait falling from the sky. The US military have confirmed 3 fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. The Kuwaiti military said the crew is unharmed. Now, Lebanon has also been pulled into the war. Hezbollah, the Lebanese Shia militia group, which has been backed by Iran, targeted Israel late on Sunday night. Israel responded with a wide-ranging assault. This is verified footage of the aftermath of a strike in Dahia, a southern suburb of the Lebanese capital Beirut. The Iranian Red Crescent has said hundreds of people have been killed in Iran following attacks by the US and Israel across more than 130 cities, but we've not been able to independently verify the death toll. International news organisations are often refused visas to Iran, which severely limits our ability to gather information there. There's still a near total internet blackout in Iran. And countries across the region who've suffered Iran's retaliatory strikes have also reported dozens of deaths, and both Israel and the US have reported fatalities. As tensions escalate further across the region and more countries get pulled into this war, this moment brings great danger and uncertainty, and at BBC Verify, we'll continue to analyse footage as we get it.
You're watching The World Today on BBC News. These are the headlines. US and Israeli strikes on Iran enter a third day. President Trump says they'll continue, but gives no clear timeline. The conflict widens across the region. Lebanon says 52 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. Here, Keir Starmer allows British bases to launch defensive strikes and says the UK will not, however, be joining the US-Israel strikes. Coming up now, all the latest on the region. But first, some of the dramatic words and images of this continuing war in Iran and the Middle East.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
We are not joining the strikes, but we will continue our defensive actions in the region.
Our senior commanders are on this constantly. I'm in constant contact with them.
Constantly trying to eradicate Israel. This plan no longer exists.
Well, some of the images of the war with Iran and indeed the regional problems and issues that this has caused as well from the day. Now, we are following the rapidly developing news coming out of the Middle East with the US-Israeli war with Iran. But as the conflict widens, people are turning to the internet. They're searching for answers and asking many, many questions about why this conflict has started and where potentially it's going. We've been looking at today's trending questions on Iran and trying our best to answer them. With more, here's my colleague Anita McVeigh.
So joining me now in the studio to answer some of those questions is our security correspondent, Frank Gardner. We're also hoping to be joined very shortly by our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. Frank, lots of questions, as I was saying, to get through. So let's try and make a start with this broad one. Why did the US and Israel attack Iran? Lots of people will be aware that there was a talks process ongoing. So wondering why it's happened now.
Well, it's hugely controversial because the legality of this war that they have started is questionable. There wasn't congressional approval for it. I mean, President Trump did not go to Congress. This was something that Israel and the United States had cooked up already in advance in case talks didn't go the way they wanted. Now, the talks in Geneva were making progress on the nuclear file. Oman was mediating those talks. Dr. Badr al-Busaidi, who's the Omani foreign minister, said, look, we've got a breakthrough. We can solve this on the nuclear side. But there were two other issues which Israel was pressing the United States to press the Iranians for, and the Iranians refused to discuss them. That was curbing Iran's ballistic missile program, and we've seen from all these missiles that are flying around the Gulf at the moment, they've got a lot of these ballistic missiles. That was one, and the other was Iran's support for its proxy militias around the region. So Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza, and a number of militias in Iraq. Iran said, no, that's off the table. We're not going to discuss those. And that's why back on Thursday night, Donald Trump said, I'm not happy with the way these talks are going. And Marco Rubio said something similar.
Yeah, and it was interesting, just to interject there, Frank, when we heard from Pete Hegseth, the US Defense Secretary, War Secretary, earlier, he was saying that Iran wasn't negotiating, they were stalling, to quote that statement from him earlier.
Yeah, I mean, even on the nuclear file, I mean, the Iranians are famous for giving just enough to kind of let themselves off the hook, and then it stalls again. And the 2015, what's called the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the previous nuclear deal, was really hard fought by, it was European countries sitting down with the Iranians And they eventually got a deal which would have curbed Iran's nuclear program, but didn't address those other two issues I mentioned, the missiles. And that's why Donald Trump pulled the US out of it, saying it's the worst deal in the world, and he pulled out of it.
One of the questions we have, Frank, here is, will Iran attack the UK? Now, we have seen Iran launch missiles, launch drones at a number of countries, haven't we?
We have. So Iran has attacked 4 countries in particular, 5 actually: Israel, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, which includes Abu Dhabi and Dubai, where a lot of tourists are currently stranded, nearly 100,000. Will it attack the UK? There has been a drone attack on the RAF base in Akrotiri in the sovereign base area of Cyprus. I've spoken to officials in Whitehall this morning to say, are you on a kind of heightened alert for any kind of acts of subversion or sabotage or anything like that by a kind of Iranian fifth column? Because, and they've said, yes, their exact words were, there is a heightened tempo of threat from Iranian regime supporters in this country. And the last public statement we had from the head of MI5 was October, so what, 4 or 5 months ago, in which he said that in the previous 12 months there had been 20 cases of attempted kidnap and murder by agents working on behalf of the Iranian regime in the UK to go after opposition activists. So people have got their eyes open. I think Jewish community is probably a potential target for them. That's what I'm being told, synagogues, etc. So there's usually a kind of lag, a tail, a delay between events happening overseas and them having a knock-on effect over here, but they are aware of it.
OK, another question coming in is, does Iran have an air force? Because obviously lots of people are interested to know what exactly Iran's capabilities are militarily, with President Trump just saying a few minutes ago in the White House, you know, that the US is ahead of its timeline in this operation, but it could go on for as long as it takes.
Iran doesn't really have an air force to speak of. They've got some ageing F-14 Tomcats from the 1980s. I mean, I'm old enough to remember going to watch Top Gun, when the first one, when it came out in 1986. That's the vintage that they've got. They still had them left over from the time of the Shah, so they bought these things prior to 1979, so they're old, and it's hard for them to get the parts. So no, they haven't got an air force to speak of. What they have got is a domestic homegrown ballistic missile program and drones, a lot of drones. All those Shahed drones that have been slamming into buildings in Ukraine, fired by Russia, they were originally from Iran. Iran gave them to Russia. Iran then allowed the Russians to build a factory and build them under license. But these are powerful, explosive things that are slamming into buildings and commercial targets.
Now, a pair of questions. Why is Iran targeting the Gulf states, and how have Gulf states reacted to the first part of that, Frank? So
America's got military bases all up and down the Gulf. All 6 Gulf Arab states at some stage have hosted American bases, including Saudi Arabia and Oman, which have largely been spared this onslaught. Not completely, because Ras Tanura, for example, which is the export terminal for Saudi Arabia's oil, that's been hit by intercepted drone debris that's fallen and caused fires. Oman likewise has been hit down at Duqm, which is on the Arabian Sea. Why have they been targeted? It's essentially punishment for hosting US bases. Iran, ever since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, has said to the Gulf Arab states, which are much smaller and weaker in terms of size and population, look, don't kick out the 5th US Navy, 5th Fleet. You don't want them. We'll be the policemen of the Gulf. We can look after security here. And the Gulf states, Arab states, say, yeah, you know what, we're going to stick with the United States. So you've got the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Now, they could see this coming. They evacuated that base back on Monday, a week ago. So these missiles and drones that have been slamming into that base at Jafar in Bahrain, very close to where I used to live, there's nobody there. So no casualties. And the ships went out to sea to disperse, expecting something like this. But the Gulf states, make no mistake about this, Anita, they're really angry with Iran. They're saying, we didn't join in this Operation Epic Fury. We actually argued against it. And yet you're hitting our targets, our hotels. It's terrible for business for them. So they're very angry. And I think it's only a matter of time I'm guessing, before they retaliate in some way, because they've taken a real beating and they so far haven't done anything to retaliate against Iran.
Which is the answer to the second part of that pair of questions. How have they reacted? Thank you for that, Frank. A question here, what weapons does Iran have? Now, you touched on their missile program. What more can you tell us about the capabilities they have and stockpiles of, for example, drones or indeed missiles?
Well, Iran is a huge country with a big population, 93 million people, but above all, it's a mountainous country. Very easy to hide things in tunnels underground, which is part of the problem on the nuclear side because it has had a suspect nuclear program. It doesn't have nuclear weapons. Let's be clear on that. When people talk about Iran's nuclear weapons, it doesn't have them. I interviewed Rafael Grossi, as you've just had that interview here. We're about to be joined by royalty, by the way. Here she is.
Lise, welcome. We'll come to you in a moment.
This is the news business.
Absolutely.
We're just talking about what weapons has Iran got.
Yes, well, you're the person to, yeah.
Well, I'm sort of almost fired my piece here. Iran is no match for the firepower of the United States or indeed for Israel. These are 21st century technologically advanced powers using AI and massive amounts of weaponry. You've got two huge, great big US carrier strike groups offshore, one in the Mediterranean, one in the Arabian Sea, 200 plus fighter aircraft. But what Iran has got a lot of are these drones and torpedo boats, suicide boats, kamikaze weaponry, which they have practiced, the Revolutionary Guards Corps have practiced intensely of how to try and overcome the defences of, say, a US warship using swarm tactics. And that's a worry for the Americans.
Frank, I'll let you have a little break with your answers for the moment. And Lise, bringing you in, thanks very much for joining us, Lise. A big question, how likely is regime change in Iran? It's a question we've touched on over the last few hours because we've heard various comments from President Trump about what might happen next, about whether he would be willing or not to work with someone from within the existing regime, the existing hierarchy.
Yes, we heard there was an expression used by Peter Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, or as he likes to be called, the Secretary of War, where he said, we're not into this regime change kind of war, but we have changed the regime, which is an interesting way of formulated. And through all of this, and including when there was this massive uprising, protests in Iran in January, people asked this question again, would this bring about regime change? The question always was, well, will there be change in the regime in response to these pressures, both internal and external, or will the regime change? It's still not certain whether regime change is among President Trump's objectives. He didn't mention it today when he spoke at this medal awarding ceremony. If we take what we have seen in the past few months, what happened in Venezuela, when there was American military action and they extracted the president. People say, will there be a Venezuela ceremony in Iran? President Trump described that as the perfect scenario last night to the New York Times. Iran is not Venezuela. It's possible that the new supreme leader will be more pragmatic, less hostile. It's possible they can find someone in the system. People mentioned Ali Larijani, who's the Secretary of the National Security Council. He possibly would be someone they could talk to. But an individual is sitting in a very complex, multi-layered security, ideological, political system that has been honed and hardened during the last 47 years of the Islamic Republic. And that individual, whoever that individual is, cannot take on the entire system. So that change in the regime is not a smooth or simple process.
And given the size of Iran and the complexities of Iran, it's difficult also to see how it can be a straightforward calculation for the Iranian people who are not for the regime to somehow rise up and take control of the country, which is another suggestion that President Trump has made.
Yes, in his first 8-minute video, he said, stay in your homes now. The bombs are dropping. It's too dangerous. But when our work is done, this will be your best chance in generations to seize control of your government. I heard a very interesting analysis by our colleague Jahar Good from BBC Persian today, and who has very good contacts in the Kurdish areas. And he was saying that the strategy there seems to be targeting police stations, bases of the IRGC, the very offices that were used to put down the protests in the Kurdish areas, where the opposition there is much more organised. They set up a council recently. And if you, in small areas, which are more ethnically homogenous, that perhaps you can stir something up. But I had a message from a friend in Tehran this morning. He said that he was stopped 3 times going home last evening because there were makeshift checkpoints by the IRGC. They've sent out a text message on mobile telephones telling people don't go into the streets to protest. You'll be met by an iron fist. You'll be seen as a collaborator. The whole battle, and I'm sure Frank has said this, the whole battle for the Islamic Republic now is survival. And if there is one thing which unites people in the system, and the system, there are differences in the system. There's huge disagreements in the system, but they agree on one thing, which is the survival of the regime, of their control. And the IRGC dominates not just the security apparatuses, but also economically in every other. Yes, absolutely. So in every which way. So and if there was a moment. We haven't yet seen, we didn't see in January or February, we haven't yet seen mass defections from the security forces. We haven't seen any cracks visible, and I think this would get out within the ruling establishment. So if it hasn't, there are those who hope there will be not just cracks but collapse, but we haven't seen that yet. But certainly it is facing its biggest ever challenge, internally and externally. And Iran has been changed forever, and so has the region.
Lise, another question is, will conflict spread beyond the Middle East?
Well, it's already spreading in a way.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's already spreading.
I think that question might have been written
and we've talked a bit about the drone attack on the RAF base in Cyprus. And Frank has touched on this a little bit, but it would be great to get your thoughts on that question as well, because, it has spread beyond the Middle East.
If the Strait of Hormuz is not formally closed, but to all intents and purposes, tankers, we talked about this before, that tankers may not want to take the risk. They may not be able to get the insurance to go through that strategic waterway. There are other routes, which Frank talked about the other day. If they choose other routes, we already have seen today the price of oil is going up. But
the Iranian news agencies, by the way, Lise, you've probably seen this, saying via the IRGC that a fuel tanker is on fire in the Strait of Hormuz currently, having been struck by 2 drones, according to those state news agencies.
So if these pressures and threats in this strategic waterway continue, if this conflict, President Trump today spoke of 4 to 5 weeks, it could go on even longer, or it could be shorter, then you will see pressure on the markets. You will see the price of oil rise, and that will have an impact all the way to supermarket shelves, to the petrol pumps here in London. Then it will, you cannot say, it is a conflict that is geographically,
ripple effect will be felt.
It's geographically distant, but it will be, if it goes on, it will touch all of our lives.
Yes, Frank.
I think it's also important to remember China.
Yes.
Because China is a massive buyer of Iranian oil. And if they can't get their oil through the Strait of Hormuz, that is going to affect the Chinese economy, which is going to affect the global economy.
And so, President Xi is due to make a big statement this week, isn't he?
Well, he's been calling for a ceasefire. But the rather depressing thing in all of this is that, this will end with a ceasefire. It may be this week, it may be next month, it may be further down the line. But the problem is going to persist. This is going to go on and on and on happening periodically unless one of 2 things changes. Either the regime changes its behaviour or it collapses. And I don't see either happening, frankly.
President Xi due to make a statement about the Chinese economy later this week. And, of course, that would be definitely impacted if its supply of oil from Iran is impacted by all of this. What about Russia, Lise? Could Russia get involved? I've seen reports of phone calls between President Putin and a number of Gulf leaders today.
Well, I think we were talking before, Frank. Russia will be worried about the production of the Shahed drones. That, they produce some in Russia, but not on the scale of what Iran produces them. And, of course, Russia is preoccupied. Its resources are all directed to Ukraine, but it will also be impacted by...
I hate to say it, this is good for Russia because it drives up the oil price.
Yes, on that front, yes.
Russia depends on oil revenue in order to get its to supply to fund its war in Ukraine, and that's President Putin's overriding, predominant concern is winning the war in Ukraine. He's like a poker player. He's put all his chips in on winning that war. He needs the money, and he was running out of money a bit. Now, if oil stays high, and of course it's being heavily discounted in what he's selling to India and China and other countries, but nevertheless a high oil price works in Putin's favour.
Just put into context for us then, Frank, if Iran, which is a major supplier of drones to Russia, can't supply those drones, what impact that might have on Ukraine?
Not much, because they've got their own now. They produce their own...
not in the numbers that Iran produces them.
I think they've pretty much weaned themselves off. So what used to be called the Shahed drones, Iran still calls them that, it means martyr. It's not Shahed, it's Shahed. They're in Russia, they're called Garans, Garan 1 and Garan 2, and Russia is churning these out in factories not out of range of Ukraine's own drones, but far to the east of the battlefield.
Let's talk a little bit about the proxies, and this particular question is about Hezbollah in Lebanon, Frank and Lise. I'll get you both to talk to us about that. Lise, what role do you see them playing, the Houthis as well, potentially, in Yemen? Talk to us about that, Lise.
Hezbollah had said before this war that it would not get drawn in unless they targeted the supreme leader and unless it became existential. And so once the supreme leader was assassinated, there would have been pressure on Hezbollah to show the strength of its relationship with Iran. And it goes back all the way to the founding of Hezbollah. Hezbollah was founded, the Party of God was founded in the aftermath of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. It was founded among Shia scholars and Shia fighters. And it was, unlike Iran has close relations with many militias, but with Hezbollah, it is the most closely entangled with Hezbollah. That's why you see often Iranian officials going to